Picture Seoul right now, a bustling, thriving metropolis where life moves at a breakneck pace and nobody expects the sky to come falling down. But fast forward into the near future and total chaos erupts in the streets as panic spreads faster than wildfire. With a devastating boom, apocalyptic disaster strikes, reducing the city to smoking craters and total ruin. Rewind 3 years before this nuclear nightmare actually goes down, back when the world was still normal, or so everyone thought. Enter our main guy, Gyu Park, casually strolling down a quiet country road like he doesn't have a care in the world. Around this time, internet conspiracy theorists were going wild with crazy apocalyptic predictions, but most people just laughed it off as clickbait. You see, when apocalypse rumors start floating around, only two types of people actually prepare. The super rich building luxury bunkers, and absolute madmen who decide to bet their entire life savings on the end of the world. Guess which one Gyu is? With a heavy thud, Gyu drops a duffel bag stuffed to the brim with cold hard cash because he sold literally everything he owned. He turns his room into a full-on war room, pulling all-nighters to study every survival manual and strategy guide he can get his hands on. Honestly, looking at his intense death stare in front of that screen, you can tell this guy isn't playing around. He's dead serious about staying alive. First big item on his checklist, finding the absolute perfect location to build his ultimate survival bunker. Uncapping his marker with a crisp pop, he circles Gyeonggi Province, narrowing down the search based on strict tactical criteria. He scopes out the countryside with high-tech gear, looking for a spot that's isolated enough to avoid crowd panic, but close enough to city resources. Second, the location needs natural defensive advantages to keep out roving bands of desperate looters when civilization falls apart. And third, the most painful rule for anyone on a budget, it actually has to be affordable. Standing on a windy ridge overlooking his potential new home, Gyu calculates every single penny to make sure his plan doesn't go broke before day one. A confident smirk plays across his face as he locks in his target location, a secluded forest right near an Air Force base in the suburbs of Seoul. Commentary, high security nearby, and military infrastructure? Now that's top-tier tactical planning right there. Sweat pouring down his face, Gyu gets right to work tilling the soil, only to get hit with a sudden loud thwack as a local farmer hollers over to ask if he's a city boy. With a slow shuffle of his boots, an old farmer in a straw hat hoes the dirt right beside Gyu, offering a friendly greeting to the new guy in town. Gyu gives us a breakdown on his new neighbor, Old Man Kim. The guy owns the adjacent land, and while he looks like a simple farmer, he's got a temper shorter than a fuse. Now that the location is set, Gyu recruits a tough-looking construction crew stacked with tattooed workers to handle the heavy excavation. Gyu points toward the site, proudly showing off all the heavy machinery he rented and insisting he's gonna roll up his sleeves and dig alongside them. With a low rumble, Gyu hops right into the excavator cab, though the crew looks totally unamused by this city guy trying to play construction foreman. Commentary, look at the guy on the right. He looks 100% ready to file a union grievance against Gyu. With a merry clink of glasses, Gyu earns the crew's total respect over shots of soju after a hard day's work. Gyu earns the crew's respect over drinks, tossing back shots like a champ until out of nowhere, smack! A sudden commotion shatters the cozy night. It's Old Man Kim, charging in holding a shovel, shouting at the top of his lungs at the workers for making noise, drinking every day, and demanding to know if they even have construction permits. One of the hot-headed workers yells back in frustration while Gyu watches with a stunned expression. Country living is definitely not as peaceful as advertised. Old Man Kim stomps away carrying his shovel behind his back while Gyu holds his construction blueprints, completely puzzled as to why this old guy is perpetually furious. Commentary, seriously? Why is this Gramp so angry all the time? Someone get this man a Snickers, stat. Things escalate to full chaos when Old Man Kim literally lies down on the dirt road right in front of an excavator track, daring the workers to run him over while the driver screams in utter disbelief. Driven past his breaking point, a tattooed worker grabs a sharp axe, roaring that he's gonna bury the old geezer 6 feet under, forcing Gyu to quickly step in. With a firm grab, Gyu grips the handle of the axe, instantly stopping the enraged worker before things turn into a bloody crime scene. Gyu's eyes darken as he takes the axe himself, muttering that he's no saint, and if Kim keeps pushing, he'll handle the situation personally. Commentary? Whoa! The atmosphere instantly dropped below zero. Gyu went from chill prepper to cold-blooded savage real quick. A stunning golden sunset washes over the countryside as a floating title panel pops up, D950 until the end of humanity. Gyu walks down the glowing dirt path at dusk, carrying a bag and lost in deep thought. His sharp gaze fixes on the road ahead, realizing that managing difficult people might end up being harder than surviving the apocalypse itself. As he approaches Old Man Kim's house, Gyu spots a sleek black luxury sedan parked outside, while a high-strung guy in a suit aggressively confronts Kim and a woman. A sleazy guy in an expensive pinstripe suit aggressively demands that Old Man Kim surrender his land rights immediately. When the old man refuses, the suit loses his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs about taking him in if he just hands over the property. With a violent grab, the ungrateful son snatches his own father by the shirt collar, completely crossing the line. Slam! He brutally shoves the frail old man to the dirt ground, ranting about how his sister got the good land while he was left with nothing. Gyu stands in the background watching the whole family drama unfold, his face completely unreadable. The suit hovers over his fallen father on the concrete, demanding he finally act like a real parent and hand over the deed. With a swift swish, the son raises his palm to slap his own dad until a sharp cuts through the air. The guy's hand freezes midair as Gyu casually strolls into the scene, rubbing his chin like he's just taking an evening walk. Gyu locks eyes with the attacker, throwing a glare so icy and dangerous it practically freezes the blood in his veins. Unnerved by the deadly aura, the son flinches back in disgust, barking out who this random intruder thinks he is. Realizing he isn't getting anywhere today, the suit screams one final threat to burn the whole place down before storming off. With a loud vroom, the luxury car speeds away into the dusk, leaving a cloud of exhaust behind on the dirt road. Gyu quiet steps over to the beaten-down Old Man Kim sitting on his porch, proving that even in a world on the brink of ruin, some lines should never be crossed. Ever wonder what happens when a total prepper fanatic meets a stubborn old farmer right before the end of the world? Grab your popcorn, guys, because things are about to get wild as Gyu sits down with Old Man Kim under the fading sun to have a deep heart-to-heart. The golden sunset over the countryside looks super peaceful, but don't let the pretty scenery fool you. This is literally the calm before an absolute nuclear nightmare hits the fan. Sipping on his drink, Gyu casually drops a bomb of his own, admitting that both his parents passed away in a tragic accident years ago, which explains why this guy is such an ultra-focused lone wolf. Sarcasm alert. Gyu looks at this old guy like he's crazy and basically asks, "Dude, why don't you just sell this gigantic money pit and live like a king somewhere else?" Classic pragmatic prepper logic right there. Old Man Kim goes dead silent, lowering his head as the red twilight washes over them. You can practically feel the heavy nostalgia hitting him like a freight train. He quietly reveals that the land he gifted his daughter back in the day was just as worthless as the patch Gyu is digging up right now. But who could have guessed the government would go and build a massive 10-lane highway right in front of her property, turning her overnight into an ultra-wealthy land mogul? Real estate luck in these webtoons is honestly unreal. The old man turns around with a serious look, asking Gyu if he really thinks walking away from your roots is that easy. A soft flashback pops up, showing his late wife standing outside their quaint cottage with a warm, gentle smile. Honestly, the artist's lighting in these emotional panels is top tier. They used to sit together on that wooden porch enjoying fresh fruit, proving that for Old Man Kim, this property isn't about property value, it's packed with memories money can't buy. Snapping back to reality, the old man stands up with a weary sigh and tells Gyu it's getting late and he needs to head home. A cigarette smolders on the porch bench as Gyu reflects on that night, admitting he still couldn't fully wrap his brain around the old man's emotional attachment. But one thing was for sure, that short, quiet conversation completely flipped the switch on their relationship. Talk about character development. Time skip alert. We jump to D925 and look at that. The excavators are rumbling full throttle, but Old Man Kim doesn't throw a single shovel or complain anymore. Jump ahead to D581 and her boy Gyu is literally out in the cabbage fields doing hard manual labor right alongside the old man. By day 211, they've become full-on farming buddies, crouching in the soil harvesting crops. Who knew an apocalypse prepper and a grumpy farmer would form the ultimate duo? Fast forward to D37. Snow is falling heavily over the freezing fields as Old Man Kim stares silently into the winter sky. Gyu sits nearby sipping a warm beverage, both of them quietly feeling the intense suspense of the countdown nearing zero. Boom! D-Day is here! A catastrophic nuclear pillar erupts into the stratosphere, reducing the entire metropolis to absolute ash in a blinding flash. Rumble. The underground bunker shakes violently, snapping Gyu awake with a heart-pounding jolt as hell breaks loose above ground. Blair! Blair! Air raid sirens wail across the blood-red sky way too late as total apocalyptic destruction rains down. Out of nowhere, Old Man Kim comes running frantically through the ash, banging on the heavy bunker door. Desperate and terrified, the old man grabs Guyu's arm with wide eyes, begging him to help track down his son who was living in Seoul. Talk about a heart-wrenching moment. Gyu immediately gets to work inside his high-tech bunker, booting up his laptop to scan through live emergency feeds and satellite signals. Stepping back out into the eerie reddish dusk, Gyu looks at the old man and delivers the grim reality. His son didn't make it. Old Man Kim goes completely motionless, crushed under the overwhelming grief, while Gyu maintains an unreadable, stoic gaze. Gyu warns him that secondary strikes are going to wipe out whatever's left and offers him a safe spot inside his bunker. Now that's true neighborly loyalty. The old man gently taps Gyu's shoulder, quietly declining the offer because he refuses to abandon the home built on his wife's memories. With heavy, defeated steps, Old Man Kim walks back into the shadows of his farm to face his ultimate fate alone. Blair! The sirens echo across the burning forest as the end of the world officially unfolds without a single warning. Back inside the dim blue glow of his shelter, Gyu checks his smartphone, monitoring survival networks. Ring, ring! An incoming call pops up on the screen from worker Wong-Soo Kim, his battle-tested construction buddy. With a dramatic flash of light from his monitor, Gyu's eyes lock in with intense focus. The real game for survival starts right now. Commentary: the instant shift in Gyu's demeanor from sympathetic neighbor to cold survivalist is cold-blooded. Deep in the pitch-black woods, a menacing figure creeps through the darkness carrying a heavy axe and a hunting knife. A sinister close-up on that polished axe blade reveals the grim reality of the apocalypse. Those who didn't die in the blast are coming for resources. A faint memory flashes of Old Man Kim and his wife enjoying peaceful, sunlit days back when life was simple. But that peaceful past is incinerated as massive explosions tear through the countryside, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. Commentary: the visual contrast between the peaceful past and the burning present is absolutely insane. Inside his bunker corridor, Gyu tightly grips the handle of a sharp tactical axe, his knuckles turning white with tension. Standing tall in the dark doorway with double weapons drawn, Gyu exudes the terrifying presence of a final boss waiting for intruders. A blood-red glint flares in his eye as all remaining empathy drains from his gaze. A stark text box confirms his cold new reality. In this post-apocalyptic world, anyone left alive is officially an enemy. Commentary: Gyu went full dark mode in record time. No unnecessary talk, just pure self-preservation. Rewind to D852 before the nuclear strike. A loud bang echoes across the quiet fields, followed by a high-pitched squeal. A massive wild boar lies trapped on the dirt road, its leg clamped tight in a heavy steel bear trap. Old Man Kim comes running up holding a vintage hunting rifle, staring in absolute awe at the massive beast Gyu managed to catch. Kim proudly boasts that back during his Special Forces days, he earned top commendations for his legendary marksmanship. Commentary: wait, so the grumpy old neighbor was actually a secret Special Forces sniper all along? That's awesome! Gyu looks at the rifle, realizing that while a hunting rifle is useful, it's nowhere near enough firepower to hold off raiders during a full collapse. As Kim continues showing off his rifle, Gyu silently formulates a plan to source real military-grade equipment. Looking over a high concrete perimeter topped with razor wire, Gyu sets his sights on the nearby Air Force base. The sprawling military facility stretches across the horizon, packed with active runways, fortified hangars, and fighter jets. Gyu notes that the base hosts both Korean and American forces, including elite hunter units specifically trained for high-threat combat operations. Ever wonder what happens when a prepper's crazy backup plan collides with total world-end chaos? Gyu reveals his tactical strategy. If all-out war explodes, those military air bases in Gyeonggi province are going to be ground zero for missile strikes. His game plan was simple: wait for the nukes to drop, gear up in full hazmat suit drip, and go on a grand loot run to sweep up all the abandoned high-tier military weapons. Commentary: bro literally views a global nuclear war as a real-life battle royale loot drop. You gotta admire that gamer mindset. While Gyu was patiently waiting for his big moment, an unexpected proposal dropped right into his lap. One evening during construction, a tall, shadowed figure turned to him with a dead-serious expression and asked if he owned any firearms. Enter Wang Soo Kim, a big, heavily tattooed guy with a bright smile and a towel draped around his neck, casually boasting about how many hardcore survivalists exist back in China. Turns out Wang Soo was one of the heavy lifters Gyu hired to build his underground shelter. And bro wasn't just some ordinary contractor, but an ex-Chinese mafia member. He casually drops insane rumors that monster attacks have already wiped out ancient castles and millions of lives across Mongolia. With a somber look on his face, Wang Soo claimed hundreds of millions had already perished, which pushed him to ditch his organized crime life and pivot to honest manual labor in Korea to build a shelter. Commentary: nothing like a literal monster invasion to make a mobster rethink his career choices. Gyu stares intensely, realizing that wealthy folks everywhere are secretly dumping fortune after fortune into building personal fallout shelters and taking low-key construction jobs in Korea just to survive. With a subtle swish of his hand, Gyu stroked his chin as Wang Soo leaned in, casually suggesting that a high-value bunker owner like Gyu definitely needed heavy firepower for self-defense. Thinking the guy's just flexing his black market connections, Gyu decides to indulge him, shaking out a deal to inspect whatever illegal firepower Wang Soo can score after finishing bunker construction. As the evening wind sweeps over the junkyard under a twilight sky, Gyu stands tall in his long trench coat, waiting for the illegal meeting to go down. But Gyu isn't stupid. He hired a private investigation firm to thoroughly background check Wang Soo, only to discover the guy was actually linked to the infamous Shanghai Triads. Screech! Tires squeal in the distance as a vehicle approaches, confirming Wang Soo was using his high-level mop connections to traffic heavy military gear straight across the border. Wang Soo greets Gyu with a warm hand rub, chuckling about how early the young boss showed up, though Gyu couldn't care less about pleasantries. He just wants the iron. Sitting together under the darkening night, Wang Soo taps away on his glowing smartphone, telling Gyu his delivery guys will be arriving any minute with the shipment. Noticing a cute photo chat on the screen, Gyu asks if Wang Soo has a family, revealing a softer side to this former triad muscle. Wang Soo bursts into a warm laugh, proudly showing off texts from his 7-year-old daughter and joking about what a little troublemaker she is back home. Honk, honk! The loud blare of a truck horn shatters the quiet dusk as a massive white delivery vehicle pulls up to the drop site. Thud! Heavy footsteps echo across the concrete as the delivery crew jumps out, ready to unveil the black market stash. Opening the heavy wooden crate reveals 3 pristine Type 56 assault rifles packed with 300 rounds of 7.62 ammo, plus 3 extra magazines tossed in free of charge. Click! Gyu pulls one of the heavy assault rifles from the box, expert fingers sliding over the cold steel mechanism to inspect the action. Clack! After cycling the bolt and inspecting every component, Gyu satisfies himself that these guns are in prime condition with 0 defects. Honestly, the level of detail the artist put into the gun assembly is super crisp. Wang Soo laughs and waves off his delivery guys as the truck engine idling in the background wraps up the drop. Chattering away in casual Chinese, Wang Soo remarks to his crew how living in Korea isn't half bad after all. Step, step. Gyu takes a quiet step forward, his sharp eyes picking up a sudden shift in the air as Wang Soo approaches the crate. Smack! Wang Soo suddenly leans heavily over the wooden crate, his voice dropping as he brings up Gyu's plan to live all by himself in that massive bunker. He hovers over Gyu, pointedly mentioning that an entire luxury underground complex is an awful lot of space for just one single guy to occupy. Press! Wang Soo's heavy, scarred hand presses firmly onto the wooden stock of the assault rifle, subtly blocking Gyu's access. Unfazed, Gyu keeps his face completely cold, confirming straight to his face that he fully intends to live down there alone. The shadows darken dramatically over Wang Soo's face, as his cheerful demeanor completely vanishes into a sinister, unreadable expression. Grab! Sensing danger, Gyu's hand slides beneath his coat, gripping a concealed weapon as he icy asks if there's an actual problem here. The tension spikes to absolute maximum as Wang Soo stares down with cold, calculating eyes, practically measuring Gyu up right then and there. Then, with the sudden flash of a grin, Wang Soo instantly breaks the dangerous aura, laughingly brushing it off like it was all just harmless chatter. Chuckling loudly with his hands raised, Wang Soo praises Gyu as quite the young socialite, completely playing off the intense threat. Classic villain maneuver to test the waters. Gyu casually offers that Wang Su is welcome to crash at the bunker if he ever needs shelter, knowing full well the contractor already built every inch. Waving his hand dismissively, Wang Su declines, claiming he plans to head straight back to China to see his daughter the moment this contract is wrapped up. He tells Gyu to inspect the merchandise freely, promising the remaining ammo and magazines will be delivered as soon as the wire transfer clears. Vroom! The car speeds off into the twilight, leaving Gyu standing alone in the quiet dusk, reflecting that Wang Su's emotional story about heading home actually sounded completely genuine. Blart! Fast forward to the apocalyptic present. Red emergency flares paint the sky as siren alarms scream through the dense forest. Blair! Blair! The heavy blast doors of Guy's underground bunker vibrate as a phone ringtone suddenly cuts through the chaos. Inside the shelter, Guy's smartphone screen lights up with an incoming call from none other than worker Wang Su Kim. Flash! The pale screen illuminates Gyu's stoic face as he realizes the horrifying truth. Wang Su never actually left the country before the nuclear fallout hit. Deep out in the pitch-black woods, a shadowy figure in a tailored suit stands beside wrecked vehicle, gripping a heavy tactical hatchet. Gyu puts the pieces together instantly. Trapped in a nuclear war zone, Wang Su desperately needed weapons in a secure shelter, and since he personally built Gyu's bunker, he knew the exact coordinates of the ultimate safe house. It was an easy, cold-blooded decision for a former triad gangster. Hijack the luxury bunker and take everything by force. Commentary: this is why you never let the contractors know you're living alone in a prepper fortress. Rule number 1 of apocalypse survival. Dash! Wang Su comes sprinting wildly through the burning forest, breathlessly calling out through the phone like he's just a friendly neighbor stopping by. With heavy steps echoing through the trees, Wang Su lies through his teeth on the phone, claiming he's just dropping off the extra ammo and asking where Gyu is. Inside, Gyu listens coldly, realizing the silver lining of this disaster is that this new enemy was foolish enough to show up completely alone. With a low rumble of dark energy, Gyu steps into the entryway, dual-wielding a tactical axe and a heavy spear, looking like absolute final boss nightmare material. A sinister crimson glint flares in Gyu's eye as he vows to eliminate the intruder before any backup can arrive. With a sharp swish, Wang Su creeps up to the steel doors, gripping his axe, completely unaware that he isn't hunting a helpless prepper. He's walking straight into the lair of a ruthless predator. Commentary: oh man, Wang Su thinks he's the wolf here, but Gyu is about to show him what a real apocalyptic monster looks like. Next episode is going to be pure carnage. Crash! The battle explodes into pure, raw violence as Wang Su lunges forward like an absolute madman, swinging his tactical hatchet straight at Gyu. Fwish! Gyu reacts in a split second, ducking underneath the fatal blow with lightning speed as the heavy axe blade slices harmlessly through thin air. Swish! Turning the momentum back on his assailant, Gyu pivots around on the bloody dirt, bringing his own twin hatchets into lethal position. Thwack! Without a single trace of hesitation, Gyu delivers a brutal, surgical strike straight into his treacherous opponent. Talk about zero delay in self-defense. Chop! Blood splatters across the dark forest floor as the heavy blade bites deep into Wang Su's neck, instantly dropping the former triad enforcer to his knees. Swish! The overwhelming tension shifts in a heartbeat as the sound of gasping breaths fills the heavy night air. Splat! Blood pools beneath Wang Su's tattooed legs as Gyu looks down at his dying attacker, genuinely surprised at how fast the ruthless mobster went down. Honestly, after all that menacing buildup, bro folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. Gyu stands tall over the crumpled body, dual axes dripping with crimson, quietly wondering if this ambush was really all the former mafia muscle had to offer. Grab! Desperate to cling to life, Wang Su reaches out with trembling, blood-soaked hands, weakly clutching Gyu's leg and begging for mercy. Squeeze! The big guy brokenly pleads for his life, his terrifying mafia aura completely shattered into pathetic desperation. Gyu gazes down with completely cold, unfeeling eyes, plainly telling the dying man that showing mercy isn't even an option here. He coldly points out that even if he wanted to save him, the neck wound is far too deep. Bro is bleeding out in seconds regardless. Red liquid drips heavily from the razor-sharp edge of Gyu's tactical axe, signaling the absolute end of the confrontation. Wang Su collapses face down into his own blood, his ambitious plot to seize Gyu's underground bunker dying right along with him on the cold ground. Flinch! Just as Gyu turns away, a sudden cheerful chime breaks the eerie silence of the burning woods, catching him completely off guard. Rummage! Paranoia instantly kicking in, Gyu kneels down to search Wang Su's pockets, making sure the mobster didn't bring backup or extra surprises to the drop site. He pulls out Wang Su's glowing smartphone only to see an incoming international video call from the guy's young daughter lighting up the screen. Click, the phone keeps buzzing in Gyu's bloody palm, creating a hauntingly surreal contrast between brutal violence and innocent family life. An unread text message flashes across the display from his little girl, sweetly asking her dad to hurry home soon. Man, talk about an absolute gut punch moment from the author. As distant warning sirens began to blare across the dark skyline, Gyu hardened his heart, knowing that lingering on tragic emotions would only get him killed. Commentary: the stark contrast between the wholesome text message and the bleak siren-filled sky is top-notch storytelling from the artist. Vroom! Fast forward past the initial fallout. Wearing a heavy respirator mask, Gyu guns his customized off-road buggy across the desolate, radioactive landscape toward the military airbase. Dressed in full post-apocalyptic drip with a heavy gas mask, Gyu stepped onto the deserted military grounds ready to claim his prize. Staring at the massive facility, Gyu couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sheer jackpot lying right in front of his eyes. Unbroken military hangars filled with heavy machine guns, automatic rifles, and enough firepower to equip an entire private militia lay totally untouched. Commentary: bro hit the absolute jackpot. Most preppers pray for a stash of canned beans, but Gyu just unlocked a military arsenal. Letting out a heavy sigh, Gyu took in the surrounding destruction, realizing how ridiculously well his hasty pre-war prep had paid off. Seeing all these high-grade weapons untouched, Gyu reflects on how his crazy prepper strategy actually paid off flawlessly. Passing by charred vehicle wrecks, Gyu glanced inside a rusted sedan, catching sight of a blackened skeleton frozen in time. Looking at the tragic sight, Guan wondered if Wang Su Kim might have survived if you'd just approached him with honest intentions earlier. Commentary: the atmospheric lighting here really sells the bleak, lonely vibe of a post-nuclear wasteland. Shaking his head, Gyu corrected himself, acknowledging that a man tied to illegal syndicates was bound to meet a grim fate regardless. With a heavy step, Gyu continued walking through the desolate cityscape, leaving the lingering thoughts of his past rival behind. Looking out over the crumbling concrete jungle, Gyu questioned whether anyone in this ruined world could truly escape their fate. As his buggy engine let out a low vroom, Gyu wondered if Wang Su ever would have made it back home to reunite with his daughter in this broken world. The eerie stillness of the abandoned bus stop and tipped-over utility poles underscored the absolute end of human civilization as they knew it. Commentary: you can practically feel the desolate wind blowing through these background panels. Major props to the background artist. Back inside a secure bunker, a DIY tutorial played on screen with static audio demonstrating how to craft cute felt wool dolls step by step. Sitting at his desk, Gyu carefully poked at a ball of wool with a needle, following along with a wholesome video broadcast. Surprisingly, this cheerful crafting video was actually uploaded recently to an online survivalist network named Viva Apocalypse. The network was powered by Galaxy Link, a global satellite web created by an eccentric tech mogul known as Melon Mask. Commentary: Melon Mask and Galaxy Link? The author is not even trying to hide the Elon Musk satellite joke, and I am 100% here for it. Listening as the video instructor promised that needle felting gets easier with practice, Gyu meticulously poked away at his project. Thanks to satellite internet, scattered survivors across the globe could actually connect, share tutorials, and trade information from their bunkers. The video presenter put the finishing touches on his creation, smoothing out the tiny wool fibers with a warm smile. With a gentle tap, the screen showed an adorable little felt lamb doll, meant to bring comfort to lonely preppers in the wasteland. Holding up the finished doll, the host cheerfully asks if the process was as simple as it looked. Then we cut to Gyu's creation. Gyu looks down at his own finished wool doll, which turned into a terrifyingly derpy long-necked monstrosity that looks like it's begging to be put out of its misery. Gyu stares blankly at the abysmal felt creature with deadpan disappointment, realizing crafting definitely isn't one of his survival skills. Honestly, bro can dual-wield axes and loot military bases, but wool felting completely defeated him. Outside, a full year has passed since the apocalyptic war tore the planet apart, leaving entire cities in crumbling ruins. Crack! Smash! While the nuclear strikes and missile bombardments have finally ceased, a terrifying new threat emerges from the shadows. Boom! A colossal tentacled monster with massive suckers and alien tendrils tears through high-rise skyscrapers, crushing entire city blocks like delicate glass toys. Rumble! Giant squishy limbs slither down the abandoned streets as the narrator notes that government forces have completely lost control, making any return to normal life virtually impossible. Browsing the Viva Apocalypse forums, Gyu notices an alarming spike in posts debating what to do about desperate refugees, with users warning that refugees quickly turn into hostile raiders. Even worse, several active forum members have suddenly gone offline one by one, their profile silhouettes marked with red X's as dark forces begin picking off bunker survivors across the wasteland. Ever wondered what happens when online internet drama turns into full-blown apocalyptic warfare? As paranoia runs rampant across survivor forums, fear transforms into straight-up hostility, with preppers promising shotguns to the face of anyone who dares knock on their door. Gyu stares at his monitor with a heavy, troubled expression, silently realizing that in a world where everyone is out for blood, being ridiculously paranoid might actually be the only way to stay alive. Without a second thought, Gyu clicks confirm on his screen, permanently blocking the online user known as Defender. Gasp! A horrific memory flashes back, showing a bound survivor with a sticky note labeled Defender slapped onto his head, proving that this infamous human hunter was casually hunting down other preppers and posting execution proofs for clout. Honestly, posting your actual war crimes for forum likes is a special kind of unhinged. But Defender wasn't just killing for pure fun. He had a twisted tactical purpose behind every single executed rival. Slash! Crimson blood sprays dramatically across the screen in a single brutal strike, marking another victim erased from the surviving population. An ominous red text warning echoes the harsh reality. This was a bloody statement left behind for anyone crazy enough to step foot into his territory. Gyu digs deeper into the Trolls Unblocked history, scrolling through eerie threads where Defender casually flexed about geotagging preppers from the photos they posted online. Talk about the ultimate lesson in turning off your location metadata before the world ends. Looking at the bloodstained contracts and pictures left behind, Gyu connects the dots, realizing this psychopath was literally addicted to the thrill of tracking down isolated bunkers. Watching this absolute lunatic broadcast his murder spree in real time, Gyu rubs his chin thoughtfully, completely understanding why everyone on the forums are losing their minds. Shudder. A cold chill runs down Gyu's spine as his bright blue eyes widen with sudden realization, realizing just how close he came to inviting a serial killer directly to his front step. On his desk, his failed wool-felt lamb lies impaled with a craft needle and dripping in symbolic thread, perfectly mirroring the grim fate of those naive bunker owners. Whoosh! Fast forward to day 395 of the apocalypse. A harsh, freezing winter has settled over the wasteland, burying Gyu's heavy concrete bunker beneath a blanket of snow. Back on the Viva Apocalypse boards, desperate threads go unanswered as user after user fails to check in after the brutal storm. Silhouette after silhouette gets stamped out with a glowing red X, leaving more offline members than living ones on the global user registry. Gyu solemnly accepts that in this ruthless climate, missing a single daily check-in is pretty much a formal death certificate. Stepping out into the freezing blizzard, Gyu raises his high-powered binoculars to scan the snow-covered hills surrounding his perimeter. Through the lens, Gyu's scope locks onto 4 heavily armed men hunkered down together in the snow, puffing clouds of frost as they scheme. Zooming in on the lead guy's rugged, bearded face, a sudden spark of recognition hits Gyu like a ton of bricks. Turns out it's Chief Hong, the master contractor who literally helped build Gyu's underground bunker. Knowing every secret entrance and structural flaw, these former construction workers turned raiders are here to rob their former client blind. Seriously, contractors coming back to loot their own build site is wild. Step, back inside the concrete hallway, a dark silhouette moves with deliberate purpose toward the heavy armory vault. Creak! Gyu flips open the double doors of his massive armory, revealing a gorgeous wall-to-wall collection of assault rifles, submachine guns, and tactical gear ready for battle. Looking down at his own shadow, Gyu's eyes turn dangerously cold as he decides to roll out the red carpet for his unwanted visitors. Swish! Gripping his trusted steel tactical hatchet with an unyielding grip, Gyu blends into the dark shadows, ready to ambush the invaders the second they step through the threshold. Outside, the raiders tread cautiously over the frozen snow, double-checking their coordinates to make sure this concealed structure is indeed the luxury bunker they built. Halting in their tracks, the crew notices the heavy blast door standing wide open, instantly raising red flags about a potential trap or prior raid. Swish! Chief Hong points 2 fingers forward, sending his forward scouts Mingyu and Hienbom to creep inside and check the perimeter first. Step, step. Rubber soles tread quietly over the cold concrete floor as 2 heavily armed raiders enter the pitch-black entrance tunnel. Keeping a heavy riot shield up front and an AK rifle held on tight standby, the squad moves forward with textbook tactical precision. Bump! The shield raider suddenly bumps into a stack of wooden crates sitting right in the middle of the dark hallway. Shining their flashlight down, their eyes go wide in absolute disbelief as they discover stacked boxes filled with brand new packs of cigarettes. Commentary: finding cartons of smokes in a post-apocalyptic wasteland is like finding pure gold. Too bad it's totally bait. Sniff? Smelling a trap, the rifleman hesitates, calling back out toward the entrance to ask if anyone catches the scent of decaying bodies inside. Looking around the pristine facility, the lead scout confirms the air's totally clean. No rotten smells, no signs of a struggle. Chief Hong's voice booms from the snowy entrance, shouting at them to sweep every single corner and leave no stone unturned. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, Gyu drops down like a lethal shadow, landing a massive bang strike right onto the front raider's riot shield. Crash! Gyu tackles the lead scout to the ground while the second guy frantically fires bang bang, only for Gyu to effortlessly duck beneath the whistling bullets. Commentary: look at that fluid evasion animation. Gyu is moving like John Wick in a winter coat. A chilling red glint flares in Gyu's eyes as he coldly whispers to himself that one intruder is already taken care of. Splat! Blood sprays across the concrete as the remaining raider panics, realizing his partner was annihilated in a split second. Slam! Gyu delivers a brutal heavy boot directly to the raider's face, instantly crushing his defenses into the floor. Raising his blood-dripping axe with a sharp swish, Gyu stands tall over the trembling intruder who feebly begs for his life. Gyu stares down with completely unbothered pitch-black eyes, feeling absolutely no remorse for a raider who came to steal his home. Commentary: that stone-cold side-eye is lethal. Gyu does not give second chances to intruders, period. Outside, Chief Hong's voice echoes frantically into the dark tunnel, screaming for his men to answer if they're still alive. Wiping blood splatters off his cheek, Gyu turns around with a sinister, chilling gaze that would give any raider nightmares. Walking back into the shadowy storage corridors with his bloody axe, Gyu calmly counts down that only 3 enemies remain outside. Panic erupts outside as one of the raiders tries to charge in, but his buddy grabs him, yelling to use their tear gas canisters first. Chief Hong grins, planning to toss tear gas through the ventilation system and smoke Gyu out, unaware that inside, Gyu hears every single word. A dark, terrifying smile spreads across Gyu's bloodied face as he mutters that he's not about to let their smart little plan happen. Commentary: that villainous smirk is hilarious. Chief Hong thinks he's the mastermind, but Gyu's 3 steps ahead of him. With a thunderous slam, Gyu activates the heavy hydraulic controls, sealing the massive vault door shut from the inside. The raiders outside jump in shock as the heavy steel doors seal shut, leaving them scrambling to find the bunker's air vents in the snowstorm. Poof! Huffing in the freezing wind, Chief Hong stares at the sealed vault door, confident that since he built the place, tossing tear gas into the vents will end Gyu once and for all. Just when these armed raiders thought they had the upper hand by tossing tear gas into the bunker vents, Gyu executes a big brain play. While they're busy waiting outside, the loud clack of an assault rifle chambering around signals that a whole new deadly game has just begun. Creak! Gyu slides open a concealed steel hatch deep inside his facility, staring into a dark underground bypass. See, Chief Hong thought he knew every inch of this place because he built it, but he severely underestimated his former client's level of paranoia. While the raiders are up top patting themselves on the back, Gyu is smoothly navigating the hidden subterranean tunnel system he dug out all by himself, using what he learned from the construction crew. Talk about pulling off the ultimate secret flight. Whoosh, clunk. Like a phantom rising out of the frozen wasteland, Gyu pops out of a hidden exit hatch directly behind the raider squad in the blinding snowstorm. Honestly, if I was one of those raiders and saw a guy pop out of the snowy ground like a whack-a-mole with an M4, I'd throw my gun down right then and there. Exhaling a misty breath into the sub-zero air, Gyu wipes the fresh blood off his face with cold, calculating determination. The ambient blizzard sounds fade into a tense silence as he locks eyes on his unsuspecting targets below. Perched safely above on the rocky ridge, Gyu listens to the raiders order another tear gas grenade thrown into the main bunker shaft. Little do they know, they're literally throwing gas into an empty hallway while their worst nightmare is standing right behind them with a fully loaded mag. Ping! Down in the snow, one of the raiders pulls the pin on a tear gas canister, completely oblivious to the predator watching them from higher ground. Bam! Before the guy can even hurl the grenade, Guy pulls the trigger. Crimson blood sprays dramatically across the pure white snow as the gunshot echoes through the frozen canyon, taking out the first raider in a split second. Another violent bang shatters the silence, and blood sprays across the snow as Chief Hong and his crew are wiped out in seconds. Commentary: the art style during these fast-paced gunfights is so clean, the red blood pops insanely well against that desolate white snow background. The final survivor drops to his knees with his hands raised high in the air, hysterically crying out for Guy to spare his life. Stepping through the crimson snow, Guy keeps his rifle locked onto the guy's forehead, coldly asking how many intruders are still lurking around the perimeter. Trembling uncontrollably, the terrified raider closes his eyes and insists that everyone else in their unit is already lying dead in the snow. With an icy click, Guy presses the warm gun barrel directly against the man's temple, prompting him to frantically confess that there are only 5 of them in total. Looking down at the pile of dead raiders, Guy double-checks the head count to ensure no stray tactical threats remain in the vicinity. But as Guy sweeps the bodies, something sticking out of a dead raider's pocket catches his eye, making him freeze in confusion. A violent shudder hits Guy as a wave of realization washes over him, his eyes going wide with sudden anger. Guy shoves the survivor back against the concrete wall, his quiet demeanor instantly turning into pure, cold hostility. Commentary: you know you messed up when the quiet guy who just aced 4 dudes suddenly loses his cool over a random item. In his gloved hand lies the exact same blood-stained felt lamb doll that Guy saw on Defender's online killer trophy posts earlier. With a sickening crack, Guy smashes the butt of his rifle right into the raider's mouth, slamming him down onto the frozen ground and demanding answers. Gripping the guy by his collar, Guy demands to know what happened to the person who crafted this felt doll, landing another heavy thwack to break his spirit. Desperate to avoid getting executed, the raider screams that they didn't kill the owner, claiming the guy was already dead before their squad even arrived. Refusing to take a raider's word at face value, Guy forces the guy to lead him straight to the hidden bunker where the doll came from. After a tense 30-minute drive through the wasteland, they arrive at the location, which Guy recognizes as the filming spot of the forum user known as Anon337. Stepping inside the dark room, Guy's eyes fall upon a brutal crime scene, a bloody body lying on the floor with a sticky note labeled Defender slapped onto it. The surviving raider points with a shaky finger, confirming that this was the gruesome scene they stumbled upon when they raided the shelter. Commentary: leaving a post-it note signature on your kill like a comic book villain is peak edgy behavior. Defender really thought he was doing something cool. Guy examines the surroundings, noticing subtle details like bullet entry angles and gunshot residue left behind in the room. Looking down at the tied-up corpse, Guy realizes the dark truth behind the mysterious killings that plague the prepper forums. A dark, calculating light flashes in Guy's eyes as his forensic mind goes to work analyzing the scene. The sinister label Defender on the note marks the identity of the infamous human hunter who was hunting down bunker owners one by one. Guy visualizes the killer, a figure in a white hazmat jumpsuit, casually walking away from his execution, like it was just another day at the office. The victim was executed systematically, tied at the feet and wrists with the cloth wrapped around their head to muffle the final gunshots. A flashback shows Defender's original Forum Flex post titled 2 Insects Exterminated, showing how he used to brag online about liquidating fellow preppers like pests. It turns out Defender finally got a taste of his own medicine. Staring at the gruesome crime scene, Guy reflects on how dead bodies leave behind a treasure trove of tactical intel. Suddenly, static interrupts his thoughts as his team comms crackle to life, with a squad member asking if he found anything out there. Remembering his military squad days, Guy knows that analyzing wounds can reveal the killer's weapons, time of death, and combat style. But into his radio headset, Guy casually lies to his team leader, claiming the bodies are too decomposed to gather any useful data. Standing amidst a literal graveyard of ruined city skyscrapers and blood-stained rubble under an eerie orange sky, Guy knows there's more than enough death around to analyze human behavior. Man, this post-apocalyptic cityscape backdrop looks insanely apocalyptic and cool. Deep in thought, Guy recognizes that analyzing how people face their final moments reveals everything about their true survival instincts and combat mindset. Back in the bunker hallway, the surviving construction raider raises his hands, pathetically whimpering if Gyu is finally going to let him go now that he led him to the body. Click! Without a single word, Gyu cold-bloodedly raises his assault rifle and aims it straight between the raider's eyes. The guy instantly loses his mind, screaming in terror about why Gyu is breaking his word. Sweating profusely, the raider starts frantically babbling every excuse in the book, yelling that he has young kids back home who need him to survive. Begging for his life, the worker screams that his children will starve to death without him and asks Gyu if he really wants that heavy guilt on his conscience. Scritch! Squeak! Looking straight down the iron sights, Gyu doesn't even flinch. He calmly lets the guy know he was never going to let any raider walk away alive, especially since they now know the exact coordinates of his home base. Honestly, bringing up the I have kids card to a guy whose house you just tried to loot and gas is peak audacity. With a deadly stare, Gyu cold-bloodedly adds that as for the sob story about having kids, someone else already tried using that exact same line on him before, and it didn't work back then either. Flap! Cut to a peaceful transition scene as the harsh winter snowstorm begins to pass, leaving behind soft sunlight filtering through the trees. Shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight, Gyu steps outside into the crisp spring air. Warm, sunny days feel like absolute luxury when you spend most of your life living inside a concrete subterranean fortress. Setting up a drying rack to hang his freshly washed clothes out in the open, Gyu leans back on the warm dirt, happily soaking up the sun without worrying about freezing temperatures or running out of heating fuel. Closing his eyes with a satisfied breath, Gyu whispers that relaxing under the clear blue sky feels like literal heaven on earth. Whirl! Suddenly, a high-pitched buzzing sound breaks the peaceful silence. Gyu opens his eyes and looks up to see a high-tech surveillance drone hovering high above his perimeter. Cut to the online prepper board live forum, where a prominent new post pops up under the username Dongtanmom. Reading through the terrifying forum entry, Gyu discovers that Dongtanmom was a solo survivor living in a high-rise building in southern Gyeonggi. The user posted a final journal warning everyone that a raider drone spotted him, and now hostile raiders are using welding torches to cut through his blast door. Realizing he couldn't defend himself against the incoming raid, Dongtanmom's chilling final message reveals he rigged his entire apartment with 10 tons of TNT, choosing to take out the entire raider squad in a massive explosion rather than be taken alive. Talk about going out in absolute glory. Talk about taking out an entire city district as a final resort? Now that's what I call a post-apocalyptic threat level legend. Dongtanmom wasn't messing around, leaving an ominous warning on the forum that if push came to shove, he was willing to blow the entire Dongtan area sky high. Now, while this desperate message was meant to warn preppers and scare off local raiders, it also stirred up a massive hornet's nest. But hidden beneath the panic was a subtle clue that raised major red flags for anyone actually paying attention. You see, the raiders weren't just mindless thugs bashing down doors anymore. They were actually adapting. Armed with welding torches and tactical gear, they were even lurking on prepper forums, turning community survival tips into direct hit lists. Suddenly, every lone prepper sitting in their dark shelter had the exact same terrifying realization. The very network built to keep them alive was now being used by predators to hunt them down one by one. The forum instantly spiraled into chaos as users argued about whether to trust anyone at all. Some claimed you couldn't even trust your own family once food ran out, while others begged to form 15-man defense squads. Naturally, the popular opinion swung towards building collective survival groups. Everyone started prepping their own gear and making plans to stand together against the growing raider threat. But Gyu? Yeah, our cold, calculated goat completely disagreed with the group mentality. In his eyes, grouping up just makes you a giant walking target for bigger fish, and staying hidden is 90% of surviving. Honestly, who can blame him when every alliance in this series ends in a total bloodbath? Gyu scans a map of desolate wasteland surrounded by lakes and mountains, satisfied with his choice of location. It's an isolated dead zone that no sane raider or wanderer would ever bother exploring. Commentary: Gyu literally picked his bunker location like he was setting up a solo base in a battle royale game. Zero neighbors, zero drama. I mean, seriously, look at these monstrous, glowing-eyed, mutated wolves roaming the wasteland nearby. Who in their right mind would want to go camping next to a literal hellhound pack? And if giant mutant dogs weren't enough to keep visitors away, the nearby downtown ruins were rumored to be infested with literal radioactive zombies. Talk about having the ultimate natural perimeter defense. But here's the catch. Somebody had actually been clearing out those radioactive abominations. Enter a deadly female survivor dressed in full military digital camo, casually rocking a high-powered sniper rifle. With a sharp crack echoing between skyscrapers, heads literally explode in a shower of blood as the mysterious sniper takes out targets from miles away with terrifying accuracy. Resting his hand on his chin, Gyu ponders the situation, realizing there's another crucial factor he needs to keep an eye on. Commentary. The art in this panel gives Gyu that classic anime detective look. The guy is constantly running 3 different contingency plans in his head. Out in a parked truck, a heavy-set raider holding a drone controller gasps in frustration with a loud S, trying to figure out what just happened to his aerial feed. Glaring at the monitor screen, the raider spots Gyu casually lying on the ground near his laundry rack earlier, completely baffled as to how the target vanished into thin air. Hanging out of the truck window, the raider shouts over to the rest of his squad, questioning whether they even brought him to the right location. The crew leader yells back, pointing out that nobody confuses a giant fortified military base, ordering the guy to stop whining and launch the drone back into the sky. Grumbling under his breath, the drone operator mutters that this wild hunt better be worth the precious gasoline they wasted getting here. Commentary. Imagine complaining about gas prices during the literal end of the world. Some priorities never change, huh? Suddenly, his eyes widen as something unusual catches his attention on the live video stream. On the controller screen, the camera zooms in on a blonde woman clad in tactical military camouflage, standing inside a concrete structure. A sickening smirk spreads across the raider's face beneath his mask as he realizes they just stumbled upon a female soldier in foreign uniform. Hyped up by his discovery, he turns around to yell to his crew that he found their next target, completely oblivious to the horror creeping up behind them. With a vicious snarl, giant mutant wolves leap out of the darkness, ripping into the raiders and tearing them apart in a brutal frenzy of blood and screams. A terrifying rip echoes through the air as blood sprays across the raider's terrified face, turning his smug look into pure horror in a fraction of a second. Commentary. Going from predator to instant kibble in 5 seconds flat is top-tier cosmic justice. You love to see it. Covered in red splatter, the surviving raider stares in total disbelief as his entire team gets devoured right in front of him. Inside the getaway vehicle, the driver slams on the gas with a loud vroom, screaming at the top of his lungs about mutant beasts as they abandon the rest of the crew to get eaten alive. With a violent whoosh, a bloodied survivor gets thrown onto the front windshield with an agonizing scream, smashing against the glass as the truck speeds away. Swish! A massive blade cuts clean through the truck cab, slicing straight through the driver before he can even react. Talk about an absolute horror movie-level ambush. Drenched in sweat and blood, the remaining survivor gasps for air, frozen in complete shock as his entire squad gets wiped out in seconds. With a subtle click, the bloody car door handles lock shut, sealing him inside a metal coffin. Slowly peering through the blood-stained glass, 2 glowing orange eyes stare directly into his soul as the giant mutant wolf growls menacingly. Crunch! The beast smashes through the window and bites down with bone-crushing force, ending the Raider squad's brief reign of terror once and for all. A week later, a post hits the prepper forum showing the abandoned, blood-soaked wreck, with users laughing about how the Gyeonggi Raiders became literal dog food in the mountains. Reading the forum update in his bunker, Gyu notes that mutated dogs are active in his general vicinity, adding another tactical factor to his mental map. He leans back, eyes narrowing as he shifts his focus to the next interesting thread popping up on the board. Just as the drama surrounding Dongtan was starting to die down, the infamous user posted another update that made everyone think he was just cloud chasing again. Dongtan frantically typed that he was actually in Gwangyo with 5 armed men trying to break through his door, begging anyone nearby to set off fireworks as a distraction. Clunk! Outside his reinforced apartment door, the raiders began pounding with crowbars, shouting that they knew he was inside after reading his post. But inside, a hand calmly hovered over a heavy-duty detonator switch. The moment the door burst open and the raiders rushed in with weapons drawn, Dongtan shed a final tear and slammed the red button. Kaboom! A blinding flash of fire lights up the night. The entire skyscraper floor detonates in an apocalyptic fireball, crushing the Raider squad under thousands of tons of concrete. On the forum, the user Defender immediately posted asking if anyone else felt the ground shake in Gwangyo. Yu's eyes gleamed. He now had Defender's general location locked down. Turning his gaze away from the form screens, Gyu looked over at the drone controller sitting on his desk. Something much more immediate required his attention. Glancing at the live drone feed, he saw the blonde female sniper aiming her high-powered rifle directly down the lens. With a loud bang, she pulls the trigger, instantly blowing Gyu's surveillance drone out of the sky with terrifying marksmanship. Cut to later that night, a dark, moody shot of a ruined skyscraper towering over the abandoned city streets as a hooded figure approaches. Pulling his hoodie over his face, Gyu glares up at the high-rise structure with sharp, cold eyes. He doesn't like unexpected variables near his territory.
Flash! Suddenly, a bright muzzle flash ignites from one of the upper windows of the skyscraper, signaling an incoming sniper round.
At breakneck speed, the deadly high-caliber bullet cuts through the night air, tracking straight toward Gyu's forehead. Pop! But Gyu doesn't even dodge. The sniper round whizzes inches past his head and completely obliterates a lurking zombie behind him. Okay, that split-second target switch flex is hands down one of the coolest entry shots in the entire story. Standing unbothered as blood splatters behind him, Gyu looks up at the sniper tower, realizing that a lethal military sharpshooter has officially set up shop right in his backyard. Standing over the fresh crime scene, Gyu inspects the impact site near a dead body, realizing the deadly accuracy wasn't just beginner's luck. Kneeling down, Gyu runs his fingers across the cracked crater in the asphalt, analyzing the bullet trajectory and sheer power behind the sniper's shot. Pulling his hood tight, Kyo's mind races as he calculates the split-second timing between her warning shot and the fatal headshot, realizing this sniper isn't playing around. Staring up at the towering, dark skyscraper, Gyu realizes that an unpredictable sniper with military accuracy in his neighborhood is a way bigger threat than any local raider gang. Looking at the towering structure, Gyu decides he has no choice but to pay his mysterious neighbor a personal visit to figure out her true identity. Recalling the live drone footage, Gyu remembers her distinct blonde hair, tactical digital camo, and high-powered rifle, confirming she's clearly an active American soldier. Back when the global conflict first erupted, the U.S. military intercepted most incoming warheads to display their global dominance, but they soon faced a far worse threat on their own soil. When terrifying dimensional rifts began tearing open everywhere, overseas forces were hastily recalled back home, leaving stranded units behind in the chaos. Jets screamed through the sky and military forces mobilized globally as humanity fought a desperate war against the eldritch nightmares emerging from the dimensional rift. Aerial dogfights erupted over burning coastal cities as high-tech fighter jets hammered relentless firepower directly into the glowing blood-red Tyrian reality. Honestly, the world-building in this series going from zombie preppers to dimensional rift apocalypse is absolute peak writing. Returning to reality near the wrecked transport truck, Gyu worries that if this lone soldier tries to reclaim the local Air Force base, his hidden bunker will end up right in her crosshairs. A cold glint flashes in Gyu's eyes as he accepts that while fighting a trained military veteran is risky, he won't hesitate to wipe out anyone who invades his personal territory. High up on the exposed rooftop, the female soldier kneels beside her gear, completely unaware that a cold-blooded survivor is already hunting her down. Under the cover of twilight, the massive skyscraper stands silent and foreboding, concealing the impending life-or-death battle about to unfold at its peak. Perched in the shadows with high-powered binoculars, Gyu tracks the exact routine and firing patterns of the rooftop marksman over several hours. Talk about ultimate tactical patience. Noticing the gunshots finally die down as darkness settles over the city, Gyu deduces that the sniper has retired for sleep, giving him the perfect window to infiltrate her nest. Reaching the base of the structure, Gyu finds the main ground entrance heavily barricaded with concrete barriers and construction debris. With a swift leap, Gyu effortlessly vaults over the perimeter wall, deciding to infiltrate from the middle floors of the adjacent building to keep things dead quiet. Thud! Landing lightly on the crumbling concrete ledge of the neighboring tower, Gyu maintains flawless balance while scaling the shattered structure. Concrete crumbles into the abyss below as Gyu navigates exposed steel rebar and shattered floors, moving like a phantom through the pitch-black skyscraper. Hop, vaulting over the final ledge, Gyu lands in a stealthy crouch on the sniper's floor, ready to clear the area with total precision. Click! Quietly chambering around into his silenced tactical rifle, Gyu keeps his finger on the trigger, fully prepared for immediate close-quarters combat. Moving with practiced military stealth, Gyu keeps low to the ground, sweeping every shadow as he creeps deeper into the abandoned building. Aiming down his optics into the pitch-black hallway, Gyu notices an eerie silence hanging in the air. There's no sign of active guards anywhere. Despite the clear hallway, Gyu's instincts kick into high gear, knowing that a professional soldier would never leave her hideout completely undefended. Step. Each footstep is lighter than a feather as Gyu slowly ascends the final flight of concrete stairs leading straight to the rooftop nest. Weapon raised at the ready, Gyu carefully negotiates the staircase, scanning for hidden tripwires or improvised explosives along the walls. Reaching the heavy steel doorway at the top, Gyu confirms that this path leads directly onto the Sniper's open rooftop territory. Stepping onto the rooftop, Gyu immediately spots a bulky sleeping bag resting on cardboard sheets in the center of the camp. Just as Gyu thinks he caught her off guard, a chilling female voice suddenly commands him in English from the shadows to lower his weapon. Stepping out from behind a concrete pillar, the blonde American soldier aims her tactical rifle right at Gyu's head. The sleeping bag was just a decoy setup. Bro really got outplayed by a fake sleeping bag trap. You love to see it. Caught dead to rights in a lethal counter-ambush, Gyu slowly raises one hand, realizing he completely walked into a veteran soldier's trap. Staring down the barrel of her rifle, Gyu mentally berates himself for falling for such a basic decoy trick, but his brain is already calculating a counterattack. Eyeing him with cold military discipline, the soldier gives a stern final command, demanding that he drop his weapon immediately or get filled with lead. Bam! Before she can even finish speaking, Gyu lunges forward with breakneck speed, grabbing her barrel and shoving it upward as muzzle flash ignites the night. In a high-speed blur of hand-to-hand combat, Gyu wrestles her gun away, sending muzzle flashes roaring into the ceiling. Commentary: never talk when you hold someone at gunpoint. Monologuing gets you disarmed every single time. Hot brass casings shower onto the floor as Gyu delivers a brutal, bone-shattering knee strike straight into her midsection. With a sickening crack, Gyu's heavy combat boot crushes into her knee, instantly breaking her stance and bringing her down. A sharp scream of pain erupts from her throat as her leg gives out under the brutal strike. Collapsing onto the cold floor, the blonde soldier groans in agony, completely overwhelmed by Gyu's terrifying speed and ruthless close-quarters combat skill. Reaching out in desperation, she tries to crawl away across the floor while Gyu calmly towers over her with his rifle leveled at her back. Commentary: from top-tier sniper to completely immobilized in under 5 seconds, Gyu does not play around. With a heavy stomp, Gyu slams his foot directly onto her back, pinning the soldier flat against the concrete. Pressing his boot down harder as she gasps for air, Gyu calmly apologizes, mentioning he only intended to inspect the premises and leave peacefully until he saw what she was hiding. A quick flashback shows Gyu discovering a massive weapon crate filled with heavy machine guns and explosives during his sweep. Realizing raiders getting their hands on this cache would destroy the whole region. Gritting her teeth against the floor, the female soldier twitches in anger and pain, powerless under his crushing grip. Looking down with cold indifference, Gyu tells her that revealing her presence was her own fatal mistake, when suddenly she screams out in terror, yelling for someone to close their eyes and look away. Caught off guard by her desperate scream, Gyu instantly draws his sidearm with a fast swish, spinning toward the doorway while yelling for the newcomer to stay back. Commentary: just when you think the fight is over, a plot twist enters the room. Stepping slowly out from the dark doorway, a tiny young girl wearing an oversized tactical helmet and bulletproof vest walks into the room. Trembling with wide emerald eyes, the little girl stammers out in fear, calling for her mother as she looks at the brutal scene. Gyu's jaw drops in absolute shock as he stares at the helpless child, realizing this hardcore military sniper is actually a mother protecting her kid. Just when you think Gyu is about to end this wild rooftop confrontation, the female soldier grits her teeth with a desperate grit sound effect, proving she's far from done. Talk about an intense standoff where one wrong move means lights out. Gyu glances down with an ice-cold, unbothered stare, quickly realizing this sniper isn't going to go down without a nasty fight. She suddenly lashes out with a heavy smack, swinging from the floor in a last-ditch effort to break free. Gyu dodges with a swift step, thinking to himself that she's somehow still got plenty of fight left in her despite taking a brutal hit to the knee. Commentary: honestly, props to her for trying to leg sweep while wounded. That's pure military battle instinct right there. Dash! Pushing his body to the absolute limit, Gyu raises his rifle to put her down before she can pull the trigger and end him right then and there. Gyu lunges forward with a heavy grab, but his jaw practically hits the floor when he sees what she's actually diving to protect, a tiny, terrified little girl wearing a tactical helmet. High-voltage tension fills the room as Gyu stands with his weapon held high, watching the hardened soldier instantly drop her guard to pull her daughter into a protective embrace while keeping her pistol low. Looking closely at her eyes, Gyu realizes her hesitation earlier wasn't a mistake at all. She held her fire because shielding her daughter gave them both the highest chance of surviving another day in this wasteland. Commentary. Manhwa character development hitting us like a freight train. She went from cold-blooded sniper to ultimate protector in 5 seconds flat. Staring down at the sniper rifle resting on the floor, Gyu begins piecing the whole puzzle together in his head. Letting out a tired sigh, Gyu admits to himself that his mysterious neighbor isn't some bloodthirsty lunatic trying to claim territory after all. She's just a foreign soldier stranded in an unknown land, unable to speak the local language, fighting tooth and nail against a brutal post-apocalyptic world to keep her child alive. Commentary. Imagine being stuck in an apocalyptic country where you can't even ask for directions. That's peak survival horror. Trapped with nowhere to go and a daughter to feed, her shoot-first policy wasn't malice, it was literally the only survival instinct she had left. With a swift, non-lethal kick, Gyu casually pops the handgun right out of her grip, disarming her without causing any more harm while the pair gasps in utter shock. Lowering his weapon, Gyu speaks in calm, simplified terms, gesturing outside to explain that his own shelter is located nearby. Throwing up a funny finger gun gesture, he makes it crystal clear that if anyone approaches his hideout, it's bang-bang time, but urges her to just stay in her sector and keep her kids safe. Commentary. Gyu using universal finger guns for post-apocalyptic diplomacy is peak unintentional comedy. As the mother and daughter whisper nervously between themselves with a soft whisper, Gyu figures his point got across well enough. But just as he turns to leave, the mother fixes him with a desperate look, asking in broken words if he happens to have any medicine. Confused by her request, Gyu pauses, only for her to lift her camouflage pants with a rustling lift, revealing a horrifying blood-soaked bandage wrapped around her upper leg. Inspecting the deep, infected gashes on her leg, Gyu finally understands why her movements were so sluggish during their intense melee exchange. Digging into his supplies, Gyu tosses a box of antibiotics and painkillers straight into her hands, declaring that they're officially square for his uninvited intrusion. You gotta respect Gyu's honor code. He might be a cold prepper, but he's always fair. But instead of being relieved, the soldier frantically shakes her head, pushing the pain medication aside and trying to explain that this isn't what she needs. Sweat dripping down her pale face, she stammers out with desperate, bloodshot eyes that what she's really looking for are hard drugs. Gyu stands frozen as a heavy, ominous aura surrounds him, his suspicion skyrocketing at her baffling request. Clinging tightly to her frightened child, the mother begs him once more for drugs, looking completely consumed by an inner madness. Staring down at her kneeling frame, Gyu acknowledges how tempting it is to rely on false comforts when the world around you crumbles into ashes. He sternly breaks the truth to her, warning that narcotics aren't some magical potion that will fix whatever deep psychological trauma is rotting inside her. Turning his gaze toward the little girl, Gyu asks if she can understand Korean so she can relay the message to her mother properly. From that day onward, a subtle routine begins. Gyu regularly leaves essential supplies like pain relievers and cans of powdered milk outside their high-rise nest. Look at how wholesome this post-apocalyptic trade setup is becoming. Bang! But a few days later, heavy gunshots begin echoing across the ruined concrete city skyline with alarming frequency. Standing on the rocky cliffs near his hideout, Gyu listens closely to the distant gunfire, feeling that something is terribly off about the cadence. Flashbacks of the mother's hollow, frantic face rush back to him, reminding him that she looked like she was already standing right at the edge of sanity. High up on her exposed rooftop ledge, the blonde sniper lies prone behind her scope, scanning the desolate city streets below without taking a single break. Flash! Flash! Gyu notices bright glints flashing repeatedly from her high-rise window. Realizing those gunshots weren't defense measures, they were symptoms of her breaking mind. Staring out across the golden twilight sky, Gyu watches the distant high-rise, where the systematic light flashes continue to blink rhythmically against the horizon. Deciphering the optical light signals, Gyu realizes it's military Morse code, spelling out our urgent message, "Meet me there." That cinematic realization panel gives me absolute chills. Step, step. Without missing a beat, Gyu laced up his sneakers and begins trekking through the desolate, abandoned city streets toward her tower. Suddenly, a familiar small figure wearing an oversized helmet bursts out of an alleyway, calling out to him in a total panic. With wide, tear-filled green eyes, the terrified little girl gasps out in broken phrases that her mother is dangerously sick and needs help right now. Following the young girl up the winding staircases, Gyu steps into their hideout only to be greeted by a massive American flag draped proudly across the concrete wall. Looking around the room, Gyu sees the mother lying on cardboard, surrounded by basketballs, footballs, and American magazines. Realizing she sought comfort in relics of her home country rather than drugs, the environmental storytelling here is honestly masterclass level writing. Hearing them enter, the exhausted mother turns her head slowly in the warm evening glow, her body completely drained of strength. As Gyu kneels down to rebandage her swollen leg, the soldier weakly explains that groups of raiders equipped with heavy RPGs have been launching relentless night attacks against him. Looking at her red, inflamed leg, Gyu realizes that the constant waves of enemy raiders drawn by her gunfire completely prevented her from ever resting to treat her infection. Hug! The sweet little girl wraps her arms tightly around her mother's chest, acting as the sole emotional anchor keeping the veteran soldier grounded in reality. Holding her daughter's helmet in her hands, the soldier gazes out toward the ruined city, softly confessing how agonizingly much she misses her true home. Holding her kid close, she admits how suffocating it feels to be unable to communicate or talk with anyone in this isolated, foreign wasteland. Looking up with a sorrowful, heartbreaking expression, she whispers that home feels so painfully far away that she doesn't know if she'll ever return. As the golden sunset bathes the skyscraper in warm light, the sheer weight of total isolation settles over the rooftop sanctuary. Tears stream silently down her face as she gently touches her daughter's cheek, showing a rare moment of absolute vulnerability from a hardened warrior. You can't tell me this art style doesn't pull on your heartstrings. Gyu stares in silent contemplation, recalling how her desperate plea for drugs was actually just a cry for an escape from her unbearable reality. Locked in a sharp, unwavering stare, Guy's cold eyes harden with newfound resolve as he silently vows to protect this mother and child from the nightmare surrounding them. What if the only thing keeping you sane in a world overrun by flesh-eating monsters was the warmth of your child's embrace? Imagine standing helpless as dark, bloodthirsty shadows close in, turning every second into a desperate fight for survival. Back in the real world, Gyu looks the stranded mother straight in the eyes and makes it crystal clear no amount of narcotics will ever wipe away her deep psychological trauma. But while he won't deal in fake escapes, he promises to eliminate the actual threat knocking on her door, starting with borrowing her heavy firepower. Locking his gaze onto her with cold, unwavering resolve, Gyu announces that he's taking a few toys from her arsenal to settle the score once and for all. Whoosh! Under the cover of a torrential downpour, the rain cascades over the ruined concrete streets where the raiders have recklessly set up their night camp around flickering barrel fires. Standing tall on top of the rain-slicked rubble in his pitch-black poncho, Gyu calculates every single detail, using the terrible weather to completely erase their home advantage. Honestly, Gyu picking a freezing rainstorm for a stealth assault proves bro is a tactical mastermind. Inside the enemy camp, the freezing cold forces the unsuspecting raiders to crowd tightly around the warm fires, completely oblivious to the phantom watching them from the dark. Nestled beneath dirty tarp covers sit wooden crates packed to the brim with live RPG warheads, the exact heavy munitions used to terrorize the neighborhood. Scanning the camp through the heavy rain, Gyu's sharp eyes instantly lock onto the explosive stockpile, realizing that's his golden ticket to ending this war in one shot. Click! Loading up a heavy rocket launcher, Gyu acknowledges that while the raiders hold the massive numbers advantage, high explosive ordnance tends to even the odds pretty fast. Unaware of the absolute reckoning about to rain down on them, the thugs laugh and swap stories around the cozy fire. Suddenly, the bearded raider in the cap freezes mid-sentence, his battle instincts picking up a faint, disturbing sound whistling through the storm. Foom! His eyes bulge in absolute, paralyzing terror as the blinding glow of an incoming rocket reflects in his pupils. Whoosh! A trail of white-hot fire tears through the pitch-black rain straight toward the middle of their cozy circle. Talk about an absolute worst-case scenario for these guys. Kaboom! A colossal wall of fiery destruction erupts across the pavement, obliterating the main squad in an instant as Gyu ducks into the shadow of the explosion. Crack, bang, crash. Secondary explosions ignite as the heat triggers the nearby ammo crates, hurling debris and panicked survivors across the flaming concrete. Bang! As the surviving raiders stagger up through the blinding smoke, screaming in total confusion, Gyu steps right out of the shadows with an automatic rifle raised. Brata-ta-ta! Opening full automatic fire, Gyu mows down the disoriented thugs before they can even figure out which direction the attack came from. Rat-a-tat-tat-bang-bang! Moving like a phantom through the rain, Gyu glides between burning cover, laying down lethal suppressive fire with terrifying precision. You gotta appreciate how smooth the action choreography is in these panels. It feels straight out of an IMAX movie. A desperate raider tries to snap his rusty AK toward the shadow, but Gyu is already sliding inside his guard before the guy can even pull the trigger. Flip! Dodging a stray burst of gunfire by millimeters, Gyu maneuvers seamlessly through the fiery war zone like a dark force in nature. Brat-a-tat-tat! In total panic, the remaining thugs scream at each other to fire blindly into the rain, spraying precious ammo into thin air. Panting heavily in the dark, a terrified survivor looks around frantically, completely unable to track where this single-man army vanished into the night. Huddling together behind a broken wall, the shattered remnants of the gang freak out, realizing their squad got decimated in minutes and begging to call in reinforcements from Gapyeon. Bang! Mid-sentence, a high-caliber round blasts straight through the leader's skull, sending blood spraying over the traumatized bowl-cut thug standing beside him. Bang! Before the bowl-cut guy can even scream, the second raider gets instantly sniped in the head, dropping dead onto the wet pavement. Step, heavy tactical boots crunch against the wet gravel as Gyu slowly emerges from the shadows toward the last surviving raider. Gyu calmly points out that while campfires give a fake sense of security in the dark, they really just turn you into a sitting duck. Swinging a heavy tactical fire axe in his hand, Guy's cold voice echoes through the rain as he mutters how freezing cold he is and decides it's time to wrap this up. Looking up into the dark hood of his executioner, the bowl-cut guy's face completely twists in sheer unfiltered dread as he realizes there's zero mercy coming his way. Raising the gleaming axe blade high over his head, Gyu's glowing eye fixes on his target with relentless intensity, ready to drop the final curtain on the raider gang. Foosh! The rain slowly washes over the quiet, ruined neighborhood as the final echoes of gunfire fade into the cold night sky. Sometime later, inside Gyu's hidden underground sanctuary, he opens his fortress doors to the mother and daughter, carefully tending to the soldier's infected leg on his sofa while the child wanders around. The curious kid points across the room asking why his toilet is sitting out in the open, leaving Gyu with closed eyes praying she'd just go sit by her mom. Commentary: hey, open concept bunker bathrooms build character, okay? Cut the guy some slack. With surprisingly gentle hands, Gyu carefully wraps clean, sterile medical bandages around the blonde soldier's deep wound. Clatter rummage! Just as he finishes up, a loud mess erupts in the background as the little girl starts aggressively digging through his heavy tool drawers, giving Gyu an immediate stress headache. Turning back to the mother, Gyu reassures her that he followed proper medical guides online, and her physical leg wound should heal up fine from here on out. But despite her physical injury being treated, the blonde soldier stares blankly at the floor, looking completely hollow and consumed by endless homesickness. Staring at his laptop screen, Gyu realizes physical medicine can fix her body, but it won't heal the deep psychological isolation weighing on her heart. Suddenly getting a genius idea, Gyu calls her over, pointing at a lively screen and claiming he found the ultimate magic drug to cure her spirit. As she leans in, Gyu explains that he pulled up the English global section of the Viva Apocalypse online forum, which has way more active users worldwide. Commentary: who knew online forums would end up being the ultimate mental health cure during an apocalypse? Internet culture never dies. Staring at the screen in complete shock, the blonde soldier gasps, asking if this site actually connects her back to people from the US. Letting out a nervous gulp, she listens as Gyu gives her a nod, encouraging her to try typing out a comment to test it out. With trembling fingers, she hits the keys with rhythmic type-clack sound effects, taking her first real step toward human connection in years. Typing under her old handle, Skelton, her simple English message, "Hey guys," appears on the live message board. A loud ding notification pops up instantly as user comments flood in, teasing her for smiling and calling her a total noob. Sitting back with a warm cup of coffee, Gyu watches the screen update with an online Christmas tree event created for the surviving global community. Taking a cozy sip, Gyu reflects on how a former game dev created a simple tree decorating game that somehow became a massive hit among survivors. Commentary: honestly, gaming devs keeping human morale alive during the end of the world is wholesome content right here. Looking at the global board, Gyu chuckles seeing popular user Defender, whose tree is covered in chaotic comments like murder, lunatic, and stop killing people. Smirking into his mug, Gyu finds it hilarious that every single ornament and message left on Defender's tree is completely unhinged and obsessed with violent justice. Suddenly, static breaks out over the walkie-talkie on his desk as a tiny voice calls out for Skelton, making Gyu look over with a surprised expression. Looking at the digital radio display, Gyu asks young Sue where her mom is, only for the little girl to cheerfully reply that her mom is sleeping and wants to borrow his laptop later to count down to New Year's with people back in America. Picture finding yourself hiding out in a bunker after an apocalyptic nightmare, only to form an unexpected connection with a military mother and her young child. Back inside the cozy shelter, Rebecca softly thanks Gyu while introducing herself and her daughter Sue, curiously asking for his real name in return. Keeping things strictly low profile to avoid any misunderstandings, Gyu tells them to just call him by his online handle, Skelton. Back in their own chilly hideout, little Sue clutches the radio as her mother rests nearby, waiting for the right moment to chime back in. Holding the walkie-talkie close with this radiant smile, little Sue enthusiastically yells "Merry Christmas, Skelton!" through the static, bringing this rare moment of warmth into the dark post-apocalyptic cold. Down in his high-tech underground haven, Gyu smiles softly into the receiver, wishing little Sue a Merry Christmas back. Commentary: honestly, in a world overrun by monsters and rogue raiders, getting a wholesome holiday greeting over radio hits different. Ding! A sudden notification chimes across his laptop screen, revealing that another user just added a festive ornament to his profile's digital holiday tree. Zooming in on the screen, Gyu spots a glowing red bauble tagged directly under the username Jonanen, making him freeze in place. Staring at that shiny red ornament decorated with a delicate snowflake, Gyu can't help but stare at the name attached to it. Taking a step back as the screen flickers in the dim light, Gyu's mind immediately races back through his members of the forum. Commentary: it's kind of wild how a simple virtual Christmas ornament can trigger a whole dramatic flashback, but hey, apocalypse lore runs deep. Muttering the name John Nennon under his breath, Gyu gets that laser-focused look in his eyes as he tries to process what this means. He never expected to see that alias pop up ever again, wondering why on earth someone on the global board would associate that infamous handle with him right now. Years ago, before everything went completely off the rails, John Nennon was practically a mythic legend on Viva Apocalypsia, a digital ghost whose legendary survival guides carried massive weight across the entire platform. Welcome back to Hiding Out in an Apocalypse, where internet lore meets hardcore tactical survival. Commentary: if you thought forum drama was intense today, imagine internet beef when literal monsters are hunting humanity outside your front door. Back then, Viva Apocalypse was the ultimate dark web-style forum running on dedicated satellite servers, where anonymous preppers, survivalists, and arms dealers from around the globe traded tips on weapons, bunker builds, and illegal gear. Letting out a big yawn as he sits in front of his glowing monitor, Gyu recalls how he originally joined the forum just to figure out where to even start with his own survival prep. Restless and unimpressed, Gyu rested his chin on his hand, complaining about paying a subscription fee just to watch wealthy preppers flex their ridiculous setups without dropping any actual useful advice. Click! Just as he's about to log off in disappointment, his mouse hovering over a post titled "The Importance and Uses of Dummy Bunkers," he decides to give it a read. Raising an eyebrow at the title, Gyu paused as the clever concept immediately caught his tactical attention. Leaning in close to the screen, Gyu started scrolling through the detailed blueprints, realizing this poster actually knew what he was talking about. Commentary: finding genuine high IQ advice in a forum full of shit posters is like finding gold in a wasteland. The post laid out brilliant defense strategies, explaining how building a dummy bunker connected to your main base lets you monitor unwanted visitors and trap prospective raiders before they ever get close to your real hideout. Reading through Jonanen's tactical manual on rigging dummy bunkers with remote-detonated C4 explosives, Gyu was utterly blown away by the ruthless efficiency of it all. Talk about the ultimate Home Alone setup for adults. Scrolling through his other posts, Gyu realized John's survival philosophy perfectly matched his own paranoid mindset, except John was thinking 10 steps ahead of everyone else. Resting his cheek on his fist, Gyu couldn't help but wonder what kind of absolute mastermind was sitting behind the keyboard posting these top-tier guides. Overnight, the forum erupts with threads analyzing John Nennon's posts, catapulting this unknown prepper into full-blown internet stardom. Speculation runs wild across the boards, with users debating whether John is a rogue Black Ops veteran, a billionaire prepper, or a high-ranking military engineer. Sitting alone in his dimly lit basement, Guy watches the digital drama unfold, fascinated by how one user completely changed the community landscape. To put the identity rumors to rest, John Nennon posted a classic online verification photo holding up a handwritten paper note. But the photo showed an official government hunter license with the face covered. Guy gasps in realization. A real-life hunter? A decade prior, massive crimson dimensional rifts known as fissures ripped across the skies worldwide, shattering normal society in an instant. As terrifying extra-dimensional beasts poured out of the sky, world leaders convened in emergency summits to form specialized military task forces. Thus, hunters were born, an elite class of combat specialists equipped with heavy artillery and specialized training to eradicate the monster threat. Tactical units swept through ruined city streets using heavy suppressive fire to exterminate swarms of monstrous beasts pouring from the sky. Whoosh! Giant serpent-like abominations roared through broken skyscrapers, but these hardened squads didn't flinch for a second. Man, the scale of these monster panels is insanely epic. Swish, click, click, loading high-caliber rounds into their assault rifles, the elite hunter squads prepared for total annihilation. Bang, bang, boom! Explosions rocked the pavement as hunters laid down devastating firepower, establishing themselves as humanity's final wall of defense. Glowhum. High above the city skyline, the ominous red rift pulsed with dark energy, a constant reminder of the fragile peace. Because top-ranking hunters held immense military power, their true identities were classified state secrets, reserved only for the world's most elite soldiers. Resting his cheek on his fist, Guy examines the license closely, noting that John Nennon's credentials weren't anywhere near top-tier level. Click! With a quick tap of his mouse, Guy scrolls further into the forum comment section. Despite his average rank, John's vast vault of practical knowledge made him look like an absolute titan compared to regular preppers on TV. But in the lawless vacuum of the internet, massive popularity always draws out toxic trolls and bitter haters looking to tear down anyone on top. Shing! Swish! Keyboard warriors armed with pure envy began flooding John's comment sections with relentless toxicity and bad faith arguments. Trolls mocked his verification post, claiming that hiding his face proved the hunter license was totally fake. Tap! Scooping a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth, Guy chuckles at how weak the hater comments were, completely unable to touch John's rock-solid reputation. Guy assumes a veteran prepper like John is far too smart to feed obvious internet trolls or take the bait. Guy's eyes freeze as he clicks onto the newest thread update. To everyone's absolute shock, John actually fell for the bait and posted a full face reveal mirror selfie from his bathroom, proudly flexing his muscles. Seriously, why do internet geniuses always lose their minds over random comment section trolls? Predictably, the forum turned into a total Shark Tank. Users brutally roasted his average looks, calling him a clout-chasing attention seeker. Slam! To make matters worse, sleuths verified his license rank as D rank, the absolute lowest tier of hunters, usually assigned to menial pest control. Guy facepalms at the utter self-sabotage. Looking closely at the screen, Guy's expression darkens as he reads the next headline, realizing John's hubris didn't stop at a bad photo. Desperate to prove his prepper setup was real, John Nennon posted an open invitation for an offline meetup at his bunker, setting off a catastrophic chain of events in an already collapsing world. 600 days before total civilization meltdown, a lone prepper wanders down a gloomy back alley, completely oblivious to the chaos brewing right around the corner. Meet John Nennon in the flesh, a hyper-muscular blonde named Sang-Yo Gu, who immediately announces his hunter status over drinks like he's the star of the show. Talk about an awkward room. 10 random preppers sit around the table staring at this absolute unit in dead silence. Sang-Yo boldly orders 9 portions of pork belly for the table while claiming he's on a strict diet, leaving everyone scratching their heads. But the restaurant auntie is not having it. She shuts him down fast, reminding him that if 10 people take up seats, 10 orders are getting placed, period. With a sizzling crackle, the meat finally hits the grill as the weirdest dinner meetup in apocalypse history gets underway. So much for that strict diet. The second the food arrives, Sang-Yo starts vacuuming up meat and veggies like he's been stranded on a deserted island. Disgusted by Seong-hyo's shamelessly noisy eating, the older and wealthier preppers hit him with a collective side-eye and walk straight out the door. Meanwhile, Gyu sits silently in his black hoodie, already deeply regretting his decision to leave his peaceful cave for this dumpster fire. The remaining table devolves into classic internet doom posting, with guys loudly betting on which country will collapse first under monster fissures. The chatter gets even darker as rumors spread that high-ranking government officials have completely lost control of the rift situation. Sang-hyo flexes his massive python arms while sipping drinks, but Gyu quickly realizes this guy's classified hunter info is literally 6 months out of date. Turning his flushed, booze-soaked face toward Gyu, Sang-hyo realizes he hasn't even asked for the quiet guy's name yet. The second Gyu mentions his forum handle Skelton, Sang-hyo's eyes light up as he asks how his secret bunker construction is coming along. Gyu plays it cool, casually mentioning his biggest headache, trying to find a reliable contractor to supply a massive fuel storage tank. Sang-hyo scratches his head pretending to think, while Gyu secretly assumes a bottom-tier hunter wouldn't have high-level industrial contacts anyway. Out of nowhere, Sang-hyo drops his goofy smile and offers to personally hook Gyu up with a supplier. Talk about an unexpected plot twist. Pulling out his phone with supreme confidence, Sang-hyo quotes the 6 degrees of separation rule like he's the ultimate networking guru. Without a second thought, Sang-hyo dials up his chief contractor on the spot, loudly demanding a hookup for his new prepper buddy. Fast forward a bit, and boom! Gyu finds himself standing inside his underground sanctuary before a colossal military-grade steel fuel cylinder. Admiring the insane upgrade, Gyu gives credit where it's due. Sang-hyo actually delivered on his promise and leveled up the bunker big time. Fast forward to D401, and John Nennon's offline meetups have turned into a full-blown viral phenomenon, with massive crowds lining the alleyways. The entire barbecue joint is packed to the brim with 80 chaotic preppers shouting over each other, creating pure digital brain rot in real life. Nursing his drink in the corner, Gyu realizes these meetups have become totally useless and decides it's finally time to pull the plug and stop coming. Just as Gyu prepares to slip out into the night, Sang-hyo looms over his table and asks for a quick private chat outside. Stepping out into the cool night air, Gyu shoves his hands into his pockets, wondering what serious topic Sang-hyo could possibly want to discuss. Lowering his voice to an intense whisper, Sang-hyo leans in close with a surprisingly sharp look on his face. Standing under the soft glow of the Pork Belly restaurant sign, the ambient alley noise drops out as the tension suddenly skyrockets. Stepping right into Gyu's space, the hunter looks him dead in the eye and asks if Gyu is secretly an active hunter as well. Taken aback by the sudden question, Gyu's eyes widen as the atmosphere instantly turns tense. Gyu maintains his poker face, playing dumb to see if Sang-hyo is just fishing for information or actually knows something. Sang-hyo leans in closer, studying his facial features and insisting that Gyu's face looks insanely familiar from somewhere in his professional past. With intense pressure mounting, the hunter grins and asks if his tactical intuition is spot on. Commentary, Sang-hyo actually has decent observational skills when he's not busy stuffing his face with pork belly. Staring down at his shoes on the pavement, Gyu's mind races as he evaluates his next move. Deep down, Gyu knows he could easily construct a clever lie to throw off suspicion, but he considers telling the truth just this once. Opening his mouth, Gyu starts to confess his actual identity, only for a panicked attendee to barge out the back door. Interrupting the big reveal, the frantic prepper grabs Sang-hyo's arm and yells that a major news reporter has arrived inside, wanting an exclusive interview with him. Being dragged toward the entrance, Sang-hyo looks back awkwardly, asking the prepper why he's cutting off his conversation with Gyu. Shoving him toward the door, the prepper insists that TV media waiting inside takes absolute priority over chatting with random attendees. Hesitating on the threshold, Sang-hyo glances back at Gyu with a nervous sweat drop forming on his brow. Pointing at the stylish reporter waiting with her camera crew, the prepper asks if the guy outside could possibly be more important than nationwide fame. Commentary, the sheer disrespect from these background preppers is wild, but little do they know they're talking to the actual master prepper. Cracking under the social pressure, Sang-hyo lets out an awkward laugh and immediately backs down, saying it's nothing important. Waving his hand dismissively, Sang-hyo lies that Gyu just resembled an old acquaintance as the crowd cheers him into the venue. Left standing alone in the dark alleyway, Gyu watches in complete silence as the back door slams shut. Looking up at the quiet night sky, Gyu narrates that this awkward encounter was the absolute last time he ever saw Sang-hyo in person before the world ended. In the months that followed, Sang-hyo blew up on mainstream television, constantly appearing on talk shows as the official spokesperson for Viva Apocalypse and a self-proclaimed doomsday expert. Standing behind university podiums, the hunter used his newfound celebrity status to give packed lectures on apocalypse prep, transforming his online handle into a lucrative brand. Taking full advantage of the hype, he handed out sleek business cards declaring himself the CEO of Doomsday Specialists John Nennon Consulting. Wearing tailored suits on massive construction sites, Sang-hyo caught the prepper trend at the perfect time, handing out business cards to wealthy elites panicking over future monster rifts. Shaking hands with wealthy clients over massive excavation pits, Sang-hyo successfully converted his forum reputation into a multi-million-dollar doomsday bunker enterprise. Commentary: honestly, respect the hustle guy turned forum shitposting and a D-rank hunter license into a massive corporate empire. Imagine building a multi-million-dollar apocalypse empire off internet clout only for a single forum thread to completely shatter your reputation overnight. Sitting inside his luxury car, John Nennon scrolls through his phone convinced his online followers view him as an absolute messiah. But right as he's basking in his self-proclaimed idol status, his phone starts vibrating uncontrollably with panicked alerts from his secretary. Talk about an instant vibe check. Glaring down at the glowing screen, that text message confirms that someone just posted a detailed expo on the public forum, marking the official beginning of John's epic downfall. The forum immediately blew up with high-contrast rage posts calling John a massive fraud for straight-up plagiarizing his survival guides from European boards, with users laughing hysterically that they knew he was full of it all along. Y'all know how ruthless internet detectives get when they smell blood. They brought out the receipts, exposed his D-rank hunter status, and revealed he applied for a financial bailout 2 years ago. Talk about absolute public execution. Learning that their ultimate apocalypse guru was drowning in debt with terrible credit, the comment section exploded into pure mockery until, slam, a heavy fist crashes onto a desk in pure fury. Standing in his dimly lit room with his chair knocked over, John fumes with pure hatred as harsh comments flash through his head telling him he finally got what he deserved. His sudden rise to fame had slammed into a brick wall, transforming the once celebrated prepper expert into the prime target of a brutal online witch hunt. Veins bulging along his arm, John trembles uncontrollably while staring at his keyboard, realizing that trying to argue with an angry mob of armchair detectives was completely pointless. So instead of writing a formal apology or defending his credentials, he decides to draft a short, rage-fueled reply that would go down in Viva Apocalypse history. Look at that face, man! His eyes are glowing white and his forehead looks like a road map. He's so furious he's about to turn Super Saiyan over a forum comment. And what brilliant masterpiece does this former doomsday guru post? A legendary two-word comeback. Your mom. Just a straight-up, unfiltered "your mom" slapped across the screen for the entire internet to see. What an absolute madman! Taking a deep breath in his dark apartment, John realizes that petty clapback was officially the final nail in his online coffin. And just like that, the tragic tale of Viva Apocalypse's self-proclaimed savior comes to a pathetic end, leaving behind a mountain of legal complaints and ruined dreams. Meanwhile, back in his cozy underground fortress, Gyu calmly sips his warm mug, watching all the internet drama unfold from the comfort of his sanctuary. Click. Browsing through his laptop, Gyu realizes all those online witch hunts instantly evaporated the moment actual nuclear bombs started falling. Nothing puts petty forum drama into perspective like total nuclear war. But one strange detail catches Gyu's eye, a secret tag on a Christmas minigame tree connecting John Nennon's handle directly to his profile. Wait, who on earth linked those two names? Gyu narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, wondering if it's just a crazy coincidence or if Sang-hyo somehow tracked his identity behind the scenes. Lean! Shifting forward in his office chair, Gyu decides he can't just ignore a potential breach in his digital footprint. Tap, 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 fingers flying across his keyboard, Gyu messages Fox Games, the developer behind the forum minigames, demanding to know who left that mysterious note. Since Fox Games built the entire mini-app, he's the only one with full back-end server logs to trace user accounts. Resting his chin on his fist, Gyu waits intently, his sharp gaze locked on the glowing laptop monitor. Little does Gyu know, this one innocent moment of curiosity is about to pull him straight out of his safe bunker and into an absolute nightmare. Ping! Fox Games replies with a strange question, asking Gyu if he recognizes a weird user handle named 180CM. Gyu stares intently at the screen, his mind racing as he tries to match the strange name to anyone he knows. Clack! Typing back instantly, Gyu confirms he's never heard of this 180cm guy in his entire life. But this brief exchange is set to trigger an unexpected encounter with an absolute force of nature. Ching! Meet the mysterious 180cm, a towering, blood-soaked hulking menace wearing a gas mask, wrapped in bloody bandages, and brandishing dual axes inside a creepy green server room. Talk about top-tier intimidating character design. Static! Meanwhile, back in Gyu's bunker, emergency radio signals crackle to life with an official broadcast from the National Committee for Overcoming the Crisis. The announcement declares that despite total global destruction, government remnants are working hard to maintain national order and rebuild society. Click! Hearing that director Sang-Hoon Lee is spearheading the new disaster rescue division, Gyu reaches over and shuts off the radio. Looks like the old political establishment survived the apocalypse after all. Realizing the outer world is somewhat organized under state control, Gyu begins packing his tactical backpack with 3 days' worth of rations and water. Next, he packs heavy-duty water bottles, a rolled sleeping bag, and a razor-sharp camping axe for close-quarter self-defense. Always stay strapped when stepping into the unknown. Gyu knows complete societal collapse is inevitable long-term, but taking advantage of government infrastructure while it lasts is just smart survival logic. Honestly, his pragmatic mindset is super refreshing. Adjusting his gear, he puts on his trusty black hoodie and casual denim, keeping a low-key profile so he doesn't look like a walking loot box for scavengers. Zip! Hoisting the heavy bag over his shoulder, Gyu ensures his bunker locks are fully secured before making his grand exit. Stepping out into the pale daylight, Gyu gazes at the distant shattered skyline of Seoul, where collapsed skyscrapers stand like giant gravestones under a gray sky. Rumble, pedaling his bicycle down wide, empty highways littered with massive concrete rubble, Gyu takes in the eerie silence of the fallen metropolis. Riding past crumbling overpasses and abandoned cars, a heavy wave of nostalgia washes over him as he recalls what the bustling city used to be like. The gloomy atmosphere hangs thick as Gyu navigates through destroyed urban corridors, feeling a profound, melancholic weight for the world that was lost. But as he looks at the grim reality around him, an unexpected inner thought crosses his mind. Passing groups of freezing, starving survivors huddled under filthy blankets on dusty sidewalks, Gyu can't help feeling a sudden sense of relief and vindication for building his bunker. Cold? Maybe, but preparation pays off. Turning a dark alleyway corner, Gyu spots government soldiers in full biohazard suits stacking dozens of unmoving bodies against a concrete wall. Flick? Without skipping a beat, one of the soldiers flicks a lit match directly onto the fuel-drenched pile. Boom! A massive wall of fire roars to life, cremating the bodies in a terrifying burst of heat and orange light. Talk about a brutal reminder of post-apocalyptic reality. Whoosh! Watching the thick black smoke billow into the cloudy sky, Gyu turns his gaze away and continues his ride toward government headquarters. Arriving inside a makeshift emergency intake office, the tired receptionist lazily tells Gyu to file general complaints at the next window, but Gyu calmly drops a passport on her desk, stating he's here to see Director Sang-Hoon Lee. Tap. Gyu rests his finger on the dark maroon booklet stamped with a gold military crest, emphasizing that he knows the director handles high-level disaster operations. Zooming into the laurel emblem, Gyu coolly tells the receptionist to inform the director that Gyu Park from his military academy days has officially arrived. Ever wonder what happens when a guy who survived total nuclear annihilation gets dragged right back into bureaucratic madness? Gyu drops this surprisingly calm smile, acting like he doesn't have the weight of the entire ruined world resting on his shoulders. Next up, we get a bold system screen introducing the big players keeping society from total collapse, the National Committee for Overcoming the Crisis, or the NCOC for short. Honestly, leave it to politicians to give themselves an overly dramatic acronym in the apocalypse. Cut to a towering skyscraper under construction, revealing that this new committee is run by top military brass, government officials, and elite graduates from the Hunter Military Academy. Talk about a stack of high-tier resumes. Approaching the front desk, Gyu mentions his connection to the big boss, Director Lee. The receptionist blinks in total shock before telling him to wait right there while she checks his credentials. Sigh. Looking back at his past, Gyu scoffs inwardly, knowing Director Lee probably wouldn't even bat an eye at his arrival. And frankly, Gyu has zero interest in catching up with his old superior anyway. Step! Seeing the clerk occupied, Gyu plans to slip away unnoticed, but right as he turns, another officer steps out of nowhere and calls out to grab his attention. Man, you can never get a clean exit in these government facilities. Sigh. The officer immediately drops a heavy pitch, pleading that frontline battles are escalating and they need every single combatant on deck. But Gyu just hits him with a stone-cold refusal, declaring that he's officially retired. Gotta love his total lack of hero complex. As recruitment screens display military files in the background, Gyu reflects on how the higher-ups have shifted tactics. Instead of throwaway meat shields, they're desperate for actual high-quality, experienced fighters who won't immediately fold under pressure. Adjust? Gyu mentally checks out, knowing these recruits are just being shuffled off into a meat grinder. But right as he turns to leave, the officer pushes his glasses up and reveals he knows all about Gyu's hidden background as a former hunter. Facepalm! Gyu slaps his face in sheer exasperation, practically feeling the headaches coming from miles away. Seriously? Can this guy catch a break for even 5 minutes? Sigh. Clenching his hood, Gyu demands to know who gave away his classified records, suspecting Director Lee pulled strings from behind the curtain, but the officer flatly denies it. Instead, the officer reveals the name of the person who personally requested Gyu, Committee Member Daram Kim. Talk about an unexpected twist from the past. Whirl! Above them, a high-tech security camera slowly rotates, its lens flashing in the dim hallway as if watching every single move. The artist's subtle camera angle here really cranks up the tension. Gyu's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Hearing that Daram Kim somehow climbed the ranks to become an NCOC committee member completely throws him off balance. Flashback. A dark, moody memory takes us back to a chilly forest night where a sharp-eyed Daram Kim stands alongside Gyu, reminding him to disregard what the critics say. Clad in heavy tactical armor amidst the shadows, Daram insists that as long as they deliver results, whatever laws they bend will eventually be forgiven. Man, talk about a cold, ruthless mindset. Panting heavily on her knees, young Daram struggled to catch her breath while absorbing Gyu's intense survival-first mindset. Nod. With a sharp nod, she cements her resolve, showing the exact ruthless drive that helped her survive the collapse of the old order. Fast forward back to the present. Inside a sleek office, a well-dressed woman holds a clipboard, her calm posture radiating total authority. Turning around, Daram Kim greets Gyu with a subtle, nostalgic expression, remarking on how long it's been since they last stood in the same room. Gyu fixes her with a piercing stare, reciting her name like he's sizing up a dangerous rival rather than an old classmate. Setting down a family picture frame, Daram skips the friendly small talk entirely, admitting she knows Gyu's stubborn personality too well to waste time. Sitting behind her executive desk as an official NCOC member, Daram drops the real bomb. She needs Gyu to take part in an urgent monster hunt. Gyu crosses his arms with an unamused scowl, pointing out that she's essentially leveraging conscription laws to force his hand, whether he likes it or not. Tension! Gyu reminds her of their old pact never to put on the military harness again, but Daram shoots back with a haunting question, asking if that promise still matters in a world overrun by monsters. Standing his ground, Gyu bluntly states he walked away from that blood-soaked life for a reason, but Daram counters by revealing this order comes straight from director Sang-Hoon Lee himself. Gyu narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, wondering why the big boss is reaching out. Daram reassures him that the director holds no petty grudges. He's far too busy managing national survival to care about old rivalries. Bite! Gyu bites his lip in bitter realization, silently admitting that high-ranking officials always manage to twist reality to fit their grand narrative. Daram leans forward, reminding Gyu of the sheer horror happening along the frontline perimeters every single day. Gyu stands tall in the quiet office, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavy between the two former Academy comrades. Commentary. The dramatic lighting in the scene really highlights the sheer tension. You can practically feel the awkward silence radiating off the screen. Horrific mental flashes of apocalyptic combat rush through Gyu's mind. Monsters tearing through defensive lines, giant birds devouring soldiers, and superhumans unleashing destructive energy. Looking down with pitch-black eyes, Gyu coldly responds that, if anything, he knows way too much about the true horrors of the battlefield. Clench. Gyu tightly balls his fist inside his hoodie pocket, suppressing the buried rage and trauma from his past hunts. Seeing his quiet pain, Daram's stern expression softens slightly as she drops her tone and offers a genuine apology for cornering him. She begins explaining the mission details, revealing that the mega corporation Tempest Group and Chairman Peng Ho Jae need extra firepower to clear out an infested sector. Laying out her irresistible bargain, Duram promises that if Gyu completes this single private contract, she will personally guarantee he stays off the military draft list forever. Standing beneath the bright window light, Gyo realizes he has no choice but to accept the offer to secure his long-term freedom. Looking up with a mixture of relief and gratitude, Duram softly thanks her old friend for stepping up once again.
As Gyu leaves the office, Duram watches the sunlight bleed through the blinds, whispering to herself that while everyone else changed, Gyu remains the exact same stubborn survivor.
Meanwhile, the internet forums are buzzing with wild rumors about how the wealthy elite survived the end of the world. Let's be real, rich folks always find a way to cheat the system. Satellite footage reveals a massive self-sustaining luxury compound hidden behind high walls, fully equipped with its own ecosystem and 30 years' worth of stockpiled supplies. Scrolling through drone footage in his bunker, Ju chuckles at the fact that these ultra-rich corporate executives even built themselves a private mini-golf course. Staring out of a high-rise penthouse window over the ruined cityscape, an anonymous executive sits in comfort while society rots below him. 1 month after his meeting with Duram, Gyu arrives at the Grand Tempest Group headquarters, a massive skyscraper left unfinished after nuclear strikes paralyzed the grid. Shivering in the freezing wind, Gyu rides a rickety exterior construction elevator up to the 55th floor. Wrapping his arms tightly around himself, Gyu groans about the miserable Arctic altitude as the rusty metal cage slowly climbs higher. Arriving at the top floor, Gyu stands before a set of reinforced double doors, reflecting on how this exclusive executive floor used to be reserved only for top 1% billionaires before the apocalypse. Creak! Opening the massive double doors, Gyu enters a pristine, sunlit boardroom where corporate staff are somehow still sitting in suit jackets working at desks. Gyu blinks in total confusion. Not a single employee turns around to look at him. They're literally sitting in a pitch-black, unpowered office wearing formal suits and lanyard badges. Are these guys even getting paid anymore, or is corporate brainwashing just that powerful? Suddenly, an elderly executive in a sharp suit turns toward Gyu with a polite smile, welcoming Gyu Park and acknowledging his past reputation as a hunter. Imagine walking into a high-stakes job interview during the apocalypse, only for the interviewer to cut you off mid-sentence and demand your combat rank. Swish! Gyu extends his hand for a polite greeting, but this HR guy skips the pleasantries entirely. Taken aback, Gyu admits he was just a bottom-tier D-rank hunter, looking completely unbothered by his low rating. The HR interviewer immediately grills him with rapid-fire questions, asking about his combat experience and past deployments. Gyu keeps his cool, playing down his past by claiming he was never part of any main assault unit, stayed strictly in Korea, and definitely didn't have access to top-secret gate intel because it was way above his pay grade. Satisfied with the underwhelming answers, the interviewer smirks and scribbles notes onto his clipboard. Man, look at that smug face. You can tell this bureaucrat is thrilled to find a low-tier worker he thinks he can easily push around. Shut! The interviewer cold shoulders him, telling him to wait outside without giving another word. Talk about ruthless corporate culture surviving even after society crumbles. As Gyu steps out into the chilly hallway, he shakes his head at the cold reception, thinking to himself that this guy is the absolute textbook definition of corporate coldness. Seriously, even with monsters roaming the earth, office workers still manage to keep their soul-crushing corporate attitude intact. Gyu lets out a quiet sigh, realizing that anyone still grinding at a corporate desk in a post-apocalyptic world has got to be a little numb. But hey, as long as he gets paid and finishes his mandatory assignment, he couldn't care less about their office politics. Clack! The rhythmic sharp click of high heels echoes down the corridor as a stunning woman in a sleek corporate outfit approaches Gyu, asking with a hesitant voice if he's really the former hunter everyone's whispering about. Gyu turns around, his sharp eyes locking onto her in mild surprise. Wait, notice how the artist uses that dramatic lighting from the hallway window? It totally sets up an intense individual interaction. The distressed woman explains that a massive horde of zombies just swamped a major manufacturing plant owned by the Tempest Group. Private guards tried to hold the line, but non-professionals stood zero chance, resulting in a total bloodbath before military backup could even be requested. She pauses, looking down with a bitter expression, as she laments how crazy it is that even at the end of the world, normal workers are still being tossed into the meat grinder just to protect corporate assets. Looking across the grand conference hall where corporate executives sit in dead silence, she scoffingly questions what kind of corporate loyalty could possibly matter in a world that's already in ruins. Honestly, she's speaking straight facts. Imagine dying for a company pension when money's literally worthless. Gyu listens in total silence, his eyes darkening as her words sink in. He knows all too well how heartless higher-ups can be when lives are on the line. Suddenly, the woman steps forward and desperately grabs Gaiyu's hands, sliding a crisp business card into his palm while tearfully revealing that her own father, the factory representative Chung Soo-ji, is still trapped inside that infested hellhole. Clutching his hands tightly, she begs him with tears in her eyes to help, pleading for a miracle since he's a veteran hunter who actually knows how to survive. Gyu glares down at the name on the card, realization hitting him hard. Finding out the top factory boss still draws breath completely changes the stakes of this mission. She lowers her head, promising to repay him in any way she can if he just brings her father back alive. Tension! Look at the sheer desperation drawn in her eyes. The artist really nailed the emotional intensity here. You can practically feel her heartbeat racing. Before Gyu can even respond, a stern voice calls out from down the hall, calling for Hunter Park and interrupting their private conversation. A squad of suits and military liaison officials bow politely, gesturing for Gyu to follow them immediately into the main briefing room. Gyu narrows his eyes and asks where they're taking him, but the lead official just flashes a tight, mysterious smile without giving anything away. Walking side by side with the woman, Gyu gets told he'll see the situation for himself once they step inside. Man, you gotta love how corporate execs love dramatic reveals. Crumple. Step. Gyu tightens his grip and crushes the business card in his fist, warning her bluntly that in a real monster hunt, there's always a high chance things will go completely sideways. He looks back over his shoulder with cold eyes, reminding her that hunters are just flesh and blood, not omnipotent gods who can fix every tragedy. Cut to a dramatic aerial view of coastal shipping lanes where seagulls glide over massive container ships. Korea's economy relies heavily on maritime trade, but in this ruined era, keeping these trade routes open is a total nightmare. Boom! Out of nowhere, giant crimson tentacles burst from the ocean depths, snapping a massive cargo ship in half like a wooden toothpick. The Tempest Group's supply chain has taken a catastrophic hit, proving no corporation can outrun extinction. Back inside the high-tech staging hangar, Gyu surveys an incredible arsenal of heavy armor and armed personnel lined up shoulder to shoulder. Seeing literal 3.5th generation main battle tanks parked inside, Gyu raises an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Man, this is peak billionaire flex. When mega corporations decide to build a private army, they do not cheap out. An energetic voice cuts through the ambient chatter, welcoming everyone right on cue as Gyu turns to see who's running the show. Swish! A handsome man in a crisp military uniform steps forward with a flashy salute, introducing himself as Sangmin Park, a former hunter turned high-ranking member of Congress supervising the operation. Sangmin bows deeply to the executives with a practiced politician smile. Gyu mentally notes that this guy's under 40 and already a congressman, proving that having former hunter on your resume is basically a cheat code in modern politics. Slam! Sangmin slams his palms onto the tactical display table with supreme confidence, declaring that they should launch an all-out armored assault and deploy every single troop right from the start. As the executives surround the illuminated map table, one manager hesitantly points out that thousands of zombies fill the factory, reminding Sangmin that he was the one who delayed the mission by a whole month, only for Sangmin to confidently argue that waiting was crucial because zombies eventually run out of energy. Commentary? Ah yes, the classic let's sit around and wait for the zombies to starve strategy. Genius plan, boss. Sangmin holds up a single finger, dramatically preaching that according to their research, active zombies can only survive for about 30 days before dropping dead. He points down at the map with a victorious grin, claiming the horde must have already starved to death, leaving the necromancer completely helpless for their tanks to flatten. Chatter. Whispers ripple through the boardroom as the suit-wearing execs start nodding along, completely buying into Sangmin's smooth-talking theory. The suits smile and gossip about how smart it was to hire a real expert before turning to ask the main boss sitting at the head of the table for his final verdict, revealing the intimidating chairman of Tempest Group, Pung Ho Jae. Commentary. Look at Chairman Pung Ho's face. Man, looks like he survived 3 different wars and 2 stock market crashes. The chairman narrows his sharp, cold eye, calculating the profit margins and risks in a split second. Smile! Chairman G gives his official blessing, stating that as long as the problem is wiped out fast, he doesn't mind throwing cash at the military operation. Sangmin flashes a triumphant smirk right beside him. Observing from the back, Gyu takes in Sangmin's handsome face, confident tone, and pseudo-scientific theory about zombie lifespans. Gyu internally admits that to normal corporate executives who know nothing about real combat, Sangmin sounds insanely convincing. Commentary: Gyu's internal monologue is pure gold here. He's watching a politician BS a room full of CEOs in real time. Sangmin smirks in complete triumph, believing he completely won over every single high-ranking suit in the room without throwing a single punch. Turning his gaze toward Gyu, Sangmin calls out the lone committee hunter with a patronizing smirk, asking what he thinks of this bulletproof strategy. Gyu glares back with pitch-black, lifeless eyes, letting a heavy, awkward silence fill the room. Pointing his finger straight at Sangmin, Gyu bluntly calls him out in front of everyone, stating his entire plan is completely wrong. Commentary: boom! Shots fired! You just destroyed this guy's entire career in 5 words. Stepping up to the digital map, Gyu explains that when zombies starve, they don't just die, they enter a low-metabolism hibernation state to conserve energy until prey arrives. Glancing around the dimly lit room, Gyu drops a terrifying reality check. The factory hasn't been empty, meaning fresh human meat has been fed to the horde continuously. Looking Sangmin dead in the eye, Gyu coldly states they need a completely different plan, internally admitting he wouldn't give a damn if Sangmin died, but he refuses to take the blame for an amateur's failure. Staring down at the grid map, Gyu knows he has to set boundaries now before this clueless politician gets everyone slaughtered and tries to frame him later. Commentary: Gyu's survival instinct is elite. Always document your objections before the project goes up in flames. Standing tall, Gyu adds another huge objection, flat out refusing the idea of deploying heavy tanks into the infested factory. Shaking his head in utter disgust, Gyu explains that tanks make massive noise and smell like diesel, which will ring like a giant dinner bell for thousands of hibernating zombies, leaving the entire room stunned as he completely rejects the operation. Picture this. You try to give a politician solid tactical advice, and instead of taking notes, his forehead veins look like they're about to burst through his skin. Sangmin Park snaps instantly, barking at Gyu to shut his mouth before he embarrasses himself any further. But Gyu doesn't even blink. He coldly lays down the brutal truth, reminding this hot-headed congressman that 90% of a battle comes down to smart planning, asking him straight up how he expects to survive with a plan that's basically suicide on paper. Rage! Sangmin completely loses his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs about his supreme status in Congress, while his poor aides struggle to hold him back from tackling Gyu. Meanwhile, Gyu just turns around and walks away like he's leaving a boring grocery store line. Man, look at Gyu's ice-cold glare here. The artist drew his eyes so lifeless, it's almost terrifying. Gyu internally dismisses the guy, knowing he doesn't need validation from a suit-wearing loudmouth who has zero real battle experience. As the chaos in the briefing room continues, Gyu catches sight of Chang Soo-ji, the factory representative, standing meekly beside the high-ranking corporate executives with a nervous sweat dripping down his cheek. Zooming in on the guy's official ID badge, Gyu realizes this helpless old man is the exact target he promised to rescue. Talk about perfect timing in a room full of suits. Step, closing the distance with heavy, deliberate steps, Gyu approaches Chang Soo-ji while the rest of the committee is busy arguing among themselves. Leaning in close, Gyu whispers under his breath, revealing that he received a personal plea from his daughter and warning him to sprint for his life the exact second he gives the cue. Cut to the front lines, where Sangmin's brilliant master plan immediately turns into a total dumpster fire. Thousands of bloodthirsty zombies pour out of neighboring factories, swamping Tank 1 as panic explodes across the radio frequencies. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Heavy machine gun fire echoes across the battlefield as soldiers panic, begging for flamethrowers and heavy backup. But before they can regroup, a terrifying shadow drops right in front of them, sparking blood-curdling screams across the comms. Hum? Sangmin screams into his headset like a raging lunatic, demanding a status report before his voice suddenly cuts off in pure, unadulterated shock. Honestly, watching arrogant politicians realize they messed up will never get old. Reflected in Sangmin's wide, terrified eyes is an unnerving, pale entity hovering silently in the air. The arrogant smile on his face vanishes instantly as cold sweat drenches his uniform. Sangmin's mind spirals into utter denial. According to his precious scientific data, Necromancer-class monsters shouldn't possess raw offensive firepower, yet the pressure radiating from this thing is off the charts. A menacing crimson aura engulfs the sky as the monstrous necromancer floats menacingly above the private army, looking down at the heavy tanks like they're mere plastic toys. Shiver! Just look at the grotesque design on this thing. 6 skeletal arms, a rib cage ripped wide open, and a featureless face with its mouth literally stitched shut. The artist went absolutely insane making this monster look terrifyingly alien. Bathed in the eerie red glow of impending destruction, Gyu glances sideways at Chang Su-ji, quietly giving him the signal to run for his life right now. Boom! With a single catastrophic wave of energy, the entire armored division gets pulverized into scrap metal. It's a harsh reminder that human military force means absolutely nothing against high-tier gate monsters. Sometime later, Gyu stands inside a dimly lit corporate office, listening to an administrator express her deep gratitude for his help in finally humbling the stubborn chairman. She sets down her paperwork and casually drops a bombshell, letting Gyu know that Chairman J himself has requested a private one-on-one meeting with him. Guy's eyebrow twitches as he asks what the old billionaire could possibly want with a retired hunter like him. Walking down a dark hallway toward the executive suite, Gyu figures Chairman G simply wants to hire a competent replacement for the utterly disgraced Sungmin Park. Glancing over his shoulder into the shadows, Gyu internally admits that deep down, he was mostly just curious to see how this whole drama unfolds. After all, getting a front row seat to watch the dramatic collapse of a multi-billion-dollar corporate empire isn't something that happens every day. Commentary, honestly, Gyu being there strictly for the corporate gossip and chaos is so relatable. Opening the heavy doors, Gyu finds Chairman Peng Ho-ji sitting at an elegant dining table complete with fine wine, greeting him with a polite, calculating smile. Slice. The wealthy chairman carefully cuts into a prime steak, opening the conversation by complimenting Gyu's impressive past combat credentials. Sitting down across the table, Gyu casually brushes off the praise, labeling himself as a total has-been, while Chairman G chuckles and says they aren't so different. Chairman J points out that even legendary hunters like Song-Hoon Lee couldn't compare to Gyu, highlighting how Gyu once led top-tier squad members like Han-Min Kong and Hae Na. Leaning forward with a serious gaze, the chairman offers full financial sponsorship, proposing that they team up to build a massive comeback together. Commentary. A billionaire offering unlimited backing sounds like a sweet deal, but in a zombie apocalypse, cash is basically fancy toilet paper. Clack. Gyu sets his fork down on the plate, politely wishing the chairman good luck before standing up to take his leave without hesitation. Unbothered by the rejection, Chairman J reflects on his past, revealing he was born out of wedlock with zero chance of inheriting the company, yet fought his way to the very top anyway. Looking out into the dark city lights, the old man insists that even if the world is in ruins, he owes it to the tens of thousands of employees and their families to keep fighting. With bloodshot, intense eyes, Chairman G declares that giving up on his corporate legacy simply isn't an option for a man like him. Staring right back at Gyu, the chairman begs for any viable strategy or method that could successfully eliminate the monsters occupying his factory. Gyu pauses, silently admiring the old man's unbreakable spirit. He realizes that this intense charisma is exactly why thousands of people are willing to follow him to the end of the earth. Looking at the massive empty boardroom, Gyu mentally acknowledges that regardless of his greed, Chairman G is a true leader through and through. Impressed by the old man's sheer resolve, Gyu admits that even a heartless guy like him can be moved, finally agreeing to help. Commentary. Gyu going from "I'm out" to "all right, I'm in 30 seconds flat shows how persuasive old-school CEOs can be. Later that night, detailed tactical intel confirms that the creature observed by the drone camera is a high-level necromancer capable of mutating the dead. Furthermore, official casualty reports from the Tempest Group's factory siege confirm that the chairman's ambitious reclaiming operation ultimately ended in absolute disaster. Sitting in his dimly lit room in front of a computer monitor, Gyu carefully reviews the files and notes that Representative Chang Su-ji's name wasn't listed among the dead. Ding! Suddenly, a loud notification chiming from his monitor breaks the silence, catching Gyu off guard as he glances back at the screen. Opening the forum post titled "The End of the Chaebol," Gyu sees users mocking the chairman's downfall, but a live image attached to the thread catches his eye, hinting that the chairman's story is far from over. Shock! Gaia's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as he zooms in on the grainy surveillance photo. Narration sets the tone as blue skies tower over ruined skyscrapers. While most wealthy elites cowered inside concrete bunkers to save their own skins, one legendary businessman took a completely different path. Step. A heavily stained leather shoe takes a firm step onto the dirt road outside the safe zone. Grah! It's Chairman Jay, but his eyes are completely milky white, his suit torn, and blood smeared all over his face as he lets out a guttural zombie roar. Talk about the ultimate plot twist. He literally got turned into a necromancer zombie. Grah! Leading a colossal horde of thousands of undead followers behind him, Zombie Chairman G marches forward into the wasteland, still acting like the CEO of the dead. Seriously, this man's corporate dedication is so powerful, it literally transcended death. Meow! Cut to a peaceful neighborhood alleyway where a pack of adorable stray cats are happily munching on kibble scattered along the pavement. Brush! An elderly woman wearing a sun hat and a face mask gently pets one of the tabby cats as Goo walks up behind her in the quiet street. Gyu speaks up politely, warning the old lady that she shouldn't feed stray animals in an apocalyptic world because infected or mutated strays can become extremely dangerous in a flash. Turn. The old lady slowly turns her head around, giving Gyu a chilling, silent stare from beneath her floppy hat. Step! Gyu stands silently in the dimly lit alley as an elderly woman pushes a grocery cart, oblivious to the quiet tension in the air. Gyu watches her closely, reflecting on how most disasters aren't random accidents at all, but avoidable mistakes waiting to happen. Watching her feed the stray cats on the pavement, Gyu mentally labels this upcoming disaster as the Cat Mom incident. And yeah, it was totally preventable. Commentary: honestly, if a guy with battlefield trauma tells you to step away from the stray cats, you should probably listen. Time for a little history lesson. Before the world completely fell apart, back when China's government was still a thing, Korea deployed elite hunter teams across the border to stop an overwhelming surge of gate monsters. Talk about an international rescue mission going sideways fast. Glowing dust particles fill the air as a squad of elite hunters marches forward into the unknown danger zone. A global map glows red as the first disastrous gates opened up in India, wiping out the nation before spreading through neighboring territories like wildfire. Map markers pulse ominously across Southeast Asia and China, signaling that Korea was next on the monster chopping block. Commentary: the art style on these global map panels makes the apocalypse look unnervingly organized, doesn't it? During his deployment in China, Gyu's team managed to capture a bizarre, oversized mutant rat locked tight inside an iron cage. Scientific scan! Scientists huddled around microscopes to analyze the creature, realizing they had just stumbled onto a brand new biological mutation. Back in the present, Gyu tries talking some sense into the cat lady, asking if she really wants to risk her life over a bunch of stray felines. Unbothered by the warning, the old woman grumbles under her breath, telling Gyu to mind his own business and leave her alone. Commentary: oh, classic stubborn local. When a literal world-saving hunter gives you survival advice, you don't hit him with the mind your business. Gyu's side profile casts a shadow in the sunset as he remembers warning her on every single resupply run, only to be completely ignored. Back in his dark apartment, Gyu tries to brush it off while carefully crafting a tiny wool felt cat doll with a felting needle. Holding the tiny crafted felt cat in his hand, he tries convincing himself that making miniature cat toys is a much safer hobby. He stares at the doll, wondering if anything bad could actually happen, right when a sudden loud beep breaks the silence. Beep, beep. The radio lights up as Dharam's voice crackles through, making Gyu instantly pull a face of pure, unadulterated disgust. Commentary: look at Gyu's expression. That is the face of a retired man who just heard his boss calling on his day off. Gripping his head in frustration, Gyu reminds Dharam that his field service was supposed to be over, but Dharam begs for one last favor regarding the nearby military apartments. A chill runs down Gyu's spine as Dharam reveals that a new mutation has been detected right in his neighborhood. A brutal scene unfolds outside the apartment complex where blood spatters the walls after mutant stray cats attack the helpless residents. Gyu flat out refuses to join the hunt due to a total lack of gear, but Dharam reassures him that a top-tier professional freelancer is already on the way. Commentary: we sent a professional is code word for please go babysit this hothead before he blows up the neighborhood. Screech! The loud screech of motorcycle tires echoes under the bright afternoon sun as the promised freelancer arrives on scene. Straddling a heavy motorcycle in full tactical gear, a handsome guy flashes a smug, confident smile toward Gyu. The biker hops off his ride, walking right up to Gyu-host casually standing there holding a rusty bicycle, and extends his hand for a formal greeting. Introducing himself as Sunghyun Baek, the biker exudes smug confidence, clearly feeling like the main character of this operation. Gyu keeps his response short and dry, introducing himself simply as the retired hunter assigned to support duty. Seung-yeon's eyes light up in shock as he recognizes Gyu, realizing he's face-to-face with the legendary hero from Class 13. It's always hilarious watching flashy rookies fanboy over a guy wearing an oversized hoodie. Seung-yeon puffs his chest out, bragging that he graduated from the same academy back in Class 12, trying to assert his upperclassman status. Smirking with closed eyes, Seung-yeon chuckles to himself about how a guy like him taking part-time freelance contracts makes complete sense. But before Seung-yeon can finish roasting Gyu's current lifestyle, Gyu turns around and hits him with a glare so terrifyingly icy, it instantly shuts the biker up. Gyu coldly warns him never to bring up his past again, causing Seung-yeon to sweat nervously and apologize instantly. Golden rule of surviving in an action manhwa? Never annoy the quiet guy with dead eyes holding a bicycle. The duo arrives at the Rupert Wright Palace apartment complex, where the eerie orange glow of sunset casts long, ominous shadows over the towering concrete buildings. Step. A heavy leather boot steps onto the concrete, crunching over fresh, dark bloodstains scattered across the entryway floor. Rolling into the courtyard on his bicycle, Gyu stops dead in his tracks, taking in the gruesome sight of dried blood splattered all over the pavement like a horror movie set. Seung-yeon taps his gearbox, explaining that when he scouted the area earlier, the mutated cats had developed a taste for human blood and jumped him, forcing him to shoot back. Seung-yeon casually dismisses them as just overgrown felines that ran off after taking a few bullets, but Gi silently evaluates him, recognizing that fighting mutant beasts solo takes serious combat instincts. Looking at the biker, Gyu inwardly ranks him as at least an A-class hunter based on his confidence and tactical posture. Bang, bang, bang! Flashback panel. Seung-yeon opens fire on the feline beast before pulling out a heavy block of C4 demolition explosives to wipe him out completely. Just as Seung-yeon winds up his arm like a baseball pitcher to throw the high explosives, somebody literally grabs his wrist mid-throw. You gotta love how civilians in these stories always block a perfectly good explosion. Grab. A pair of hands firmly grips Seung-yeon's arm, stopping his throw dead in its tracks. Revealing the culprit, it's none other than the old cat lady. She tackled a fully armed hunter to protect her precious babies from getting blown to smithereens. Dash! Taking advantage of the sudden distraction, the mutated cats scatter into the shadows, making the job 10 times harder for the hunting team. Sarcastic commentary. Back in the present, Gyu stares at the sunset horizon with a thoughtful look. Knowing how cat owners operate, he already knows exactly where those mutated beasts are going to gather next. Step. The sound of soft footsteps echoes through the quiet alleyway as someone calls out the name Hermes into the twilight. It's the old lady. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she yells out names like Duchess and Jackfield, calling them out for dinner like they're innocent indoor kittens. Hidden behind a concrete wall, Gyu grips his tactical rifle, silently watching the old woman unwittingly turn herself into live bait. Gyu knows that if this lady keeps calling for her pets, those bloodthirsty mutants won't be able to resist a free meal for long. Talk about using an unsuspecting civilian as an accidental lure. Rustle, purr, low, terrifying growls and deep purring echo from the dense bushes nearby as massive beastly silhouettes emerge. Out walk 3 colossal, blood-drenched mutant cats with glowing yellow eyes. As the delusional old lady reaches out to hug them, Seung-yeon peeks out from an apartment window giving a thumbs up. Nod. Gyu gives a subtle nod back, preparing to spring the trap before the old woman gets ripped to pieces. Kerchak dash! Action explodes. Gyu racks his rifle and dashes out from cover alongside Seung-yeon, opening fire as the bloodthirsty mutant beast turn to attack. Action erupts. Gyu charges into the courtyard, raising his tactical rifle with a sharp click and opening fire with loud bang-bang shots that shatter the night, sending lead ripping into the mutant stray cats as sound effects thwack, ping, and smack ring through the air. The old cat lady screams in total horror, begging Gyu to stop, but there's no time to hesitate as a gigantic, bloodthirsty mutant cat with glowing yellow eyes swoops down from the darkness right at his face with a terrifying whoosh. Desperate to save her mutated pets, the old lady screams at the top of her lungs for him to stop shooting. Commentary? Lady, those aren't your cute little fluffy kittens anymore. They literally view you as an appetizer. Ignoring her unhinged cries, Gyu drops into a low tactical crouch, pulling the trigger as his weapon roars, brat-a-tat raining down a hail of bullets on the leaping beasts as they let out an ear-piercing cry. Slam! Gyu ruthlessly tackles one of the massive felines straight into the concrete pavement. Meanwhile, the old woman breaks down in tears, stubbornly shouting that her babies aren't evil. Taking a quick breath, Gyu raises his M4 rifle with razor-sharp focus, ready to wrap up this messy skirmish once and for all. Out of nowhere, Sung-hyun steps up beside Gyu and casually slaps a heavy taped-up block of high-explosive C4 straight onto the front of Gyu's rifle barrel. The delusion level with this cat lady was off the charts, but Sung-hyun attaching C4 directly to a rifle barrel is next-level crazy. Talk about an insane improvised combination. Gyu fires around, launching the attached demolition charge straight into the horde, while the old cat lady frantically throws her hands out to shield her mutant strays. Flash. The fiery glare of the bomb reflects directly off the old lady's glasses, illuminating her wide-eyed horror in terrifying detail. As the flames roar, a sudden emotional flashback hits. Before everything went to hell, this sweet old lady was knocking on doors in her neighborhood, trying to share kindness with her neighbors. While other survivors cowered in fear behind barricaded doors, terrified of the world outside, she found solace in taking care of a tiny, lonely stray cat that wandered into her hallway. Commentary. Look at the dramatic contrast in this panel. It's heartbreaking seeing how her simple desire for companionship spiraled into total disaster. Soon, one little kitty turned into 3 as stray cats gathered around her feet, looking up at her with innocent, hungry eyes. Evening after evening, she walked down the quiet, desolate streets, leading her growing feline family back to her makeshift shelter. She opened her doors to every stray in the neighborhood, giving them a warm home when the rest of the world was falling apart. In a dimly lit basement storage room, bathed under a single beam of light, she sat surrounded by supply boxes, tenderly stroking her beloved cats and finding peace amidst the ruins. Commentary? The artist really nailed the somber tone here. It almost makes you feel bad for her right before everything gets blown sky high. But nostalgia can't alter reality. The warm memory of her petting her cats vanishes as a colossal boom shatters the air, blowing the mutant beast to absolute smithereens in a massive explosion. Smoke and fiery embers drift through the air as Gyu and Sung-hyun stand side by side, watching the blaze consume the entire nest. Gyu turns his head towards Sung-hyun with a deadpan, ice-cold glare, sternly telling him that blowing up the entire place with C4 was completely excessive. Overlooking the raging inferno from above, Gyu reflects on the grim truth of their post-apocalyptic world. There's no room for naive affection, and every bit of false happiness comes with a deadly price tag. Commentary. Gyu's reaction is hilarious. He's like, bro, I asked for support, not a full-blown Michael Bay movie finale. Whoosh! The scene shifts to the bright blue sky where a massive military transport aircraft cuts through the clouds with a roaring jet turbine as Guyo muses that the collapse of any society happens just like a crashing plane. Soaring over the destroyed landscape, the heavy transport plane glides across the horizon, looking majestic yet ominous. Even after losing all its engines, a giant machine can glide through the air for a while before the inevitable impact. Commentary. Gaio's philosophical monologues hit way harder when he's just standing there staring into the clouds. Standing outside his bunker near his laundry rack, Gyu looks up into the open sky as another jet passes by, noting that military flight activity has been spiking heavily lately. Commentary. Manhwa authors sure love using complex metaphors for societal collapse, but hey, it builds great atmosphere. Bubble, bubble! Inside his cozy subterranean bunker, a hot pot of instant ramen bubbles away on the stovetop, filling the room with mouth-watering steam. Stirring the hot noodles with chopsticks, Gyu realizes that even in the middle of an apocalypse, humans desperately need entertainment to keep their sanity intact. Slurp! Taking a hot, delicious bite of noodles, Gyu mentally admits what his own favorite source of entertainment has been lately. Commentary. Man went from fighting mutant cats with high-yield explosives to slaving over a hot bowl of ramen in under 5 minutes. Talk about work-life balance. Sitting at his high-tech desk setup with a steaming bowl of ramen, Gyu casually browses the Apocalypse online community forums. Looking at the laptop screen, he reflects on how the forums evolved from panic boards into a cozy digital haven for true doomsday preppers. Isolated from the dangerous world outside, survivors log on daily to share survival tips, comfort each other, and drop memes. Gyu's side profile glows in the blue monitor light as he quietly contemplates his secret online identity. Clicking a huge digital thumbs up icon, Guy reminds himself that under the handle Skelton, users can leave comments, likes, and send private messages. Commentary, Chibi Guy poking the giant like button is honestly the cutest art change in this entire chapter. Browsing through the top trending section, he knows that when a post hits enough upvotes, it gets pinned to the front page. Resting his chin on his fist, Guy remembers how one of his own recent forum posts managed to go viral across the community.
He had posted a detailed story panel about his previous high-stakes meeting with the powerful head of the Tempest Group.
Titled "The Time I Had Dinner with the Chairman of Tempest Group," his post blew up as he teased details about eating steak with top executives. The comment section is brutal, with users calling him out for telling a completely useless story without real details, while others joke about the Tempest Group getting wiped out by zombies. Commentary? Bro is flex posting about his dinner date with a billionaire, and the internet completely ratioed him. Absolutely golden comedy. But suddenly, Guyu's eyes widen as he spots a brand new trending post posted by another survivor that completely steals the spotlight. The post features a close-up photo of an official yellow ticket labeled the 7th Hope Lottery issued by the National Crisis Committee. Flashback! In order to encourage survivors to rebuild ruined infrastructure, government agencies gave out supply lottery tickets for manual labor. Every 3 days, thousands of weary survivors lined up at designated centers, eagerly pulling lottery tickets out of a draw urn. Hands raised in pure ecstasy, workers cheered whenever they pulled a winning ticket, turning brutal manual labor into an addictive game. Commentary. Gamifying post-apocalyptic labor with lottery tickets is equal parts genius and terrifying dystopian social control. While lower-tier winning tickets only yielded extra food cans and medical supplies, the grand prize was something everyone dreamed of. Zooming in on the schematic screen, the grand prize was an exclusive luxury apartment inside the Hope, a heavily fortified skyscraper. Guarded by high-tech security and fully self-sustaining, winning a unit in the Hope was basically winning a ticket to a luxury paradise. Online users flooded the forums in absolute awe, calling the place an impenetrable penthouse built specifically for the ultra-wealthy. Ding, ding, ding! As comment notifications flooded the screen, innocent envy quickly morphed into pure, dangerous greed among the desperate survivors. Then came the ultimate flex. A user posted a photo holding the coveted first-place golden ticket 813, proving he was the actual grand winner. Recognizing the user handle M9, Guy remembers meeting this exact guy at an offline prepper barbecue hosted by John Nennon, where M9 sat quietly in the corner just grilling meat without saying a word. Commentary? Classic internet behavior. Give people anonymity in an apocalypse, and they instantly start plotting home invasions in the comments. Like a tidal wave, thousands of bright blue thumbs-up notifications explode across the page, launching M9's Flex post to the #1 trending spot nationwide. But as M9 stares maniacally at his golden ticket under blood-red lighting with a terrifying, unhinged grin, Guy realizes that winning the jackpot completely ruined the guy's sanity. Commentary. That creepy villain smile is a massive red flag. Rule #1 of surviving the apocalypse: never post your winning lottery ticket online. Imagine winning the ultimate post-apocalyptic penthouse ticket, only to turn into a total internet troll. Our boy M9 is straight up flexing on the forum about leaving his dirty bunker, mockingly asking how anyone can survive this long without getting clapped by raiders. Naturally, the comments section is on absolute fire. Other preppers are fuming at M9's toxic ego, threatening to track him down, while M9 just laughs it off like a true professional keyboard warrior. Meanwhile, Guy sits back, completely unamused by the chaos. Taking a moment to actually think, Guy smells something extremely fishy. The government can barely organize basic emergency repairs, yet somehow they built a futuristic, fully autonomous super apartment just to give away in a random lottery? Yeah, right. Guy's BS detector is firing on all cylinders here, and honestly, can you blame him? In a world where instant ramen is currency, a free luxury skyscraper sounds like the biggest scam in history. He reaches for his radio transmitter, convinced Korea's infrastructure is way too broken for this. Q decides to hit up his top-secret informant, Daram, over his encrypted radio, casually asking her point-blank if there's even a single % chance that the Hope apartment actually exists. Static, high above the ruined skyline, Daram takes a slow drag from her cigarette, letting out a heavy plume of smoke as she pauses before giving Guy a grim reality check. Standing amidst a lavish party filled with high society elites sipping champagne, Daram cynically notes over the radio that hope in a dying world is nothing more than a cruel mirage designed to keep the masses obedient.
Whoosh! A massive military transport plane roars through the dark sky right above her balcony as Durham drops a bombshell. The top brass are officially abandoning the region and relocating to Jeju Island by next spring. Wow, talk about total betrayal. The government is packing their bags and leaving the entire population to rot while dangling fake lottery tickets in front of them. She confirms they're completely writing off Seoul as a lost cause. With a quick beep, Durham warns Gyu to keep his mouth shut because this evacuation is top secret, leaving Gyu standing in his dimly lit bunker in stunned silence. Lying back on his bed, Gyu gazes at his ceiling with a heavy heart. Living in an underground bunker already sucks the soul out of you. No daylight, repetitive meals, constant anxiety, but knowing the capital is being abandoned makes the air feel 10 times colder. Looking down at his hyper-organized subterranean sanctuary, Gyu reflects on how just knowing Seoul was still standing nearby used to give him a weird sense of comfort, keeping his sanity intact. Look at Guy's expression here. That's the face of a guy carrying the weight of the whole world. The artist really captured that haunting internal struggle perfectly. He knows Durham swore him to secrecy, but his conscience is screaming. Gyu looks back at his computer monitor, where M9's viral winning post is still gaining thousands of views. He struggles with the massive dilemma. Should he really stay quiet while thousands fall for a fake dream? The view count on M9's brag post is skyrocketing past 20,000 views, with desperate survivors idolizing him as the ultimate winner of the apocalypse lottery. Gyu's gray eyes narrow as he realizes the horrifying truth. Everything these isolated preppers are praying for, rebuilding Seoul, a safe haven, a new life, is complete fiction. Commentary: the stark contrast between the bright red Best Forum badge and Gyu's dark realization is chef's kiss. It highlights how easily propaganda spreads when people are desperate for hope. As the notification pops up confirming the post's viral status, Gyu crafts a private message that will completely break M9's spirit. Commentary: Gyu dropping truth bombs on arrogant forum trolls is seriously the most satisfying part of this arc. Sitting alone at his desk under the harsh glow of his lamp, Gyu lets out a quiet carefully calculating his next move in the shadows. Switching gears, Gyu heads out into the dusty, ruined surface to complete a crucial trade, exchanging rare goods for a set of indoor crop seedlings strapped to a bicycle. Snatch! A rough hand aggressively yanks a heavy black plastic bag full of payment out of Gyu's grip. Calm and unfazed, Gyu casually reminds the trader that inside are 4 full cartons of premium cigarettes, the ultimate high-value currency in a dead world. Checking inside the bag, the dirty trader grins with satisfaction, confirming the deal is complete, while surrounding survivors watch from the shadows. Looking around the bleak alleyway, Gyu notices a massive crowd of weary, starved citizens lined up as far as the eye can see. Suddenly, a group of arrogant workers walk past, sneering condescendingly at the crowd and boasting about how superior they are for performing hard labor to win lottery tickets. Commentary: wow, these lottery guys are acting like total pre-apocalypse snobs. Getting a shiny ticket really turns people into absolute elitists. A horrified woman in line gapes at them in disgust as another survivor warns her not to waste her breath on selfish jerks who sold out for false hope. Gyu turns to the trader and asks who those obnoxious guys are, only to learn they are the Hope Lottery contestants who act like royalty around regular survivors. Before anyone can react, a government official shouts through a megaphone that supply distribution for the day is officially closed. Pure chaos erupts. Desperate, hungry survivors scream in utter rage as the guards reduce rations, pointing out that full supply crates are still visible inside the delivery truck. Crash! Outraged citizens charge the supply truck in a wild frenzy, clinging onto the bumper and screaming for food as the vehicle recklessly speeds off into the dust. People are thrown to the asphalt as desperation boils over, with starving citizens begging for enough crumbs just to make it through the night. Commentary: the art during this riot scene perfectly captures the pure terror of apocalyptic resource scarcity. Meanwhile, the selfish lottery ticket holders whisper among themselves, greedily calculating how reduced supplies will inflate the value of their future luxury apartments. Giggling like psychopaths, they celebrate the tragedy, completely blind to the fact that their golden ticket is a worthless piece of paper. Standing amidst the crumbling ruins, Gyu gazes at the celebrating fools with cold pity, pondering the tragic difference between a life without hope and a life built on a lie. Back in his dark sanctuary, M9's laptop screen chimes with a sudden ping, a new direct message received from Skelton. In a private message sent directly to M9, Gyu types out the harsh truth. The hope is never being built, so stop expecting a miracle and face reality. The cold truth hits M9 like a physical blow. Slumped on his cold floor in total despair, his arrogant grin evaporates as his entire world shatters into dust. Clack! With a trembling hand, M9 slowly presses the power button, plunging his room into total darkness as reality sinks in. Looking out over the dead capital city, Gyu reflects that in a world stripped of light, living in blissful ignorance might be a merciful curse he can't afford to care about anymore. Flashback. A crisp resignation letter sits on an official desk, stamped with the words, "I quit being a hunter," revealing Gyu's past before he became an underground prepper. An enraged squad commander slams open the door, screaming at Gyu for walking away from his duty as an elite monster hunter. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turn white, the teammate desperately begs Gyu to think about the squad members who trusted and followed him into battle. Commentary! The lighting in this flashback is incredible. It feels like a tense movie scene right before the hero walks away. He promises to talk to the higher-ups to get Gyu extended leave, but Gyu turns around with sharp, unyielding eyes, asking if he actually believes things will improve. Gyu snaps back that staying on the front lines won't change anything. It'll only drag his teammates deeper into a living hell where everyone gets slaughtered. Rumble! A visceral memory hits Gyu, wounded, drenched in blood, and lying helplessly on the ground as colossal, nightmare-inducing mutant beasts charge across a crimson battlefield. Close up on Gyu's blood-splattered red eye as he recalls the terrifying truth. Everyone who actually fought on the front lines knew humanity's war was already lost. Gyu's backstory explains so much about his current cold prepper mindset. He didn't abandon his duty out of cowardice. He left because he saw the unavoidable annihilation firsthand. His teammate lowers his head, softly telling Gyu to take an umbrella since it's pouring rain outside. Gyu stands in dark silence, absorbing his friend's final words without dropping his guard. Stepping out into the hallway, Gyu looks back one last time and coldly bids his former comrade farewell, wishing him luck in surviving the coming apocalypse. Click! Returning to the present, Gyu sits comfortably on his bunker couch, typing away under his warm lamplight, having traded the horrific battlefield for a quiet underground life of true survival. What if you survived the end of the world only to realize humanity was doomed from day one? We open on Gyu reflecting on his brutal past while scrolling through forum posts where clueless survivors ask about dinner and generator parts, totally blind to the fact that extinction is knocking on their front door. Clacking away at his keyboard, Gyu reminds himself that hope is nothing more than a delusion in this wasteland. Everything he builds, every grain of rice he hoards, is just his stubborn way of dragging out his own survival for a few extra days. But just as he's about to log off, a fresh post catches his eye. A user asking if an earthquake hit Paju because the ground is shaking violently. Gyu's eyes widen as one word rings in his head. Paju? Boom! Rumble! The ground shatters in Paju as massive, terrifying tentacles erupt through the pavement. Commentary: okay, giant tentacle monsters tearing up city streets? The artist definitely pulled out all the stops for this kaiju-level entry. Squeal! Gyu slams his bicycle brakes, his face growing dead serious as he realizes the National Crisis Operations Center must be losing their absolute minds right about now. Flashback time, Gyu recalls that these Colossus-type monsters are basically walking natural disasters that cannot be stopped by human weapons. The only silver lining? Earth's environment slowly poisons them the moment they cross over from the fissures. Shielding his eyes from the blinding glare, Gyu knows the harsh reality. The bigger these behemoths are, the worse the devastation. Survival isn't about fighting them. It's about predicting their path and getting out of the blast zone. Whoosh! Stepping into the bright sunlight, Gyu glances up at the sky, taking in the eerie calm before the inevitable storm hits. Looking out over the crumbling skyscraper ruins under a crisp blue sky, the contrast between the peaceful weather and the impending doom is chilling. Commentary: honestly, post-apocalyptic cityscapes with clear blue skies always give me the creeps. It's way too quiet. Blair. Inside the NCOC command hub, full-blown chaos erupts as panicked officers scream into radios, desperately trying to contact the Paju defense line before it gets wiped out. Flutter! A panicked worker accidentally drops a stack of top-secret documents right at Gyu's feet, apologizing frantically while scrambling on the floor. Handing the files back with a calm nod, Gyu uses the brief mix-up to glance at the classification pages, gathering free intel while acting like a helpful bystander. Dash! The staffer bolts down the hallway with the files, completely unaware that Gyu just skimmed classified government monster threat assessments. Commentary: Gyu using workplace chaos to loot government secrets is the ultimate galaxy brain move. Turning his head, Gyu's gaze darkens as he mentally processes the data he just intercepted on the approaching beast. The screen confirms his worst fears. A Kraken-type Colossus monster, codenamed Dive29525, is officially on the move. Gyu breaks down the monster's stats. While it normally resembles a massive octopus, the moment it feels threatened, it generates a rock-hard armored shell around its body. Flash, and here's the real nightmare. Once that armored shell locks into place, it unleashes a catastrophic death ray. Commentary: a giant octopus that turns into a giant armored laser cannon? Yeah, who came up with this nightmare fuel? Whoosh! The energy beam tears through entire concrete blocks, instantly disintegrating buildings, cover, and every single living creature standing in its path. Gyu remembers when one spawned in Tokyo, obliterating over 50,000 people in seconds before finally dying in Nagano Prefecture. Click! Checking the live map on his terminal, Gyu's blood turns to ice as he realizes the monster's direct route passes right through his current shelter area. Sensing eyes on him, Gyu pauses and glares up toward the upper balcony of the command room. Among them, his informant Daram turns her head, locking eyes with Gyu from across the room. They exchange a silent, tense glance as the command center surrounding them continues to dissolve into pure panic. Gyu chuckles bitterly to himself, realizing the government's secret escape to Jeju Island just got completely derailed by the sudden Leviathan attack. Commentary: karma moves fast in the apocalypse. The elites tried to sneak away, and now a giant squid is blocking the exit. Moments later, Daram leans over the railing and whispers a stern warning to Gyu, telling him to evacuate immediately because a Kraken type has emerged. Shut! Warning him that the beast is heading straight for his bunker zone, she slips through the heavy doors, leaving Gyu to make his final choice. Gyu appreciates her warning, even though his own tactical monitoring had already tipped him off minutes ago. Clatter! Returning underground to his bunker, Gyu opens his emergency crates, packing vital ammunition, fuel cans, and ration food for a quick bug-out. Standing in the quiet glow of his shelter lamps, he takes one last look around the safe haven he worked so hard to build. Commentary: leaving a fully stocked prepper paradise has gotta hurt, but living in a cardboard box beats being roasted inside an underground vault. His expression hardens as his survival instinct takes complete control over his emotions. Daram's urgent words echo in his mind again, urging him to get out while he still has a chance. Type? Struggling with his conscience, Gyu decides he can't just leave everyone else in the dark, quickly opening an anonymous forum board. He types out a desperate warning post, telling nearby survivors that taking shelter indoors is useless against a death ray that penetrates solid rock. To his frustration, the post gets buried under trivial spam within seconds, making him sigh in defeat as he reaches for his radio receiver. Suddenly, a young voice crackles through the speaker. It's Sue! Sitting beside her sniper mother, the little girl cheerfully asks what Skelton is up to. Commentary: the contrast between Gyu facing a kaiju apocalypse and this kid casually catching up over comms is absolute gold. Gyu cuts straight to the point, asking if they have a working vehicle so her mother can evacuate them right away. A heavy pause fills the air before Sue quietly admits that their car engine completely broke down. The sniper mother confirms the mechanical failure in the background, leaving the little girl waiting for Skelton's advice. Gyu's heart sinks as he checks his map, realizing the sniper duo's high-rise building lies directly in the Kraken's path of total obliteration. He hesitates, recalling his brutal fights with raiders. Rescuing them would mean putting his own life on the line for zero personal gain. Commentary: here's the classic prepper dilemma. Stick to cold survival logic or play the hero and risk getting vaporized? Cold pragmatism takes over as Gyu brutally tells them he can't risk his life for a rescue, commanding them to head as far north as possible on foot. Little Sue innocently agrees, bidding him goodbye over the static heavy connection. Before cutting off, Sue adds a sweet reminder that it's going to rain tomorrow, telling Skelton to stay out of the wet weather. Click. Gyu shuts off the radio transmission, standing alone in the suffocating silence of his dark bunker. He reminds himself that in a world already dead, letting emotions dictate your choices is a luxury no survivor can afford. Commentary: that line goes so hard, but we all know Gaia's cold prepper shell is about to crack in 3 seconds flat. Memories of his former teammate warning him about the heavy rain flood back into his mind, hitting him right in the gut. Slam! Unable to ignore his conscience any longer, Goose slams his gear crate shut and grabs his tactical equipment.
Barking into the radio transmitter, Gyu abruptly announces that he'll be at their location in 30 minutes flat. With sharp, determined eyes, Gyu demands Su to tell her mother to get ready for a brutal fight. Step, grabbing his gear and rushing out the bunker door, Gyu locks in for a high-stakes rescue mission against the clock. Ever wonder what happens when a battle-hardened prepper drops everything to play hero in the apocalypse? Step! Gyu laces up his tactical boots and makes a crazy promise over the radio. He's gonna reach the stranded survivors in 30 minutes flat, no matter what. Packing his gear with lightning speed, Gyu checks his tactical map showing a horde of mutant wild dogs swarming the route to the sniper mother and her kid. He warns them to gear up immediately because the road ahead is a literal death trap. Looking ahead with deadpan focus, Gyu knows taking a detour would waste precious time. And when a giant Colossus kaiju is turning the city into dust, time is the one luxury he doesn't have. Swish, he yanks open his weapon locker with zero hesitation, pulling out his heavy-duty sidearm because he's about to go full-action hero mode. Click! Slamming a fresh magazine into his handgun, Gyu aims down the sights with terrifying precision. And honestly, seeing him lock in like this proves he's not just a bunker hermit, he's a certified menace. Vroom! Bursting out onto the ruined highway in a yellow dune buggy, Gyu unleashes the engine while an entire pack of rabid mutant wolves starts giving chase through the rubble. Steering with one hand on the wheel and a loaded pistol in the other, Gyu speeds through the apocalyptic wasteland like he's starring in his own Mad Max spinoff. Whoosh! Bark, bark! Snarling mutant gogs with glowing red eyes surge directly into his path, practically leaping at his windshield. Boom! Ow! Without blinking, Gyu pulls the trigger at point-blank range, blasting the lead beast into bloody pieces as his packmates whine in terror. Commentary, who needs a defensive shield when your primary strategy is just drive fast and shoot everything in the face? Crack! Boom! Another mutant wolf gets its head completely obliterated by a high-caliber round, spraying blood across the pavement as Gyu keeps his foot glued to the gas pedal. Click! Calmly racking his pistol behind the wheel, Gyu barely looks bothered, though fighting off bloodthirsty beasts while driving at top speed is definitely pushing his limits. Boom, boom! Bright orange muzzle flashes illuminate the dark alleyway as Gyu leans out the side frame, taking down mutts left and right. Smack! The brutal impact sends another mutant flying across the screen in a shower of gore, and man, the visceral action frames in this chapter are insanely satisfying to watch. Click! Clicking on an empty chamber, Gyu grunts in frustration, realizing that aiming from a bouncing dune buggy is making him waste way too many precious bullets. As the battle rages on, Gyu recalls the tactical setup of standard hunter squads, a balanced team split into heavy, spotter, and assault roles to handle high-level monster threats. Bang! Bang! The heavy brings long-range fire support, raining down high-caliber destruction on massive targets from a safe distance. Commentary, seeing the tactical breakdown of squad roles really highlights how much real military logic the author bakes into this world. Then you have the spotter, stationed in mid-range with battlefield headsets and comms gear. Wearing tactical headsets for mid-range, the spotter calls out enemy movements, weak points, and keeps the whole squad synchronized. Swish! And then there's the assault, the crazy frontline warrior who charges straight into melee range under the heavy cover fire of their teammates. Slash! Clad in tactical gear, the assault dives underneath giant monster tentacles, executing devastating fire axe strikes. Commentary? Okay, fighting giant kaiju with a tactical axe? That is peak badass energy right there. Slam! With a brutal chop, the assault carves through monster armor, taking the full brunt of the chaos so the rest of the team can do their jobs. Covered in beast blood, Gyu recalls that during the fall of humanity, he was officially designated as the squad's primary assault operator. Back in the present, Gyu steers his buggy through the darkness, well aware that he's currently playing the role of assault all over again. Glancing at the empty air around him, Gyu bitterly realizes he's missing his heavy sniper and spotter backup to cover his flanks. Commentary, it really shows how heavy his trauma is when he automatically breaks down every suicide run into tactical military squad roles. He reminds himself that when you're fighting solo without cover fire, split-second decision-making is the only thing keeping you alive. Vroom! Pushing the engine to its limits, Gyu keeps blasting back the Hound Pack while spotting the target apartment building in the distance and notices a strange white figure standing high on a roof. Gyu's eyes widen as he locks onto the mysterious beast perched above the ruined skyline. Looking closely, he spots a terrifying, long-furred mutant wolf with glowing orange eyes glaring down at him. Commentary, wait, that white wolf looks like an Afghan hound merged with a nightmare. Props to the artist for making a furry dog look genuinely unsettling.
A woo! The majestic white creature throws its head back, letting out an eerie howl that echoes across the entire abandoned city district. Whoosh! The moment the howl sounds, the mutant dog pack suddenly changes tactics, swarming the buggy in coordinated pincer waves. Boom! Boom! Gyu jams his pistol right into the mouth of a leaping hound and pulls the trigger, blasting it to pieces midair. Smack! The buggy's front bumper slams into another beast, sending it tumbling over the hood with a pained whine. Dash! Watching the pack coordinate from above, Gyu realizes that white beast is an alpha monster calling tactical shots from out of his pistol's range. Commentary: an enemy monster actually using spotter tactics against our main character? Talk about a taste of his own medicine. Slam! Another hound crashes violently into the side frame, making the buggy screech and sway wildly on the cracked road. Ducking low under the steering wheel, Gyu curses as the sheer number of coordinated attacks begins to overwhelm his driving line. High above on the rooftop, the alpha wolf watches with chilling intelligence as the swarm obeys its every command. Swish! Surrounded on all sides by snapping jaws, Gyu pauses as a sudden realization hits him like a freight train. Commentary: notice how the blue lighting shifts to emphasize Gyu's tactical focus. The atmospheric work in this action scene is top-notch. The alpha isn't just following him, it's actively directing the pack using high-pitched vocal commands to herd him like livestock. Boom, boom! Blasting another charging beast that tries to breach the cabin, Gyu pieces together their terrifying strategy. Click! Realizing he's trapped in a tactical drive hunt, Gyu notes how the wolves are cutting off every single intersection ahead of him. Commentary: when the wild dogs have better tactical coordination than the local government, you know humanity is cooked. Boom! Smash! They're purposefully funneling his yellow buggy toward a closed dead-end alleyway where he'll be completely cornered. Scratch! Slam! Reacting in a split second, Gyu yanks the handbrake and drifts the buggy around a sharp bend, breaking out of their trap just in time. Vroom! He successfully avoids the dead-end trap, but the heavy impacts have left his buggy smoking and battered to near breakdown. To make matters worse, Gyu checks his pistol magazine and realizes he's completely out of ammo, with the alpha still watching from above. Vroom! Dash! With his vehicle falling apart and a beast leaping straight for his exposed window, Gyu knows he can't survive another wave on his own. Flash! Suddenly, a blinding high-velocity trail cuts through the dark air, vaporizing the leaping mutant wolf in an instant X-shaped blast. Thud! Slamming his buggy to a halt in front of the high-rise, Gyu hears a calm voice crackle through his radio as the sniper mother aims her massive anti-material rifle from the top balcony. Listening to her confirm she's got visual lock on his position, Gyu feels a surge of tactical relief. He's finally within her lethal firing range. Looking out over the ruined city skyline, illuminated by the breaking dawn, a confident smirk fades onto Gaia's face. Stepping out into the middle of the snarling pack, Gyu readies his axe, knowing he's no longer fighting alone. He's finally got himself a lethal heavy to back him up. Just when you thought Gyu was out of options, he steps out into the night holding his radio and a heavy axe, surrounded by a pack of rabid mutant hounds with glowing red eyes. Swish! With a fierce roar, Gyu declares they're wrapping this fight up in 3 minutes flat, executing a devastating slash that carves clean through 2 mutated beasts. Bang! Right on cue, Su's mother pulls the trigger from high above, raining high-caliber sniper rounds that shatter mutant skulls in midair. Commentary: honestly, having a mother-daughter sniper team covering your flank is the ultimate apocalyptic flex. High above on the rooftop, the mysterious long-furred alpha wolf glares down with glowing eyes, watching its pack get pulverized into red spatter. Standing over the massive carcass of the alpha beast, Gyu catches his breath amidst the blood-soaked pavement, surrounded by the remnants of the defeated pack. Dash! Glancing up, Gyu catches the white creature leaping off the rooftop edge, vanishing into the dark city ruins. Skeleton! Su's energetic voice breaks the heavy silence as she comes running up alongside her sniper mother, waving frantically. Hug! Without hesitating, Su leaps forward and wraps her arms around Gyu in a tight hug, totally relieved that he survived the deadly trap. Commentary: after fighting through a nightmare horde of mutant wolves, getting a wholesome hug from the kid you just saved makes every gunshot worth it. Vroom! With the sky glowing in brilliant hues of orange and pink, Gyu floors the accelerator, driving the dune buggy out of the ruins as the sun begins to set. Nestled safely in her mother's arms in the passenger seat, Su blinks softly, watching the morning sky transform into shades of bright pink and orange. Fa-whoosh! Pointing her tiny finger toward the sky, Su gasps in awe at the shimmering, glitter-like particles dancing through the morning breeze. Gyu and the sniper mother look on as shimmering particles drift through the warm wind, the disintegrating remains of the giant kraken monster breaking apart in the sunlight. Pulling the buggy over, Gyu tells the mother and daughter pair to step in front of the golden horizon for a second. Click! Pulling out his smartphone, Gyu decides to snap a photo, telling them this way they can always remember the day they watched a monster sunrise together. From high above on an overhead walkway, a shadowy figure secretly watches Gyu holding up his phone, capturing the scene from a creepy vantage point. Looking back over his shoulder, a stranger in a long trench coat mutters to himself, wondering if the kid below is just taking a casual selfie. Tapping away on his own smartphone screen, the wavy-haired guy casually replies with a cool nope. Turning around with a charming grin under the glowing pink sky, the guy adds that he wasn't taking a picture of himself. He just happened to find something way more interesting to capture. Click! Zooming in from his higher perch, the guy's phone camera snaps a secret photo of Gyu taking a picture of Rebecca and Sue. Gyu lowers his phone with a composed look, completely unaware that his mysterious photo op was just spied on by another survivor. Fast forward a bit, and Gyu is back in the dim, cool solitude of his underground bunker, sitting in front of his laptop setup. Looking at his recent forum upload, Gyu displays the rooftop photo of Rebecca and Sue, making sure to place dark sensor bars over their eyes to protect their identities online. Commentary: props to Gyu for practicing proper internet safety and blurring faces in the wasteland. A true responsible netizen. Ding! Checking his notification feed, Gyu notes that his post got a surprisingly decent amount of views and a few comments from fellow survivalists. Flash! Scrolling up to the top trending list, Guy's eyes widen in confusion when he sees another user named Defender blow up with over 500 views on a post titled Proof of Kill 36. Click. Grumbling under his breath, Gyu clicks on the thread, wondering what insane monster Defender managed to hunt down this time to get so much clout. Flash! The forum page loads up with bright crimson accents as Gyu waits for the image attachment to render on his screen. The post shows a hand throwing up a peace sign against the exact same pink sunrise sky, captioned, "Not a human this time, LOL. It was a Kraken-type monster with hundreds of upvotes." Gasp! Gyu stares at the monitor in absolute shock, his face frozen as the reality of what he's looking at hits him right in the chest. Placing both posts side by side, Gyu analyzes the exact camera angle, cloud formation, and lighting. There's zero doubt about it. Defender was standing on the exact same rooftop at the exact same minute. Memories flood back into Gyu's mind as he realizes that long-haired guy standing above him on the ledge was none other than Defender himself. Commentary: talk about an insane cosmic coincidence. Out of millions of square miles, Gyu literally ran into the server's top ranker while taking a photo. Ding! Suddenly, a direct message notification pops up on Gyu's screen from Defender. Gyu opens it to find the photo Defender took of Gyu's back, along with the cheeky message, "Yo, Skelton, this you?" Staring at the glowing pink text box on his keyboard screen, Gyu feels a chill run down his spine as his secret identity is instantly exposed. Sitting motionless in the dark room, Gyu stares at the laptop display, his mind racing through every possible security threat this revelation brings. Type. Recalling Defender's older forum posts mentioning he lives near the Guangzhou area, Gyu rationalizes that it could just be a random evacuation run-in. He decides his safest play is to completely play dumb and deny it. Hesitate? Gyu types out a confused no and hits send, hoping to throw Defender off his trail before things get weird. Ding, ding, ding! Within seconds, Defender spams back, "Why are you lying, LOL?" Followed by, "I survived thanks to your warning," and "Let's be friends going forward, yeah?" Realizing Defender isn't buying it, Gyu remembers his earlier broadcast warning post about the Kraken's deadly ray. Defender actually took his advice and evacuated in time. Static? Suddenly the radio in Guy's desk crackles to life with heavy static, interrupting his tense online chat session. Up on her high lookout point, Rebecca speaks into her handheld comms unit, asking Gyu if he's receiving her signal. Zooming in on Rebecca's sharp gray eyes, her tone drops into total operational seriousness as she addresses Gyu over the channel. Overlooking the ruined city streets below, Rebecca reports that a massive group of human survivors is marching directly toward Gyu's area, telling him to stay on high alert. Commentary: just when Gyu thought he could relax in his basement, an entire refugee camp decides to move onto his front lawn. Groan. Gyu slaps his hand over his forehead in sheer exhaustion, feeling a massive headache coming on as his peaceful prepper life crumbles around him. Gyu recalls the ferocious mutant wolf pack he fought off earlier, noting that the White Alpha was a notorious terror in this territory. Swish! In his previous fight, Gyu and Rebecca had wiped out most of the pack's frontline killers, severely thinning their numbers.
With the alpha dead and the pack broken, Gyu realizes the deadly mutant dogs are no longer around to act as a natural guard dog fence keeping humans out of a zone. Without those bloodthirsty mutant dogs patrolling the streets as a terrifying natural barrier, outside survivors can now freely march into his territory. Commentary, talk about task failed successfully. Clearing out the local monster pack opened the front door for armed human scavengers. Staring at his surveillance feeds, Guan groans internally because having noisy neighbors is annoying, but the actual problem is much, much worse. Camera zooms in on the rocky outcropping where the survivors pitch their main tents, right next to a metallic exhaust fan built into the cliff face. Panic, Gyu freaks out in the dark room, realizing the clueless refugees set up their camp directly over the main air vent of his underground power generator. Gyu grips his desk in disbelief. Of all the places in the entire ruined city, the survivors chose to set up camp right over the air intake vents of the Skeleton Heart, the vital generator keeping his entire underground base alive. Whirl! Imagine having a generator so massive it takes up an entire floor just to keep your post-apocalyptic base alive. But the downside? It spews out enough thick smoke to signal every scavenger for miles. Commentary. Honestly, running a diesel generator in an apocalypse is basically putting up a neon sign that says free loot here. Gyu stares into the dim shadows of his bunker, his heart sinking as he realizes that a smoking vent outside is practically an invitation for uninvited guests. Checking his security monitors, the mood instantly drops when he spots two unfamiliar figures lurking right near his concealed exhaust fan in the drizzling fog. He knows that shutting off the generator will kill the power and freeze the heart of his base, turning his cozy sanctuary into a dark, uninhabitable tomb. Commentary? Talk about a brutal dilemma. Do you risk suffocating in a pitch-black cave or risk getting raided by randos? To make matters worse, with summer rapidly approaching, losing power means his entire stock of frozen meat and emergency rations will rot within days. Glancing back at the camera feeds, Gyu analyzes the outsiders carefully, noticing they aren't wearing combat gear or carrying weapons, meaning they aren't typical bloodthirsty raiders. Deciding not to instantly go full warlord, Gyu resolves to head above ground and try settling things using good old-fashioned words. Commentary. Look at Gyu actually trying to use diplomacy for once. Usually, MCs in these manhwas shoot first and ask questions never. Up on the surface, the bright sunlight hits an entire camp of elderly refugees setting up tents and lugging heavy bags right over Gyu's hidden bunker vents. Stepping out of the tree line with an assault rifle slung over his shoulder, Gung Yu confronts the leader from behind, stating coldly that they are trespassing on private property. With an icy, unwavering stare, Gyu demands that the group pack up their gear and clear out of the area immediately. Commentary. Giving a stern eviction notice while holding an M4 carbine definitely adds some serious weight to your words. Stunned silence falls over the clearing as the elderly leader stares back in disbelief at the young guy standing before him with the deadly firearm. Throwing his hands up in frustration, the elder starts whining about how cold-hearted young people are nowadays, pointing back toward a crowd of frail, elderly folks shivering in the woods. Oh, yes, playing the guilt card in the middle of a literal apocalypse. Classic move when confronted with an M4 rifle. Trying to diffuse the tension, the old man asks you to calm down, introducing his followers as members of the official Pioneer Group. To prove his point, the old man proudly pulls out a crumpled piece of paper, waving a Pioneer Group permit right in Guy's face like it's a golden ticket. The moment Gyu hears the name Pioneer Group, a spark of memory hits him. He recalls seeing a viral thread about this exact organization while scrolling through his dark web survival forums late at night. The forum post breaks it down in 3 brutal bullet points. The government rounded up useless citizens for city reconstruction, realized they couldn't feed them, and dumped the elderly into the wild under the fake title of Pioneer Group. Wow, talk about dystopian government trickery. They literally gave grandmas a piece of paper and said, "Congrats, you're pioneers now. Good luck surviving mutant beasts." Gyu realizes the dark reality. These poor old souls weren't sent here on a noble mission. They were exiled by ruined cities that reached full capacity and discarded them like trash under the guise of suburban development. Looking at the pathetic group of grandmas and grandpas huddled around their fake permit, Gyu feels a sting of pity, but his prepper instincts warn him not to let his guard down. Racking his rifle bolt to drive the point home, Gyu gives them a strict deadline of 3 days to clear out. When the old man screams that they have government authorization, Gyu doesn't even blink. Standing tall in the foggy forest, Gyu drops the ultimate truth bomb on them, coldly stating that the country no longer exists.
Ooh, that line goes ridiculously hard. Nothing puts an end to a bureaucratic argument faster than reminding someone their government dissolved months ago. Fast forward 3 full days later, and the morning sun rises over the exact same scene. The tents are still pitched, the refugees haven't moved an inch, and Gaius's patience is completely flushed down the toilet. Striding right back up to the camp leader, Gyu angrily demands to know why they're still squatting on his roof, asking if they seriously can't leave without orders from high command. The elder desperately pleads that if they abandon their assigned post without official permission, headquarters will cut off the ration supplies sent to their families back home, begging for just a few more weeks. Before Gyu can push back, an elderly woman shuffles forward with tears in her eyes, throwing her hands out and begging the young man to show them a shred of mercy. Bending down until her forehead nearly touches the dirt, the grandma weeps, admitting that their own families and the state abandoned them simply because they're old and useless in a crisis. Grabbing Gyu's hand with her trembling fingers, she presses a soggy, half-eaten nutrient bar into his palm, begging him to treat them like quiet, harmless neighbors. Man, watching a battle-tested prepper get handed a soggy energy bar by a crying grandma is equal parts heartbreaking and hilarious. How do you even fight back against that? Gyu stands there completely speechless, staring at the pathetic old woman while his stone-cold prepper mentality gets utterly wrecked by an overdose of unprompted guilt. Defeated for the moment, Gyu retreats back in the oppressive dark of his underground bunker where the air is getting hotter, stickier, and more unbearable by the hour. Sitting alone in the pitch-black darkness, Gyu feels a massive migraine throbbing behind his eyes as his sweat drips onto the cold concrete floor. Wiping his forehead in total exhaustion, a dark thought flashes through his mind. Maybe it would just be 10 times easier to grab his hatchet and wipe out the entire camp in 5 minutes. But as tempted as he is to go full villain mode, Gyu's remaining moral compass stops him. He knows deep down that these defenseless grandmas aren't bloodthirsty raiders, and slaughtering innocent refugees crosses a line he can't uncross. Turning on his laptop setup powered by emergency batteries, Gyu determines there has to be a smarter, non-lethal way to solve this insane squatter situation. Firing up the Viva Apocalypse forum, Gyu types out a rage post titled, "A group of refugees calling themselves Pioneer Group have shown up near my home, asking the internet for advice. The replies are pure chaotic brain rot. Some tell him to commit mass violence, while others just roast his spelling. Internet forums never change, even during the apocalypse. Half the comments are telling him to execute civilians, and the other half are grammar police correcting his typos." A sudden pop-up notification flashes across his glowing screen. You have received a message from Defender. Defender wastes zero time dropping his usual sociopathic survival logic, advising Gyu that those people will turn into raiders once their food runs out, so he better strike first and execute them all now. Gyu rolls his eyes at the screen, muttering that of course Defender would give the most extreme bloodthirsty answer possible. Though Gyu agrees that desperate people eventually do desperate things, he knows these specific refugees are genuinely trying their best to play by the rules and avoid conflict. Memories flash back to a previous encounter in the forest where Gyu met up with a forum user named Kyledos. Kyle looked Gyu up and down, surprised that the legendary Skelton wasn't some grizzled middle-aged veteran in his 40s. Kyle chuckled about how people online always build fake personas, while Gyu noted in his head that Kyledos was one of the very few normie non-psycho users left on the Viva Apocalypse website. Kyle pointed into a glowing sunlit clearing, asking Gyu what on earth this strange floating white cylinder sitting among the bushes was supposed to be. Staring intently at the eerie object bathed in golden light, Gyu identified it immediately with absolute gravity, calling it a capsule. Looking closer at the mysterious white container hovering silently above the mossy rocks, Kyle couldn't hide his bewilderment at such alien technology appearing in the woods. Gyu kept his sharp gaze locked on the glowing capsule, his brain already calculating the immense danger hidden within its smooth, featureless shell. Gyu dropped the shocking revelation that shiny cylinder isn't high-tech military gear, it's actually a monster egg waiting to hatch. Shortly after, Kyle posted a viral photo of it titled, "Does anyone know what this is?" Imagine finding a cool shiny white cylinder on your morning walk, showing it to your prepper buddy, and he nonchalantly tells you it's a kaiju egg, pure panic fuel. The forum post blew up with thousands of views as users debated the sudden appearance of these strange white capsule eggs scattered across the mountain ranges. Back in his dark bunker, looking at Kyle's old thread on his laptop screen, a brilliant stroke of tactical genius suddenly sparks inside Guy's brain. If the Pioneer refugees physically cannot leave without orders from their high-level bosses, then Gyu doesn't need to fight them, he just needs to fabricate a terrifying threat that forces their headquarters to order an immediate evacuation. Fingers flying across his keyboard, Gyu replies to Kyle's post under his Skeleton account, claiming the thing is insanely dangerous and offering his specialized disposal service to remove it. Thanks to Skeleton's notorious reputation as a weird, aggressive prepper, Kyle gets suspicious and asks if he's useless, insisting they shouldn't meet near his house, which plays right into Gyu's plan. Beep! Tapping his vehicle's digital GPS route calculator, Gyu chuckles at the outdated tech, fully prepared to execute his master plan and solve his squatter problem once and for all. Commentary: using a fake monster threat to trigger a bureaucratic evacuation order? Gyu's galaxy brain strategy is pure genius. Ever wonder what happens when a prepper's secret hideout gets invaded by squatters? Well, instead of starting an all-out war, Gyu jumps into his pickup truck and radios the city's road control team, getting his Skeleton ID verified in seconds. The radio operator guides him through the ruined highways, telling him to stick to Road 13 before veering off toward Road 22 to reach his destination. Cruising down the empty asphalt, Gyu admits to himself that doing dirty work for the committee actually had its perks, especially when it gives him access to government-cleared safe zones. His destination is Paju City, the literal ground zero where apocalyptic fishers first tore through the country. Talk about picking the most dangerous vacation spot imaginable. Glowing red like an open wound on the earth, this terrifying crater is where the nightmare originally began, making it the absolute last place any sane person would willingly drive toward. Screeching to a halt near the tree line, Gyu spots a figure lurking in the woods, waiting anxiously with a rifle slung over his shoulder. It turns out the military and elite hunters are constantly guarding the main fissure, but somehow a mysterious monster capsule managed to drop right into this secluded area. Stepping out of his truck with complete confidence, Gyu bluntly announces that Skeleton has officially arrived on the scene. The stranger gives a casual wave, introducing himself as Kyle Dost, the online user Gyu's been messaging. Look at this guy acting like they're meeting up for a peaceful Craigslist trade in the middle of an apocalypse. Skipping the polite small talk entirely, Gyu asks where the capsule is hiding, eager to inspect the alien anomaly as fast as humanly possible. Sunlight streams through the lush green canopy of the forest, creating a surprisingly peaceful atmosphere that totally contrasts with the impending doom lurking nearby. Kyle panics the second he hears Gyu describe the object, stuttering in absolute terror about whether a monster egg is about to hatch right in front of them. Unsheathing his trusty hatchet with a sharp swish, Gyu cold-bloodedly tells Kyle to step back and stay out of his way. Then, with deadpan comedy, Gyu casually tells Kyle that if he gets vaporized, Kyle should just take his pickup truck and run, since the keys are right in the ignition. Imagine your guide giving you a free truck as a contingency plan for his own death. Gripping his gleaming weapon tighter, Gyu prepares himself for the absolute worst-case scenario, knowing that apocalypse survival leaves zero room for careless mistakes. With a sudden dash, Gyu sprints full speed toward the mysterious container sitting quietly among the foliage. Channeling pure murderous intent into his body, Gyu raises his hatchet high into the air and swings it down with a vicious whoosh, intending to slice the mystery object wide open. The gleaming steel blade descends toward the target at terrifying speed, ready to smash whatever cosmic horror is sleeping inside. Clench! Right before impact, Gyu violently halts his swing, causing a shimmering green energy field to hum into existence around the canister. Fizzle! Watching the green aura dissolve into thin air, Kyle nearly jumps out of his boots while Gyu calmly explains that it's a defensive reflective barrier. Commentary: imagine swinging an axe at full power just to stop an inch away to test a barrier. Gyu's reflex control is absolutely absurd. A dramatic vision reveals the dark truth. This dimensional defense twists space itself to reflect all force back at attackers, making these alien objects virtually indestructible to human weapons. Kyle stands there with his jaw practically glued to the dirt, staring at Gyu like he's looking at an absolute madman. Trembling with anxiety, Kyle asks what would happen if a nightmarish apex predator suddenly hatched from the shell right then and there. Turning around with a completely deadpan glare, Gyu bluntly replies that he'd just die, leaving Kyle utterly speechless at his total lack of fear. Thud! Heavy lifting time. Gyu casually hoists the heavy glowing white cylinder into the back of his pickup truck while Kyle watches in utter disbelief. Commentary: loading an unexploded alien monster spore into your truck bed like a bag of fertilizer is top-tier main character energy. Scratching his head in bewilderment, Kyle admits that Gyu looks way different than expected, confessing that he always assumed Skelton was a total internet weirdo. As Kyle starts listing off Gyu's history of posting cringe forum titles, rage bait, and sketchy posts, Gyu gets totally flustered and quickly cuts him off to save face. Shut! Slamming the driver door shut, Gyu mutters a quick thanks to Kyle for bringing him to the capsule, eager to escape the embarrassment. Leaning against the window, Kyle chuckles and asks Gyu to leave a like on his forum profile if he's actually grateful. Flashing a bright, friendly thumbs up, Kyle bids him farewell, while Gyu internally calls him a liar and speeds off into the sunset. Commentary? Even after the world collapses, people are still out here begging for upvotes and likes. Clout chasing never dies. Glancing at the road ahead, Gyu reflects on how surreal it feels to meet another forum user in person for the very first time since society collapsed. Looking back through the side mirror at the empty highway, he realizes Kyle treated him with the easygoing familiarity of a childhood cousin. Resting his chin on his hand while navigating the deserted roads, Gyu enjoys a rare moment of peaceful contemplation. Vroom! The heavy pickup truck roars across a massive suspension bridge, carrying its hazardous cargo toward its final placement. Bird's eye view. On his way back home, Gyu carefully drops the glowing white capsule right in the middle of a strategic access road. As dusk falls over the wasteland, the elderly refugees of the Pioneer Group spot something strange on their evening patrol, shining their flashlight into the gloom. The flashlight beam highlights the glowing white cylinder sitting squarely in the middle of the dark asphalt like a futuristic farm silo. The elderly leader quickly dials HQ on his radio to report the strange object, only for the commander on the other end to start screaming at him to back away immediately. Commentary. The leader thought he found a shiny piece of junk, but HQ reacted like he stumbled onto a nuclear warhead. Inside the Road Control Command Center, operators frantically analyze drone imagery, shouting over the radio that the object is an active, highly dangerous monster spore that must be evacuated at all costs. When the old man stammers about their designated camp, the operator blows a fuse, screaming at the top of his lungs that this isn't a suggestion, it's an official military evacuation order. Talk about the ultimate galaxy brain move by Gyu. He used the government's own bureaucracy and fear of monster spores to force the squatters off his roof without firing a single bullet. Back deep inside his underground bunker, the sweet, comforting whirl of the air ventilation system fills the room as Gyu relaxes on the floor. With a satisfying click, the overhead lights illuminate his underground haven, and Gyu sighs in total relief as the cool, fresh air finally circulates properly. A full month passes in peace, with that heavy-duty AC unit continuously spinning to keep his secret bunker at the perfect climate-controlled temperature. Sipping a hot cup of coffee with his legs crossed, Gyu lives the ultimate prepper dream, totally thriving in his isolated sanctuary. A hilarious chibi graphic shows the Pioneer Group refugees hauling their gear away as Gyu notes that the road to the Air Force Base was shut down, meaning those squatters are gone for good. As for the pesky committee members who used to call him with constant favors, Gyu chuckles knowing they're way too busy prepping for their evacuation to Jeju Island to bother him anymore. Checking his laptop, Gyu smiles as he sees Kyle Doss actually kept his promise and liked his stake post, while Defender leaves a typical greedy comment. Ah, peace, quiet, and good internet speed. What more could a prepper ask for? Taking another sip from his mug, Gyu mutters about how Defender always posts the most unhinged replies, when suddenly a new trending thread catches his eye. The screen displays a viral news report showing angry crowds holding signs and screaming in protest against forced government relocation. Furious citizens raise their fists into the air, shouting demands for proper living conditions, and proving that even in a monster apocalypse, human drama never takes a day off. Protesters are screaming outside government headquarters demanding answers about forced relocations, while inside a dimly lit office, director Sang-Hoon Lee stands silhouetted against closed blinds as chaotic yells echo from the street. Outside, angry civilians are practically ready to start chucking bricks through the glass, forcing his assistant to rush in and warn him to step away from the window before things turn into an absolute riot. Instead of worrying about the angry mob below, Sang-Hoon coolly drops the name of the one guy on his mind, Gyu Park, revealing his true identity as a former top-tier hunter now running the National Crisis Operations Center. Sang-Hoon orders his crew to track down Gyu if he's even still breathing, wondering how long his old classmate plans to stay hidden in his cozy underground bunker like an apocalyptic hermit.
Commentary? Honestly, if I had a fully powered subterranean bunker while society was crumbling outside, you couldn't pay me to leave either. Flash! A dramatic flashback takes us back to humanity's downfall, showing fighter jets desperately screaming through the sky as a colossal glowing red rift tore open the Earth. As world leaders gathered at the UN building, putting on fake, teary-eyed speeches about global unity, every nation was secretly calculating how to exploit this cosmic horror for their own power. Behind closed doors, corrupt politicians and shadowy elites immediately schemed to turn alien destruction into fat paychecks, completely ignoring the sheer nightmare brewing on the ground. Unaware of the impending doom, a group of field scientists in full protective gear sent poor Mr. Kim shuffling forward like a designated sacrificial lamb to inspect a mysterious anomaly. Commentary? Yes, classic boss move, sending the underpaid temp worker to touch the glowing alien threat first. Squinting through glowing mist, the survey team orders him to freeze in place, mapping out energy readings on their digital tablets as the atmospheric pressure spikes to dangerous levels. Crackle! The ambient air turns electric green as a female researcher's eyes widen in sheer horror, sensing that something wildly unnatural is about to burst forth. With a sudden, horrific slice, a shadowy blade flashes out of the rift. Before Mr. Kim can even scream, his body is instantly severed in half in a gruesome flash of red spray. What follows is pure nightmare fuel. A grotesque, multi-legged insectoid horror erupts from the portal, chopping the entire research squad into pieces with razor-sharp appendages. Look at the art style shift here. The absolute visceral horror of heads flying and blood splatter really hits like a freight train. Realizing standard weapons weren't going to cut it against these multi-dimensional horrors, governments worldwide established a brand new elite fighting force, the Hunters. Muscular superhumans trained specifically to battle nightmare entities like giant multi-armed deer monsters and blood-red hellscapes. Both Gyu and Sang-hoon ended up attending the prestigious South Korean Guard Academy, joining the elite Class 13 to train as humanity's frontline defenders. And right on the Academy bulletin board, sitting right at the very top of the rankings, was none other than Gyu Park, with Sang-hoon Lee stuck in second place right beneath him. The whole academy was constantly buzzing about Gyu, muttering how the guy had held the #1 spot for 3 straight years. Students assumed he was a total sociopath who did nothing but train, sleep, and dream about monster decapitations 24/7. Walking down the hallway with an icy, unreadable expression, Young-gyu completely ignored the whispers. Even his classmates joked that he probably image-trained monster slaughters while fast asleep. Standing in the crowd, young Sang-hoon glared at Gyu's back with intense jealousy, internally scoffing at how ridiculously hardcore Gyu was taking everything. Talk about a classic anime rival dynamic brewing in the hallway. While Sang-hoon stood under the bright spotlight seeking prestige, Gyu walked away into the shadows, choosing a path of absolute isolation and self-reliance over hero glory. Back in the present, a sharp beep-beep echoes through Gyu's underground bunker. Gyu looks up from his computer screen in surprise as his high-frequency radio unit suddenly comes alive with static. Rubbing his forehead with a heavy sigh, Gyu groans, assuming the government operator Daram Kim is calling him yet again to do dirty work like suppressing angry street protesters. But the voice that erupts through the speaker isn't Daram Kim's. It's the cold, authoritative tone of director Sang-hoon Lee bringing up the alien capsule Gyu dropped on Road 13. Sang-hoon doesn't mince words, directly accusing Gyu of illegally moving an active monster capsule right into a government safe zone. Gyu facepalms so hard you can practically hear the slap. He realized instantly that his galaxy brain plan to scare off the roof squatters got picked up on government sensors, bringing his old rival straight back into his life. Sang-hoon breaks down the cold logic. A monster capsule randomly appearing in a completely uninfected zone means only one person in the vicinity had the balls and skill to transport it. Gyu Park! Gripping the walkie-talkie while scratching his messy hair, Gyu mentally curses his old classmate, thinking about how Sang-hoon is still the exact same strict hard-ass he was back in high school. Seriously, this guy's detective skills are sharp enough to cut glass. Sang-hoon scolds him over the comms, asking Gyu what on earth he would have done if his reckless stunt accidentally cracked the capsule open and summoned an unbeatable monster horde. Gyu's eyes widen in genuine shock as Sang-hoon reveals that alien capsules aren't egg incubators at all. They're actually spatial portals. Gyu internally winces, feeling a bitter sting as he realizes how dangerously outdated his survival intel has become since retiring from the hunter life. Cutting right through the awkward silence, Sang-hoon drops a massive bombshell over the radio, ordering Gyu to drop everything and head straight to Jeju Island. Sang-hoon offers to personally recommend Gyu for a high-ranking instructor position at the new academy, but Gyu calmly cuts in and asks what happens if he just says no. With total deadpan bluntness, Gyu rejects the golden career opportunity instantly, stating he loves his underground bunker way too much to ever leave. Sang-hoon snaps back over the radio, aggressively asking Gyu if he honestly sees a real long-term future in spending the rest of his life rotting away inside a dark concrete hole. Staring out his office window into the gloomy night, Sang-hoon gets nostalgic, reminding Gyu of their shared past and how limited they truly were back in the day. Sang-hoon raises his hand as a faint wave of blue mana glimmers over his palm, admitting that neither he nor Gyu were born with god-tier gifted powers. But Gyu has zero patience for a dramatic sob story, telling Sang-hoon to cut the crap and find someone else for his suicide mission. Sang-hoon exhales a long, exhausted sigh as the line goes quiet, muttering that Gyu is still as insanely stubborn as ever, while his assistant quietly steps out of the office. Giving one final ominous warning before hanging up, Sang-hoon tells Gyu that the entire capital is about to fall into catastrophic danger, ending the call with a chilling command: "Don't die, Gyu." The radio unit emits a final click as the signal cuts out completely, leaving the word "survive" hanging in the chilly air of the bunker. Overhead light shines down on Gyu as he sits alone in his underground sanctuary, surrounded by rows of supplies and the steady, comforting hum of his ventilation units. Cut to the next morning. Sunlight beams down over lush, green countryside fields as birds chirp peacefully in the crisp morning air, a total contrast to the chaotic doom in Seoul. With a sharp swish, a gleaming steel sickle catches the bright morning rays as Gyu prepares for a hard day's work. Crouched low in an abandoned field, Gyu uses his expert precision to harvest wild rice stalks, carefully packing every single plant into a heavy burlap sack. Pulling the drawstrings tight with a heavy tug, Gyu marvels at how seeds he randomly scattered months ago managed to flourish all on their own, without any human intervention. Nature really is wild like that. Hoisting the massive bag over his shoulder with an assault rifle strapped to his hip, Gyu trudges back to base like a post-apocalyptic peasant warrior. Commentary? Slicing alien monsters by day, harvesting organic rice by night, Gyu is living the ultimate Stardew Valley survival mod. A warm memory flashes in his mind of an old farmer towel around his neck who once taught a young Gyu that as long as a man has dirt and seeds, he will never starve. Walking back toward his bunker, Gyu takes those words to heart, knowing that in a world where society could collapse tomorrow, every single grain of food is worth its weight in gold. Back inside his climate-controlled bunker, Gyu carefully spreads out a fresh batch of white rice grains onto a clean drying mat. Settling into his gaming chair, Gyu flips open his high-tech laptop, ready to spend the rest of his evening surfing post-apocalyptic web forums. Commentary. Imagine surviving the collapse of civilization just to spend your free time lurking on forum threads. Bro is truly one of us. His eyes lock onto a viral forum thread titled, "Is Defender a Woman?" featuring a chaotic crime photo of 3 tied-up gang members with a shadowy female silhouette painted on the wall behind them. Scrolling through the comments, he watches clueless forum users debate Defender's gender, all started by a notoriously annoying poster named Unicorn18. Staring at the shadowy murder photo on screen, Gyu smirks quietly to himself, knowing for a fact that the mysterious vigilante Defender is definitely not a girl. Imagine sitting in your cozy underground bunker, casually reading online rumors about an infamous killer, only to realize the entire internet is debating your secret identity. Gyu stares at his monitor as users debate whether the vigilante Defender is secretly a deadly female assassin. Gyu scoffs and leans back in his chair, completely writing off the forum posts as ridiculous internet fanfiction. But just as he tries to relax, the heavy silence of his bunker is shattered. Static crackles over his high-frequency radio unit as director Sang-hoon Lee's final words ring through the speaker, a chilling, quiet warning telling Gyu not to die out there. Resting his chin on his palm, Gyu groans with total indifference, muttering to himself that he's safer underground than anyone else on this ruined planet. Man, this guy's level of unbothered chill is almost a superpower on its own. But despite his aloof attitude, the name Sang-hoon Lee hangs heavily over his thoughts as memories of his past begin to resurface. A tense flashback takes us back to their military academy days, where every single interaction between them felt like a silent war.
In the front row of the classroom, young Song-hoon was the absolute star student, constantly raising his hand and badgering the instructor about monster classifications. Talk about that one kid in class who asks questions 2 seconds before the bell rings. Gyu remembers how Song-hoon was insanely competitive for his age, obsessively pushing himself to outshine everyone around him, especially Gyu. A sudden beep from the comms snaps Gyu right back to reality, breaking his nostalgia trip in an instant. Assuming it's just government agent Daram Kim calling to bug him with more annoying errands, Gru groans into the radio and threatens to hang up until a terrifying 4-word sentence stops him dead in his tracks. The director is dead. Gyu's eyes widen in genuine shock as the world around him seems to freeze. Wait, hold on. Did she really just say Song-hoon is gone? Daram's voice trembles over the speaker as she reveals the director Song-hoon made an extreme decision and took his own life, leaving Gyu completely speechless. She explains that Song-hoon left a final note behind, taking us into a gloomy memory of the high-strung director back in his prime. In his suicide note, Sang-hoon wrote that someone had to take full responsibility for the complete collapse of society and the growing civil unrest tearing the country apart. The artwork here really captures that bleak, post-apocalyptic desperation. Gripping the walkie-talkie with a furrowed brow, Gyu listens in silence as Daram solemnly asks if he plans on attending his rival's funeral. The heavy question hangs in the cold air, forcing Gyu to confront the complicated bond he shared with the man who constantly chased his shadow. Daram clarifies that the private service will be held at the military hospital where her husband works, having pulled strings to organize it despite the martial law lockdown. Lowering her voice, she changes the subject and asks if Gyu still intends to take the country road near the alien capsule to reach the capital. Gyu frowns, confirming that's his route and asking why she's suddenly bringing it up now. Over the buzzing comms, Daram drops another key piece of intel. The government deployed an elite military squad to lock down that exact roadway just yesterday. Sitting under the dim spotlight of his bunker, Gyu listens carefully as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Silence fills the subterranean room as Gyu sits under the spotlight, realizing his peaceful isolation has officially expired. Commentary? You know it's getting serious when the Hermit King is forced to share a footprint in the real world. Realizing who is stationed there, Gyu's expression turns dark as a shadowy figure looms in his imagination. Song-hoon intentionally assigned awakened hunters to his route right before dying. Glaring into the gloom, Gyu realizes Sang-hoon deliberately set up awakened guards right along his path, almost as if plotting one last maneuver from beyond the grave. Shrugging with a bitter smirk, Gyu talks back to his rival's ghost, annoyed that the hard-headed guy managed to give him a headache even on the way to his own funeral. Turning back to his workstation, Gyu knows he can't just sit around anymore. It's time to gear up and hit the road. Shing! Unsheathing a pair of custom-built tactical axes from his personal weapons rack, Gyu admires the deadly steel he dragged away from his old military service. Commentary: forget standard weapons, bro pulled out dual tactical hatchets like he's about to play real-life Assassin's Creed. Clunk! The heavy vault door shuts tight as Gyu rolls out into the dark night on a simple utility bicycle, heading toward his final rendezvous with Song-hoon. Pedaling quietly through the shadows, Gyu decides to bypass the main military checkpoint by cutting across an unpaved country dirt road. Vroom! Screech! A blinding motorcycle headlight suddenly cuts through the darkness as a rider skids to a halt right in front of him, ordering him to halt in his tracks. Squinting into the glare, the biker blinks in absolute disbelief as he catches a glimpse of the cyclist's face. Blocking the harsh beam with his hand, Gyu sighs as the rider instantly recognizes him as the legendary Gyu Park. It turns out the biker is none other than Sung-kyun Baek, a rugged freelance hunter who takes on odd jobs for the NCOC command. Commentary: coming across a former acquaintance while secretly riding a rusty bicycle in the middle of nowhere is peak awkward energy. When Sun-hyun asks where he's heading, Gyu casually mentions Seoul, prompting the biker to say he needs to escort him in for a brief check. Click! Flicking open a Zippo lighter to ignite a cigarette, Sung-hyun admits he'd totally let Gyu slide if it were up to him, but his hands are tied. Stare! Sung-hyun takes a long drag from his smoke, casting a weary side-eye toward a squad of figures lingering under the streetlights. He gestures back at the group, admitting that he isn't actually the shot caller at this temporary checkpoint. Gyu's eyes narrow as he zeroes in on the roaring tiger emblem stamped across their matching track jackets, the infamous RT insignia. Known as the Roaring Tigers, these smug kids represent the new breed of true awakened hunters who look down on unawakened veteran soldiers as obsolete relics. Commentary. Ah, yes, the classic arrogant young prodigies who think flashier magic replaces hard-earned combat experience. We love a good humbling setup. Gyu's face hardens as he remembers how this superpowered class first emerged roughly 6 years ago, completely altering human history. An apocalyptic throwback image shows the grim reality. When dimensional monsters first invaded, 30% of the human population was wiped out in sheer bloody slaughter. Swell! Dubbed the Awakened, these individuals tapped into raw cosmic energy, throwing down destructive magic powers that rivaled the alien beasts themselves. Following breakthrough research, government scientists figured out artificial methods to forcibly trigger latent potential in young candidates. Soon, the state heavily militarized these new awakened recruits, pushing old-school non-magical hunters completely off the front lines. Back in the present, one of the cocky young awakened with mullet hair looks down at Gyu with absolute disdain, insolently asking who the old guy on the bicycle is supposed to be. Trying to keep the peace, Sunghyun steps in and casually introduces Gyu as a former hunter from the old days. The arrogant kid bursts out laughing, disrespectfully mocking Gyu and asking if he's just another washed-up part-timer like Sunyeon. Man, these new-gen kids really need a lesson in basic manners. Drag. Sungyeon takes a quiet puff of his cigarette, silently enduring the disrespect because he knows how ridiculously dangerous these awakened hotheads can be. Mullet Kid steps closer and taunts Gyu, asking why a retired old-timer is sneaking around at night like a common criminal. But Gyu doesn't even blink. Looking the arrogant kid straight in the eyes with cold lethality, Gyu calmly asks, "What generation are you?" Sending poor Sungyeon into a total panic freak-out in the background. Talk about an absolute boss move. Imagine looking down on a guy thinking he's just an easy target, only for him to ask a simple question that instantly shatters your entire ego. The arrogant young hunter's face drops in total confusion as his glowing blue eyes widen, completely taken aback by Gyu's terrifyingly cold aura. Brushing off his sudden nervousness, the mullet kid takes a heavy step forward with a cocky grin, scoffing that this old-timer must be completely clueless about who he's messing with. Leaning right into Gyu's personal space, the kid proudly flexes that he's part of Class 20 of the Elite Awaken program and aggressively asks what that matters to an old guy. Gyu doesn't even flinch, casually dropping that he's from Class 13, meaning he was hunting monsters back when this kid was still in diapers. The young hothead rolls his eyes, scoffing that his generation doesn't respect anyone below Class 18 as a true senior anyway, totally underestimating the massive gap in real battle experience. Man, the disrespect from these rookie hotheads is unreal. Talk about classic rookie overconfidence right before a harsh reality check. Condescendingly patting Gyu's shoulder, the mullet kid mockingly reminds him how deadly alien capsules are, advising the old man to just pack up and ride his little bicycle back home. For a split second, Gyu considers keeping his head down and turning around to avoid an unnecessary clash. But as the rookie calls out to check if he's leaving, Gyu stops dead in his tracks and stands tall. Slowly turning around, Gyu raises his hand and points a sharp finger directly past the arrogant kids toward the dark highway. The camera pulls back to reveal Gyu pointing his tactical axe straight at the glowing alien capsule sitting in the middle of the barricaded road, setting up an absolute showdown. Looking at them with deadly intensity, Gyu chillingly states that if destroying the alien capsule is all it takes to clear the road, then he'll just wipe it out himself. The mullet kid bursts out laughing, mocking Gyu as an absolute clown for thinking an old-school, non-awakened hunter could ever destroy a capsule, while his teammates sarcastically cheer the old man on. Honestly, watching weak side characters trash talk a low-key god-tier protagonist is my absolute favorite trope. Unbothered by their childish insults, Gyu casually walks past the barricade toward the capsule, knowing that when words fail, raw power is the only language people understand. Bam! Whoosh! In a sudden flash of unbelievable speed, Gyu explodes forward like a rocket, leaving a trail of orange sparks dragging along the asphalt. Dash! Swipe! Closing the distance in a fraction of a second, Gyu swings his glowing tactical axes into a devastating combat stance. Clang! Bang! Gyu violently slams his twin axes into the reinforced shell of the capsule, unleashing a massive shockwave of brilliant golden sparks. Clang! Clang! Bang! Without giving the object a single second to stabilize, Gyu unleashes a frantic flurry of relentless axe strikes, hacking away like an absolute madman. Talk about visual flair. The artist went all out with these intense impact frames and neon color trails. Back at the barricade, the arrogant mullet kid and his teammates stare in absolute horror, their jaws dropping as cold sweat pours down their faces. Sunyan's eyes widen in utter shock as clang, clash, crash echoes across the night sky, watching Gyu single-handedly batter an alien artifact with pure physical strength. Sweating profusely, the young hunter panics, realizing that pounding an alien capsule like a drum is guaranteed to forcefully awaken whatever nightmare is sleeping inside. Flash, right on cue, a blinding, swirling vortex of deep blue energy erupts from the capsule, swirling frantically into a massive portal. The rookie hunters shriek in terror as the blue tempest sweeps across the entire highway, screaming that the crazy old man actually forced the capsule to open. Bam! As the oppressive aura suffocates the air, Gyu readies his weapons while the terrified teenagers scramble backwards, yelling at everyone to run for their lives. Whoosh! Towering out of the ethereal blue vortex comes a monstrous bone-white creature crowned with an eerie ancient stone head. Dude. Done! Gyu calmly analyzes the multi-armed skeletal titan as it unleashes its terrifying aura, identifying it instantly not as a dancer type, but as a far more dangerous necromancer-type monster. I swear, Gyu's threat assessment radar is so calm, he makes fighting giant alien skeleton demons look like a routine chore. Thwack! Instead of retreating, Gyu leaps straight into the sky, swinging his dual axes directly into the creature's sprawling cluster of extra limbs. Slash! In one clean, precise motion, Gyu severs the monster's arms into pieces, spraying dark purple blood across the blue energy field. Gyu lands in a flawless three-point stance as the severed limbs burst into flames around him, keeping his cold eyes locked on the lingering boss. Screech! The enraged necromancer screeches in agony, sprouting thousands of razor-sharp wooden thorns directly from its severed stumps in a desperate retaliatory strike. Weaving through the deadly wall of spikes with effortless grace, Gyu glides straight past the defenses and delivers a blinding, decapitating slash right through the monster's throat. The entire area falls dead silent as the young awakened hunters stand completely frozen, their eyes wide with sheer disbelief at what they just witnessed. Foosh! Fizzle! The giant boss disintegrates into floating blue embers as Gyu calmly stands over the ashes, turning back to ask the kids why they're all just standing there like statues. Seeing smug rookies get their entire reality shattered in under 30 seconds is pure dopamine. Glowing softly under the fading blue light, Gyu's cold, handsome expression remains completely untouched by fatigue. Sheathing his axes, Gyu gives them a stern look and tells the stunned rookies to pull themselves together and get a move on. Sunghyun drops his jaw in total awe, internally screaming how an unawakened human could possibly butcher an elite monster single-handedly without a shred of magic power. Shaken like a leaf, the mullet kid stammers at his teammate Jihei to drive Gyu away, but she instantly screams back that she doesn't even have a driver's license and reminds him that they were the ones who bullied him in the first place. Stepping up with a relaxed smirk, Sunghyun chimed in that he'll handle the driving duty himself. Sunghyun chuckles that it's only right for one old-school hunter to help out another, casually snatching the keys to borrow the squad's SUV. Throwing a final jab over his shoulder, Sunghyun tells the embarrassed rookies to study the monster's corpse so they might actually learn real combat, making Gyu internally chuckle at how much fun his old friend is having. Inside the comfortable ride, Gyu sits in the passenger seat and mutters that Sunghyun didn't have to go out of his way to drive him, but Sunghyun just grins, admitting he did it purely because he wanted to. Glancing at the road, Sunghyun chuckles about how satisfying it was to watch Gyu humble those cocky level 3 rookies who had no idea what real war looked like. A quick flashback breakdown reveals how the modern power hierarchy works. Awakened abilities are strictly ranked by levels, where higher tiers create a night and day power gap. Levels 1 through 4 only offer basic utility like enhanced sight or X-ray vision without boosting physical stats, while levels 5 through 9 unlock true combat powers like telekinesis and impenetrable force fields. And standing at the absolute apex of human evolution are the mythical levels 10 and higher, walking natural disasters capable of leveling entire cities. Gotta love a crisp magic system exposition, though it's hilarious how Gyu routinely shreds these leveled superhumans using basic gym gains and twin hatchets. Smiling fondly, Sunyan repeats how good it felt to see those arrogant kids get put back in their place. Gyu glances over coldly, reminding Sungyeon that with his veteran skill, he could easily put those rookies in their place himself. Cruising down the foggy city streets, Sungyeon realistically calculates that he probably had a 65% chance of winning against them in a fight. But his smile turns gentle as he admits he can't afford to take reckless risks anymore because he gets an absolute earful at home whenever he gets injured, flashing back to a cozy memory of his worried wife and young daughter lovingly tending to his battle scratches. Seung-yeon softly explains that back when he was young and single, he lived recklessly without a care, but now he has a precious family depending on him, forcing him to swallow his pride even when it pisses him off. Vroom! As the car speeds through the ruined cityscape, Seung-yeon sincerely thanks Gyu, admitting it's been years since he felt the exhilarating spark of their glory days. Shut, screeching to a halt at Gyu's destination, Seung-yeon pops the lock and calls out to Gyu as he steps out into the cold night air. Looking at Gyu with dead seriousness, Seung-yeon warns him that with Director Lee dead, old-school hunters have lost all political protection, telling him to tread carefully, to which Gyu simply glares back, coldly declaring that political games have nothing to do with him. Ever wonder what happens when the political elite realize the apocalypse is actually happening? They pull out their trusty game of passing the buck, hoping someone else takes the blame before the entire country collapses around them. Gyu stands in the chilly night air, his expression darker than the shadows around him as Seung-yeon's warning echoes in his head. The system is crumbling, and the cold reality of betrayal is setting in. Step, step. Soft, echoing footsteps ring through the deserted, dimly lit hallway of a quiet funeral parlor. Walking past the sterile, empty corridors, the heavy atmosphere settles in like a thick blanket of fog. Right at the altar stands a framed photograph of director Song-hoon Lee draped in white mourning chrysanthemums. Gyu quietly murmurs that he finally made it. Staring at his late mentor's likeness, Gyu's eyes turn deadly serious as he processes the tragic passing of the one man who kept the old guard safe. Standing before the incense altar, Gyu dryly asks why they shoved such an important figure into a dusty, hidden corner of the building like an afterthought. Man, talk about absolute disrespect from the corporate higher-ups. Wisps of fragrant smoke rise from the brass incense burner as the conversation shifts to the infamous Sang-hoon Lee plan. A sharp-looking female colleague steps up beside Gyu, revealing that the Bureau elites intentionally slapped Director Lee's name on the top-secret relocation project just to lock him into taking the fall. She turns to Gyu with a heavy look, asking if he understands why this drastic contingency plan was forced into development in the first place. A digital map lights up the room, showing how spatial fissures erupt in direct proportion to human population, meaning huge cities like Seoul are massive death traps, while Jeju Island remains relatively stable and easy to fortify. The grand scheme was simple. Hoard all of the nation's remaining military power on Jeju Island to build a final bastion, completely abandoning millions of helpless citizens who weren't chosen for evacuation. Gyu scoffs in disbelief, asking why the higher-ups dumped such an agonizing moral burden solely onto Song-hoon's shoulders, felt the answer is painfully obvious. The politicians desperately needed a convenient scapegoat when the public realized they were being left to die. Narrowing his eyes, Gyu sifts through the corruption, realizing they deliberately picked the lowest-ranked official at the roundtable meeting to play the sacrificial lamb. Honestly, political backstabbing in webtoons hits way harder than any monster fight. Recalling a lighter memory, Gyu admits Director Lee was always an excessively rigid, honest guy, even gifting a modest 30,000 won as a wedding present back in the day. Faint chuckle escapes Gyu's lips as both of them reminisce about how stubbornly principled Director Lee was until his very last breath. Suddenly, her expression darkens as she remembers a vital clue from the night right before the director died. She reveals that a shadowy figure paid Director Lee a private visit on the exact day the Jeju Island evacuation plan was finalized. Flashback. Under the eerie blue moonlight, the mystery visitor cold-heartedly asserts that someone has to make the ugly decisions for the greater good. Swish! A hand parts the office window blinds as the visitor insists this dirty job can't be handled by someone at the very top or bottom of the hierarchy. Outside, chaos erupts as terrified mobs riot in the streets, with the shadowy figure declaring that whoever leads the plan must possess a heart of ice to ignore the screams of the dying. A spectral set of scales looms in the dark, weighing tens of thousands of innocent human lives against the long-term survival of the species. The camera shifts to reveal the visitor, a calm man wearing glowing round spectacles nonchalantly sipping tea while commanding Director Lee to take the fall. He sinisterly adds that Song-hoon will accomplish what even the legendary Professor failed to do. Sweat dripping down his face, Director Lee desperately asks if running away to Jeju Island is truly the only path forward. Taking another casual sip, but cold-blooded strategist named Hanmin remains completely unbothered by the heavy guilt crushing Director Lee's soul. Zoom in! A chilling glare gleams behind Hanmin's glasses as he sinisterly whispers that they won't know if the plan works until thousands bleed for it. You just know a guy in anime or manhwa with glowing glasses is guaranteed to be a master manipulator. Back in the present, Gyu stands frozen in shock as the pieces of the grand conspiracy finally click together in his mind. Cold sweat beads on the woman's face as she gauges Gyu's intense aura, terrified of the growing tension. She softly drops the final hammer, recalling Hanmin's terrifying parting words right before he vanished. A stark message echoes through the room. Old-school hunters aren't needed at Jeju Island. Swallowing her pride, the woman looks up at Gyu with pleading eyes, nervously asking if there's any spare room left inside his private bunker. Desperately grabbing Gyu's arm, she clings to him like a lifeline, completely abandoning her professional composure. Close up on her trembling, tear-filled face as Gyu stares straight ahead with an unreadable, stony expression. Step, step, step. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit emergency hospital ward, heavy tactical boots echo loudly across the tile floor. Salute! A handsome, sharp-eyed team leader struts into the room, prompting his heavily injured teammates to immediately force themselves into a military salute. Covered in neck braces, head bandages, and arm slings, the battered hunters look at their leader with deep reverence. Among them, a brave female hunter named Darum gazes up from her hospital bed, waiting for words of comfort from her commander. But instead of encouragement, the team leader's face turns deadly cold as he bluntly orders every single wounded squad member to pack their bags and get off his team immediately. He coldly preaches that weak, injured dead weight on the battlefield is a far bigger threat to the team than any monster, claiming he's sick of watching useless rookies drag everyone into early graves. Talk about the absolute worst Boss of the Year award. Narrowing his cold eyes, he spits out that he refuses to waste another second managing weaklings who can't keep up with his standards. Shut! Slamming the door shut, he walks out without a single shred of remorse, leaving the wounded hunters wallowing in utter devastation. Sob, sob! One broken hunter buries his face in his hands, weeping uncontrollably at how cruelly they were discarded after risking their lives. Shaking from anger and pain, another teammate begs Darum to quit the team altogether before their psycho commander breaks her spirit completely. But Darum forcefully shakes her head, stubbornly declaring that despite how much it hurts her pride, her leader's harsh critique is undeniably true. Gritting her teeth with fiery determination, her eyes burn with intense resolve as she vows to train until her bones break just to prove that ruthless jerk wrong. Now that is pure protagonist grind set right there. Step. Heavy boots continue to stride down the bright, empty hospital corridor as the newly motivated hunters prepare for the brutal grind ahead. Back in the hallway, the woman lowers her head in front of Gyu, desperately trying to sell her plea. Leaning in close, she begs Gyu if he can take in her young son and keep him safe from the impending apocalypse. Press, poor Gyu violently clutches his head in total exhaustion between rogue monsters, political schemes, and now running an accidental apocalypse daycare. Our guy can't get a single second apiece. Imagine getting guilt-tripped into running a post-apocalyptic daycare while the entire city is on the literal brink of total destruction. Looking at this mother sobbing hysterically, you can tell Seoul is about to turn into a complete death zone, and she's desperately begging to save her child before everything goes down in flames. Sitting alone in the dim, quiet hospital waiting area, Gyu clutches his hands tightly, completely overwhelmed by the crushing weight of the situation. I mean, can you blame him? Taking responsibility for a kid when society is collapsing is basically signing up for an extreme survival mode nightmare. Gritting his teeth with absolute resolve, Gyu decides he has to put his foot down and refuse the request. As much as he wants to be the hero, getting dragged into extra drama right now is the fastest way to end up 6 feet under. Clack, clack. The distant sound of sirens echoes through the sterile corridors as Gyu stares at his trembling hands, realizing the street riots are only the tip of the iceberg. Man, the world building here really sells the terrifying atmosphere of a society on the edge. He narrows his eyes, calculating that if the military steps in and full-blown civil war erupts, this conflict is going to drag on indefinitely.
You gotta respect Gyu's cold analytical mindset. He's always playing 4D chess while everyone else is just trying to survive until tomorrow. Ding! The sharp chime of the elevator breaks his train of thought as a mysterious guy in a white hoodie and baseball cap nonchalantly strolls past. Gyu immediately stiffens up, sensing that this newcomer isn't just your average civilian walking in for a checkup. Suspicion fills the air as the stranger struts over toward the reception desk with an eerily calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Gyu sits back in the shadows, keeping a hawkish eye on every single movement this guy makes. The guy casually introduces himself to the receptionist as Jong-ho Hong, claiming to be an underclassman of the late director Lee from Class 18. Honestly, name-dropping a dead high-ranking official at a secure facility is either super bold or insanely suspicious. Tense silence fills the room. The receptionist coldly shoots him down, refusing to hand over any medical supplies and questioning if he even actually knows the director. Talk about a brutal reality check. In an apocalypse, sob stories don't buy you free medicine. Step. Just as the receptionist threatens to kick him out for trespassing, Gyu steps up from the dark, smoothly backing up Jong-ho's claim and asserting his own senior authority. Look at Gyu playing the reliable upperclassman card out of nowhere. With a sharp, piercing stare that instantly shuts down any further argument, Gyu demands that the staff spare some medicine for the guy's sick sister. Wow, the artwork here really captures that effortless, intimidating aura Gyu carries without even raising his voice. Bow! Bowing until his forehead almost touches the floor, Jong-ho eagerly grabs the bag of supplies and thanks Gyu like he just met his personal savior. Honestly, getting free meds in a ruined city is basically like winning the lottery. Walking side by side down the hall, Gyu immediately calls out his lie, noting that Class 18 wouldn't have been close with Director Lee at all. Caught red-handed, Jong-ho nervously rubs his neck, admitting he just name-dropped the director out of sheer desperation. A haunting flashback shows young, inexperienced Hunter standing near a glowing blue rift. Gyu remembers how that specific generation saw barely any real combat, serving mostly as glorified support units before getting quietly forced into early retirement. Check out this neat visual hierarchy breakdown. It turns out the Hunter system was divided into powerful awakened rookies at the top, seasoned veterans at the bottom, and this forgotten cursed generation trapped in the middle. The lore depth in this story is honestly top tier. Rustle, Jong-ho opens the paper bag to reveal basic painkillers and fever meds, explaining that the black market was completely wiped out. It really highlights how terrifyingly scarce basic necessities become when the world goes to hell. He sighs in relief, admitting this secure hospital was his absolute last resort to save his dying family member. You can feel the sheer exhaustion in his voice as he looks at the meager pills in his hand. Looking at Gyu with genuine gratitude, Jong-ho admits his sister would have been in serious danger without Gyu's sudden intervention. Look at Gyu's laser-focused eyes, though. He's definitely picked up on something suspicious. Ow! Out in the dimly lit parking area, Jong-ho bows once more and wishes Gyu a safe trip home before turning to walk away. Gyu gives a nonchalant farewell, but you just know he's not letting this guy out of his sight. Whistling a carefree tune, Jong-ho struts away with a smirk playing on his lips. Hold up, that suspicious little smile instantly gives away that this guy is definitely hiding something big. Jong-ho sneaks over to a parked van and hands the bag to a cloaked figure hiding inside, complaining that he couldn't sneak into the director's private funeral area. So he wasn't just here for medicine, he was pulling a sneaky recon mission the entire time. Smirking, Jong-ho turns back to tell his partner some gossip, totally unaware that danger is standing right behind him. The dramatic lighting shifts here to set up an epic surprise encounter. Click! Out of nowhere, a cold metallic gun barrel presses directly against the back of Jong-ho's head. Q calmly addresses him by his infamous codename, Skelton, instantly freezing Jong-ho in his tracks. The atmosphere plummets to sub-zero. Gyu orders him to raise his hands and step away from the vehicle slowly. Talk about an absolute boss entrance. Gyu doesn't waste a single second messing around. Swish! Gyu identifies Jong-ho's specialized hunter trait as Defender, proving he knows every single detail about this guy's past profile. From a high-angle view, Gyu holds the gun locked onto Jong-ho, who appears to be surrendering with both hands high in the air. But as any manhwa fan knows, never trust the suspicious guy who surrenders too easily. Smack! In the blink of an eye, Jong-ho spins around with lightning speed, striking Gyu's wrist and knocking the handgun clean out of his hands. See? I told you he wasn't going to go down without a fight.
As the weapon spins high into the air, Gyu stays completely unbothered, calmly telling Jong-ho that if he wants a peaceful chat, he needs to drop the aggressive act first. The sheer composure on Gyu's face is ridiculous. Smack! Sparks fly as the two top-tier fighters engage in an insane close-quarters combat exchange. The choreography in these panels is so slick, you can practically feel the shockwaves through the screen. Dash! Spotting the pistol landing on the asphalt, Gyu dives low like a panther, lunging straight for the fallen firearm. Clatter! The gun slides across the rough concrete under the faint reddish glow of the setting sun, creating a high-stakes race to see who grabs it first. Catch! With superhuman reflexes, Gyu's hand snaps around the grip before Jong-ho can even react. Whoosh! Sliding across the pavement in one smooth motion, Gyu brings the barrel right back up, aiming directly at Jong-ho's chest. The action staging here is literally movie-level quality. Pow! Clack! Jong-ho delivers a fierce roundhouse kick, slamming his boot into Gyu's arm to knock the gun away yet again, as both fighters clash in midair. Flash! Gyu's eyes ignite with a terrifying blood-red glow as he cocks back his fist, channeling raw power into a devastating strike. Man, when those eyes start glowing red, you know someone is about to get racked. Thwack! Gyu's fist plunges straight into Jong-ho's abdomen with full brutal force, sending a massive shockwave ripping through his opponent's body. Grab, swish. Coughing up air, Jong-ho desperately grabs Gyu's jacket sleeve, trying to use his defender grappling techniques to reverse the momentum and slam Gyu to the floor. Swish, fwish, whoosh! Fists fly in a high-speed blur as both veterans dodge and counter each other's lethal strikes with insane precision. It's an absolute masterclass in martial arts brawl animation. Sent crashing to the ground, Jong-ho sits up, wiping the blood off his chin, bursting into loud laughter while praising Gyu's insane strength. Seriously? Only a total battle maniac gets punched in the gut and starts laughing. Panting for breath, Jong-ho suddenly freezes, looking up with wide, shocked eyes as the shadow of a gun falls across his bruised face. Close up on Gyu's hand, firmly wrapping around the handgun once again, proving that in a real fight, the guy who keeps track of his weapon always wins. Click! Standing tall like a Grim Reaper under the red sunset, Gyu cocks the hammer back with a cold, ruthless gaze. The mood drops to absolute sub-zero in an instant. Shing! Drawing a wicked curved kukri blade from his pants, Jang-ho smirks, declaring that if Yun wants to settle this for real, round 2 is going to feature weapons. This guy really doesn't know when to quit, does he? Flinch! But just as he prepares to lunge forward, Jung-ho's eye twitches, suddenly realizing something super critical about the angle of Gyu's gun. Looking past Gyu, Jong-ho realizes Gyu isn't aiming at him. The barrel is pointed straight at the passenger seat of the van behind him. Inside the vehicle, the sick child wrapped in the green blanket sits completely helpless in the line of fire. Gasp, a stray bullet in this tight space could easily end that innocent life. Clang! Realizing his beloved sibling is in grave danger, Jong-ho instantly drops his heavy blade onto the floor and puts both hands high in the air, immediately taking back his bravado. Now that's what you call a masterclass tactical checkmate. Flashing a friendly, harmless smile, Jong-ho surrenders completely, casually asking Gyu what he wants to talk about after all. Talk about switching personalities in less than 2 seconds flat. Swish! Lowering his firearm slightly while keeping his guard up, Gyu calmly agrees to hear him out now that the situation is under control. Gazing out over the ruined, sunset-lit skyline of Seoul, Gyu narrows his eyes, muttering to himself that everything is playing out exactly as he anticipated. What an epic cliffhanger to end this intense encounter! Imagine holding a guy at gunpoint, thinking you've got him completely cornered, only to realize your barrel is pointed straight at a sick kid in the back seat. Talk about a tactical checkmate right out of the gate. Calm as ever, Jong-ho turns back with a sly smirk and casually asks Gyu when he first realized he wasn't just some helpless civilian looking for fever meds. Without missing a beat, Gyu coldly tells him he knew something was off the second he laid eyes on him, completely shattering Jong-ho's smooth operator facade. Dynamic lighting streams over Gyu's cold silhouette as he reveals his top-secret knowledge. Anyone who held a high command rank knows all about Class 18, the infamous Cursed Generation, and the dark operations they ran overseas. Commentary? Gyu casually dropping top-tier Black Ops lore like it's basic school gossip is peak veteran energy. In an eerie flashback, high-ranking awakened rookies mock the support class veterans, trash-talking them for taking too long on tasks that don't even involve hunting real monsters. Talk about toxic workplace culture at its absolute finest. The flashback darkens to reveal a blood-soaked alley, where cold-blooded enforcers execute targets one by one without showing a single shred of hesitation or remorse. Slash, the crimson glow intensifies as a Class 18 executioner cold-bloodedly finishes off a gang member, indifferent to the mocking laughter of the awakened onlookers. Stepping over a pile of lifeless bodies, Jong-ho coldly instructs his squad mates to carve their specific call signs onto the heads of their targets so nobody tries to steal credit for the carnage. Commentary? Man, Class 18 really lived up to the name Butcher Generation. Leaving literal signature tags on crime scenes is straight out of an edgy crime thriller. A grim close-up reveals the word Raptor painted across a covered corpse, marking the brutal signature left behind after a Class 18 purge. Another bloody scene shows a paper tag reading Defender slapped onto a victim, connecting the famous vigilante directly to these dark military cleanup ops. Gyu's stern voiceover explains that while flashy awakened hunters fought monsters on public camera, Class 18 was assigned the government's filthiest, most classified hit jobs. Bold red text, a terrifying moniker emerges from the bloody legacy of the unit, officially dubbed the Butcher Generation by those in the know. Commentary? You know a squad was completely unhinged when even the shadow government gave him a title that sounds like a horror movie franchise. Back in the present, Jong-ho wipes the smirking look off his face, looking genuinely baffled that random people in the apocalyptic wasteland actually know about his black-budget past. But Jong-ho isn't completely sold. He raises an eyebrow and questions how Gyu could pinpoint his exact identity just from classified files and old rumors. Tightening his grip on the handgun, Gyu glares back with laser focus, stating he obviously had way more concrete proof to connect the dots. Flash, a faded memory shows Gyu standing quietly inside a dark crime scene, having randomly stumbled into one of Defender's active work zones. Commentary. The subtle gray-toned art style shift for Gyu's flashback investigation gives off serious noir detective vibes. Looking up at a tied-up gang member hanging from the wall, Gyu took his sweet time analyzing the exact crime scene layout and execution methodology. Splitting into precise anatomical breakdowns, Gyu observed the target's physical build, unique walking gait, dominant hand preference, and unconscious behavioral quirks. A transcript flashback confirms Jung-ho Hong's official identity as a Class 18 operative under former director Sang-hoon Lee. Overlaying the physical evidence with classified files, Gyu piece by piece solved the entire puzzle without leaving a single gap in logic. Closing the distance with an icy stare, Gyu delivers his final, unshakable verdict, confirming that the man standing before him is undeniably the legendary vigilante Defender. Instead of cowering or panicking, Jong-ho completely loses it, throwing his head back in roaring laughter right in front of a loaded gun. Commentary. Imagine giving a dramatic Batman-level detective speech only for the suspect to laugh in your face like you just told a dad joke. Gyu's patience is truly tested here. Lowering his brow in sheer annoyance, Gyu keeps his gun aimed steady and demands to know what's so funny about his airtight deduction. Wiping a tear from his eye, Jong-ho snickers that he thought Class 18 was the only gloomy group around, but Gyu might actually take the crown. Smiling with a relaxed, chuckling vibe, Jong-ho remarks that intense brooding must just be an innate occupational hazard for all veteran hunters. But then Jong-ho drops a curveball, claiming that Gyu's brilliant deduction was actually slightly off the mark. Step! Gyu flinches in surprise as Jang-ho admits the physical analysis was spot on, but hints that his final conclusion missed a massive detail. Stepping back toward the van, Jong-ho introduces the mysterious girl in the green blanket who slowly steps out onto the pavement. Meet the little sister. Looking totally unbothered by the loaded firearm, she stares up with calm, surprisingly unnerving golden eyes. Boom! Here comes the ultimate plot twist. The legendary mercenary known as Defender isn't a lone wolf at all. It's actually a two-person tag team. Gyu realizes why forum theories were so split on Defender's gender. Both sides of the debate were technically right the whole time. What a brilliant piece of lore writing. Jong-ho breaks down their system. He handles the brute force close combat while his sister acts as the long-range sniper and tech specialist. As Jong-ho starts rambling about how his sister acts like a toxic troll online but a timid hamster in real life, Gyu cuts him off to ask why he's spilling top-secret intel so casually. Whisper? Gyu points out that sharing their secret identity with a complete stranger is a massive tactical error, while the sister leans in to whisper in Jong-ho's ear. Chuckle, giggle. Jong-ho laughs it off, translating his sister's hilarious whisper that they literally told him for no reason other than pure whim.
Watching them giggle in front of a loaded gun, Gyo realizes these two siblings don't have a single normal bone in their bodies. Jung-ho casually shrugs, adding that since Gyu helped them get medicine earlier, he figures Gyu isn't a bad guy worth hiding secrets from anyway. The sister casually stands right in front of the gun barrel like it's a prop, proving these two have absolute zero self-preservation instincts. They live purely in the moment, doing whatever pops into their heads without giving a single care about the future or sequences. Smirk! Flashing a smug grin, Jung-ho asks if Gyu still wants to go for round 2 of their duel now that all cards are on the table. Gyu instantly shuts the offer down with a cold, flat no, wanting absolutely nothing to do with their crazy shenanigans. Lowering his weapon, Gyu turns around to walk away, refusing to waste another second fighting mercenaries who aren't even actively hostile. Just as Gyu takes a few paces toward the building, Jong-ho calls out to him using his official Black Ops call sign, Skeleton. The siblings wave goodbye with big, cheerful smiles, thanking him for the medicine, while Gyu mutters under his breath that he'd rather never see them again.
Look at Gyu's exasperated face. He knows dealing with chaotic wild cards like these two is guaranteed to bring a massive headache later on.
Vroom! With the roar of the engine, the van speeds out of the parking lot, disappearing into the warm glow of the evening sunset. Deep in a lush forest, we see a heavy steel door leading into a hidden underground bunker facility. Ding! Later that night, inside his dark, high-tech command bunker, Gyu is startled by a sharp alert chime coming from his laptop monitor. Glancing at the screen, a red notification pops up, announcing an encrypted direct message received straight from Defender. Gyu quickly types back asking if it's the sister on the keyboard, only to get an instant, playful yeah in response. Man, these two really have no concept of professional distance, do they? Back inside his bunker, Gyu stares at his screen in disbelief as Defender's sister aggressively spams the chat box with wildly unhinged threats, realizing her chaotic online persona is the exact polar opposite of her quiet real-life self. When Gyu flatly turns down her requests, she immediately resorts to shameless bribes like artificially boosting his post views, leaving our bro completely speechless at her shameless internet troll tactics. Later that night, under a quiet, starry sky, the scene shifts to a secluded estate tucked deep within the dark forest edge. Navigating through the shadows, Gyu double-checks a hand-drawn map detailing tactical entry points and hidden meeting locations. Looking down from the ridge at an abandoned amusement park near the mansion, Gyu analyzes the high ground advantage, noting how the territory forces any resident to eliminate nearby threats aggressively rather than hide. Heavy boots crunch along the dirt path outside a tall chain-link fence topped with jagged barbed wire. Walking in with a heavy metal crate, Gyu suddenly pauses as his eyes lock onto a sinister silhouette swaying gently from a tree branch in the moonlight. Stepping onto the grand porch of the dark mansion, Jong-ho gives a casual wave and greets Gyu like an old buddy dropping by for a midnight visit. Cold and straight to the point, Gyu immediately calls out the morbid decoration hanging near the perimeter fence. Jang-ho just waves it off with an effortless shrug, acting like a freshly dropped body is nothing more than uninteresting background scenery. A dark flashback panel reveals the silhouette of the victim hanging under the pale moonlight, proving once again that Class 18 mercenaries operate on a whole different level of cold-blooded, ruthless logic. Shifting the focus back to business, Gyu questions why a guy who relies almost exclusively on blades suddenly requested an entire crate of specialized ammunition. Heavy metal clanks as Gyu sets the ammo crate down, suspecting out loud that all these heavy rounds are actually intended for Jong-ho's sniper sister. Shh! Pressing a single finger against his lips, Jong-ho instantly cuts Gyu off in mid-sentence, signaling for absolute silence. Jong-ho whispers for Gyu to listen closely to the night air, dropping the playful vibe in a fraction of a second. Whoosh! Chirp. Gyu cocks his ear toward the night breeze, straining his senses past the background hum of chirping crickets and rustling leaves. Wah! Sob! Faint, gut-wrenching cries of a terrified child sobbing for their mother echo softly from the direction of the dark amusement park down below. You gotta love how post-apocalyptic manhwas always make theme parks the creepiest places on the planet. Cupping his hand behind his ear, Gyu double-checks with Jong-ho, stunned to hear genuine children's cries coming from an abandoned wasteland. Down at the theme park, a terrifying squad of heavily armed bandits wielding assault rifles stand ominously around a young, weeping boy. The mood drops to absolute sub-zero as the dark reality behind the theme park's operations becomes sickeningly clear. Gyu's eyes narrow into cold slits of pure fury as he asks if these scumbags are actually using defenseless children as hostage bait. Jong-ho confirms the truth with a simple, icy nod, his laid-back demeanor completely disappearing for a split second. A haunted flashback shows flashlights cutting through the dark to reveal terrified children huddled, crying in a corner, setting off a trap for unsuspecting rescue teams. Blam! As soon as well-meaning survivors fall for the trap and run over to help the kids, the ruthless bandits jump out of hiding and slaughter the men in a hail of gunfire. The horror doesn't stop there. The flashback reveals how these barbaric scumbags drag off the female survivors to use as helpless playthings, while forcing I'm just a language model and can't help with that. Looking down through the chain-link fence at the flickering lights of the amusement park, Gyu tightly grips the wire mesh as raw anger simmers beneath his calm surface. Gyu spatters out his utter disgust, coldly declaring that these low-life bandits are lower than literal trash for torturing kids. Jong-ho turns back toward Gyu with an unreadable expression, casually agreeing with his harsh verdict on the local gang. Smirk! Flashing a terrifyingly twisted smile under the moonlight, Jong-ho gleefully declares that he's going to personally execute every single one of those bastards. Check out that manic grin. When a Class 18 butcher smiles like that, you know a total bloodbath is about to drop. The heavy night sky hangs silent over the mansion as both veteran killers prepare to step inside the facility. Creak! Wooden floorboards groan under heavy combat boots as they make their way up the interior staircase. Creak! Glancing at the back of Jong-ho's head, Q remains on high alert, analyzing every subtle movement as they ascend the stairs. An image of Jong-ho's unhinged smile flashes across Yu's mind, setting off internal alarm bells. Yu's eyes flicker with deep suspicion, reflecting on how insanely happy Jong-ho looked while casually bringing up mass murder. Halting mid-step on the staircase landing, Jong-ho suddenly turns back to address Gyu by his official Black Ops call sign again. Looking back down the stairwell, Jong-ho curiously asks Gyu if his sister happened to mention anything else to him besides the ammo request. Gyu's mind races into overdrive, wondering what kind of hidden trap or test Jong-ho's trying to pull on him now. Jong-ho continues trailing off, remarking that his sister probably kept her mouth shut, but his body language subtly shifts. Click! Reaching behind his back, Jong-ho's hand tightly grips a hidden handle tucked beneath his waistband. Look at Gyu's ultra-paranoid tactical instincts kicking in. He instantly prepares for a surprise knife fight in a tight hallway. Locking his gaze on a Jong-ho's suspicious hand position, Gyu tenses his muscles, convinced a surprise duel is about to go down. But instead of whipping out a curved blade, Jong-ho brightly asks if Gyu brought any tasty snacks along with the ammo box. Talk about pulling off the ultimate comedic bait-and-switch fake-out. High-angle shot catches Gyu frozen on the stairs, looking completely done with life after getting mentally prepped for a death match over a request for chips. Crunch, crunch. Cut to the living room where Jong-ho and his sister are happily munching away on freshly baked cookies off the coffee table, while Gyu sits holding a warm mug. A close-up reveals a box neatly packed with freshly baked cookies, designed specifically to pack dense calories for intense physical exertion. Munch. Chewing with pure delight, Jong-ho praises the incredible taste, blown away by the discovery that a cold-blooded operative like Gyu actually bakes homemade pastries. Grab. Snatching another cookie from the box, Jong-ho compliments his own judgment, chuckling that he always knew he had an amazing eye for picking great allies. Stare. Swish. Gyu stares suspiciously into his hot tea without taking a single sip, convinced it might be laced, until the sister swivels her laptop screen right into his face. Glowing pink laptop text pops up on screen as the sister instantly messages him from across the room, assuring him the tea is poison-free and top quality. Gyu turns to her with the most exasperated deadpan face imaginable, asking why she couldn't just use her actual vocal cords to say that out loud. The sister responds with a witty online message stating some feelings are better typed, while Gyu takes a tentative sip, instantly blushing in shock at how ridiculously good the tea tastes. Commentary: from lethal Black Ops murder plots to judging tea and cookies in 5 seconds flat, this team dynamic is top-tier comedy. Imagine walking into a high-stakes tactical meeting where the plan to clear an enemy base sounds less like a rescue mission and more like a twisted horror film. Sitting in a dimly lit room, Gyu listens silently as his ruthless tactical allies debate how to deal with a massive gang of raiders holding a bunch of innocent hostages captive inside an abandoned amusement park. Without skipping a beat, the cold-blooded operative nonchalantly twirls a rifle bullet between his fingers and suggests starting by taking out the kids first, claiming that once the crying stops, the guards will naturally come out to investigate. Talk about a psycho strategy. Blick, racking a fresh magazine into his sidearm, he casually outlines his twisted plan to pick off the guards one by one, while his sister chimes in from the couch that she can handle dropping heavy loads from her drone directly onto the targets. When the operative mentions dropping concrete bricks on children as a cheap and silent tactic, Yu can barely hide his disgust, asking if going to such extreme, messed-up lengths is even necessary. Standing up with total nonchalance, the killer brushes off Gyu's moral concerns, coldly reminding him that none of those hostages are their family anyway, so why bother playing hero? Honestly, the complete lack of basic human empathy from this guy is actually chilling. The sister leans over the couch, whispering that even if they save those kids, nobody is around to raise them in this brutal, lawless apocalypse, so expecting them to survive long-term is just pure fantasy anyway. Gyu takes a slow sip from his mug, letting out a heavy silence as he processes the horrific reality of the team he's currently forced to work with. Clatter! Setting his mug down on the table, Gyu realizes that from a purely cold mathematical standpoint, a two-man squad taking down a heavily armed army of raiders doesn't have many options, making their brutal plan technically efficient. But efficiency or not, Gyu's gut twists in absolute repulsion because abusing innocent kids to win a fight goes against every single code he holds as a veteran warrior. Refusing to lose his humanity, Gyu looks them straight in the eye and announces he's got an alternative strategy, one that takes a bit more elbow grease but offers way lower risk and a much bigger payoff. Now that's what I call a real main character flex. Fast forward to the dead of night as the gloomy, fog-covered amusement park sits in total silence, with unsuspecting raider sentries patrolling around the vintage carousel. Whirl! High above the treetops, a high-tech reconnaissance drone swoops silently through the night air, scanning the enemy perimeter like an airborne predator. Inside their hidden command post, the sister sits relaxed on the couch with a smug grin, skillfully maneuvering the flight sticks of her drone controller. Brat-a-tat! Suddenly, tracer rounds light up the night sky as the alert raiders spot the buzzing drone hovering overhead and instantly open fire. Dash! As the panicked guards start screaming and arguing over who missed the shot, Gyu and his partner melt into the shadows right behind them, using the noisy chaos as the ultimate distraction. Exchanging a cold, silent glance in the dark blue ambience, the two elite operatives synchronize their timing to execute a lethal pincer maneuver. Swish! Peeking around the wooden framework, Gyu tightens his grip on his trusty hand axe, his eyes locking onto his target with pure predatory instinct. Speed lines! Feeling an icy chill down his spine, one of the guards' heads snaps around in pure panic as he senses a lethal presence looming right behind him. Swish! Before the guard can even draw a breath to scream, Gyu hurls his hatchet through the darkness with horrifying precision. Thwack! Dash! Swish! Blitzing through the dark, Gyu moves with superhuman speed, executing the guards in a flurry of brutal slashes before they can react. Commentary? The action choreography here is so clean. Gyu's red eye trail effect gives off absolute final boss energy. Crunch! Executing his target with terrifying speed and silence, Gyu makes sure the perimeter guards are completely neutralized before they can sound the main alarm. Swish! Standing over the fallen guards in the quiet courtyard, Gyu quickly retrieves his weapons, moving on to phase 2 of the rescue operation. Blood splatters cover Gyu's face, but his eyes remain completely cold and focused as he prepares to face the darkest part of his own tactical plan. Rustle! Inside a dim, sterile holding room, scared children lie huddled on cots as one young boy nervously rubs his eyes. Creaking open the heavy metal door, Gyu's silhouette looms over the doorway as the terrified boy stammers, pleading that it isn't his turn yet. Staring down at the frightened child, Gyu's cold internal monologue echoes. To execute his plan, they need to take one of the kids and use him as live bait. Creak, waiting outside in the cool night air, Jong-ho stands with a neutral expression as footsteps approach from the doorway. Stepping out with the young boy at his side, Gyu tells Jong-ho the remaining bandits will return soon, reminding him to provide exact tactical cover. Commentary: using a kid as bait sounds evil on paper, but knowing Gyu, he's definitely setting up a flawless ambush to protect the child. Smirking back with playful arrogance, Jong-ho asks if Gyu is really sure about this risky gamble, to which Gyu gives a resolute nod. Bang, bang, bang! Across the dark amusement park, heavy gunfire echoes near the giant Ferris wheel as the main bandit group takes down the decoy drone. Smoke rises from the shattered remains of the recon drone, lying broken on the cobblestone walkway. Standing around the wreckage, the heavily armed bandit squad realizes the drone was just an empty distraction meant to draw them away. Listening through his comm earpiece alongside Jung-ho, Gyu gets confirmation from the sister that the enemy forces are heading back toward the main building. Walking back into the central square, the thugs suddenly freeze in their tracks, spotting something completely unexpected in the open. Standing alone beneath the bright plaza lights, the little boy trembles in the open, looking completely abandoned by his captors. Step, step! Barking angrily, the massive bandit leader stomps forward with his assault rifle, shouting at the kid for being out of his cell. Commentary? Look at these generic bandit designs. They practically have future target practice written across their foreheads. Grab, lick, slash. The instant the thug grabs the boy's collar, Gi and Jung-ho burst out of the shadows like wild beasts, slitting throats and dropping guards in a split-second ambush. Step, step. As blood splatters across the pavement, the trembling boy covers his face while heavy footsteps walk right past him. Pat. A blood-stained glove gently pats the young boy's shoulder, prompting the shuddering child to look up in shock. Looking down with a bizarrely relaxed grin, Jung-ho nonchalantly suggests visiting the roller coaster next, as if they didn't just slaughter an entire cartel in front of him. Commentary: Jung-ho casually inviting a traumatized child to ride a roller coaster right after a gore fest is peak dark humor. Narrative boxes reflect on the battle. If the raiders hadn't been using the kids as human shields earlier, their total annihilation would have happened way sooner. Whack! Unshackled from their restraint, the two elite killing machines turn the entire amusement park into a bloodbath, hacking through the remaining raiders like hot knives through butter. Thwack! A high-impact strike shatters the final thug's defense, cementing a ruthless, total victory over the entire park. As the first rays of morning light hit the amusement park, silence returns over the bodies of the fallen bandits scattered across the plaza. Click, humming a cheerful tune, the psycho operative snaps casual trophy photos of the masked corpses with his smartphone, like he's on a weekend vacation. The brother and sister crouch together comparing camera angles, debating which gruesome kill photo looks best to upload to their faction's network, while Gyu sits exhausted in the background. Covered in dried blood and mentally drained, Gyu glares at his eccentric teammates, wondering how he keeps finding himself surrounded by complete lunatics. Standing nearby in the morning sun, the young boy hesitates, staring at his saviors with wide, traumatized eyes as the gravity of his survival sets in. Looking down at the kid with a softer, weary gaze, Gyu tells him the nightmare is finally over and instructs him to gather the rest of the children and find a safe place to rebuild their lives. As Gyu sits quietly on the bench under the rising sun, the young boy looks back at the rugged veteran who just saved them all, realizing that amidst the darkness of this broken world, true guardians still exist. What an epic conclusion to an insanely intense arc. Ever wonder what happens when two unhinged psychopaths try to lecture you on parenting after a bloody massacre? As the morning sun rises over the wreckage, the blood-splattered killer smirked at Gyu, mocking him for not adopting the kids they just rescued. Sitting up on the brick ledge, Gyu hit back with maximum attitude, reminding them that unlike a certain psycho duo who wanted to execute innocent children, he actually has a sliver of humanity left. Man, the subtle twitch in the sister's eye says it all. Shing! The tension spiked to absolute zero as the operative casually unsheathed the wicked combat knife, casting a deadly shadow over Gyu and the little boy standing nearby. Gyu didn't even flinch, meeting his murderer's glare head-on and asking if he really wanted to throw down right here, right now. Honestly, the art direction in this standoff with the extreme eye close-ups is straight-up movie quality. Boh! Before steel could clash, the young boy stepped between them, trembling violently as he bowed to the ground and thanked Gyu for saving his life. Swish! Thud. Conceding to the kid's plea, the operative sheathed his blade while Gyu slumped back down, letting out a weary sigh as the high-stakes standoff dissolved into silence. With a quiet, reluctant nod from Gyu, the young boy turned around and began his solitary walk out of the abandoned park, heading toward an uncertain future. Watching the kid's shrinking silhouette under the golden morning light, you can't help but feel a sudden pang of isolation in this ruined post-apocalyptic world. As the boy disappeared beyond the crumbling arches of the theme park, the quiet reality set in. He's completely on his own now, but at least he's breathing. Watching him leave with a bitter scoff, the operative couldn't help but huff out an annoyed groan, disappointed that his potential target just walked off scot-free. Seriously, this guy has zero chill.
Swish! Twirling his weapon with dark amusement, the operative muttered that they could have had a legendary duel if that brat hadn't interrupted him, calling Gyu by his old codename, Skelton. Locking eyes with Gyu, the killer remarked how sensitive he gets over child safety, hinting that there's a deeply personal reason behind Gyu's strict moral boundaries. Standing tall in his blood-soaked hoodie, Gyu clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white, silently absorbing the dark reality of his own past choices. The operative scoffed, claiming that hypocrites who try to play the righteous hero usually end up getting everyone around them killed, which pisses him off to no end, while his sister just rubbed her temples in sheer exhaustion. Under the fiery sunrise, Gyu's cold gaze hardened as he realized the killer's harsh critique was cutting way too close to home. Atmospheric shift. In that chilling moment, the air grew heavy as Gyu felt like those razor-sharp words weren't just aimed at him, but at a ghost from the killer's traumatic past. Zooming into Gyu's dilated eye, a sudden wave of dark memories began flooding back into his mind, like a dam breaking open. A haunting vision materialized in the dark blue mist, a gruesome shadow of a corpse hanging motionless from a tree branch. It was the memory of someone the killer hated with every fiber of his being, someone he brutally executed and publicly strung up as a warning to the rest of the world. Talk about heavy emotional baggage. Breaking the heavy silence, Gyu opened his mouth to firmly shut down the comparison, refusing to let himself be painted as a fake hero. Standing his ground, Gyu made it crystal clear that he wasn't a hypocrite, nor was he ever going to adopt their twisted, bloodthirsty survival philosophy. The deadly sibling stood frozen under the dawn sky, listening intently as Gyu prepared to drop his ultimate truth bomb. Flashback! Panic flared through red-lit memory trails as radios blared in agony, with tactical squad members screaming into their comms that their team leader had been lost. High above a glowing subterranean abyss, the rescue squad stared down into the fiery fissure in utter helplessness as their leader vanished into the dark void. Cough. Trapped deep inside the crumbling ravine, a young, bloodied Gyu lies gasping for air while his comm earpiece buzzes with frantic squad chatter trying to locate his vitals. Twitch. With his arm and leg completely shattered, Gyu struggles to move, but overhead, his squad leader coldly orders everyone to abandon the search because it's too dangerous. Commentary. Wow, imagine being left for dead by your own team just because you broke a few bones. Talk about ultimate betrayal. The heartless blonde squad leader looks down with cold blue eyes, declaring that there's no room for useless liabilities on the battlefield. Other teammates look on in utter shock, but nobody dares to object to the ruthless decision as the fire glows around them. Thud. Left to rot in the dark fissure, Gyu crawls through the dirt while his former squad abandons him, deeming him completely worthless. A full month later, Gyu somehow dragged his broken body out of that literal hellscape, only to find that the world had moved on without him. Clack! Alone in a dark, empty room, Gyu spent endless nights typing away on his laptop, realizing that relying on teammates was a death sentence. Blueprints fill the screen as his grim resolve solidifies into a single brutal motto: to survive alone at all costs. Bzzzt! His smartphone lights up on the desk next to him, breaking the eerie silence of his hideout. Commentary? Back to the present, and Gyu's tragic origin story perfectly explains why he built that insane underground bunker in the first place. A bleak loan notification pops up, reminding him that even his house is being auctioned off, cementing his belief that he can only rely on himself. Even when faint memories of the girl he failed to protect flash in his mind, reminding him he isn't completely powerless, his core survival instinct remains unshaken. Back in the real world, Gyu looks Jung-ho in the face and passionately declares that he will always put his own survival first, choosing whatever path gives him the highest chance of living. Puffed. A sudden smirk breaks across Jung-ho's blood-spattered face as he tries to hold back a burst of amusement. Unable to contain themselves, both Jung-ho and his sister throw their heads back and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Deadpan and utterly unamused, Gyu asks if they can take his speech seriously for once, prompting Jung-ho to wipe a tear and admit he actually loves that selfish mindset. Commentary? These two siblings literally laugh in the face of deep character development. They are unhinged. Jung-ho grins brightly, stating that putting self-preservation above all else is the ultimate rule, and anyone who threatens that safety deserves total annihilation. Gyu listens in quiet contemplation, processing how twisted yet surprisingly aligned their survival philosophies actually are. Narrative visuals contrast the two approaches. Jang Ho as the ecstatic defender who slaughters intruders for thrill, and Gyu as the reluctant Grim Reaper hiding behind self-righteous hypocrisy. Different tactics, same blood-soaked hands, and uncomfortable kinship bound these killers together in a world where personal safety trumps everything else. Man, the psychological depth here is top-tier writing. Rummage. Jung Ho suddenly breaks the deep mood by digging around in his pockets, leaving Gyu raising an eyebrow in total confusion. Pulling out an adorable little notepad featuring a cute cartoon bear, Jung Ho casually mentions that Gyu's online survival post about the Kraken monster actually saved their lives. Commentary: a hardened post-apocalyptic assassin pulling out a cute bear notebook is peak aesthetic contrast. Under the soft morning light, Gyu stared in utter disbelief as the terrifying murderer genuinely expressed his gratitude. Hair! Ripping the page out, the killer casually revealed they had been blowing up Gyu's direct messages, trying to become friends, but Gyu had completely ghosted them. Internal panic. Text exploded across Gyu's mind in pure shock. He only ghosted them because he thought those terrifying DMs were literal death threats from hitmen. Smiling softly while scribbling on the paper, the killer teasingly hoped Gyu wasn't actually terrified of them the whole time. Swish! Handing the note over, the operative declared he was paying off his debt from the hospital, leaving Gyu holding a mysterious piece of paper as their bizarre alliance took an unexpected turn. Imagine getting handed a literal summon card from a couple of psychotic killers right after surviving a bloody battle. Gyu stares down with dried blood on his face, completely exhausted from the sheer insanity of the situation. Out of nowhere, the blood-soaked killer siblings presented with a cute handwritten notepad coupon dubbed the Defender Summoning Ticket? You honestly can't make this stuff up. Wrapping his arm around his sister, the killer casually tells Gyu to hit them up if he ever finds himself in deep trouble, promising they'll come to his rescue just this once. As the deadly duo turns to walk away, the sister looks back over her shoulder, shouting out one last parting remark to a stunned Gyu. Atmospheric shift. She gives him a cheeky, teasing wave under the golden morning light. Seriously, the artist's ability to pivot from a tense life-or-death standoff to a goofy comedy scene in 2 panels flat is top tier. Dash! The unhinged siblings speed off into the distance, leaving Gyu standing all alone in the middle of the ruined theme park. Gyu stares blankly down at the cartoon bear notepad in his bloody hands, trying to wrap his head around what just happened. Looking closer at the scribbled note, Gyu realizes that as wild as those two are, they're brutally honest, meaning this summoning ticket actually isn't a joke. Taking a deep breath under the morning sky, he figures that at the very least, he doesn't have to worry about Defender jumping him from behind anytime soon. Standing tall under the sunrise, Gyu holding the note realizes that crossing a psycho like Defender off his hit list is actually a huge win. Hey, removing top-tier threats without firing a single shot? That's what I call masterclass survival strategy. Ding, ding, ding! Cut to a cozy living room where a girl is chilling on her couch with a laptop, noting that after that crazy day, Defender kept his word and commented on every single one of Gyu's online posts. A flood of screen notifications reveals Defender spamming "I love Skeleton" everywhere, triggering total chaotic confusion online, with users asking if Skeleton is Defender's next victim or if they hooked up.
Cackle? The girl rolls around on her couch hugging a pillow, dying of laughter over how Defender's over-the-top fan behavior totally tanked Gyu's feared reputation on the web.
A few days later, inside a dim industrial shelter, a crackling radio signal cuts through the quiet atmosphere. It's Duram on the line, thanking Gyu for coming to the funeral earlier. Look at this lighting shift, from bright living room comedy straight into gritty dystopian darkness. Gyu stands quietly near his workbench in the shadows, answering coolly and asking how things are faring on her end. Duram's voice crackles over the receiver, unexpectedly asking if she can come see him right away. Cautious as always, Gyu grips the walkie-talkie firmly and asks if she's planning on coming alone. Atmospheric shift. Cut to the sunny woods outside Gio's hidden bunker, bright sunlight filtering through the lush leaves. Vroom. Gyu waits outside his heavy steel shelter door in his signature hoodie as the loud roar of an engine echoes through the trees. Screech! A heavy-duty yellow Jeep comes to a sudden halt on the dirt path right in front of him. Shut! The door slams tight and Duram steps out looking incredibly sharp and tactical in a sleek black turtleneck.
Gyu welcomes her under the bright afternoon sun, keeping his standard stoic face intact. Internally, Gyu starts sweating bullets, desperately praying she didn't bring her kid along after asking about bunker space last time. Gyu's internal panic is absolute gold. The man can fight hordes of monsters, but the thought of babysitting breaks him. Glance. He throws a quick, suspicious look over toward her vehicle, double-checking if anyone else is hiding inside. Darum assures him she came completely by herself, stating she just wanted to check out his underground hideout. Relieved that no toddlers are involved, Gyu casually invites her inside to tour his post-apocalyptic residence. Leading her down into the depths of his shelter, Gyu proudly gestures toward his living area. Stare. With total confidence, Gyu presents his ultimate bunker setup, what he considers his absolute pride and joy. Daram stops dead in her tracks, her eyes wide with total, unadulterated horror. Sweat dripping down his face, Gyu starts sweating under her judgment as the awkward silence hangs heavily in the room. Commentary? Man spent millions on blast doors and ventilation, but forgot that walls around the toilet are a basic human necessity. Classic prep god logic. Mumble. Darum roasts his place for looking like a musty storage closet, demanding to know why on earth his toilet is sitting right in the middle of the room. Gyu snaps back, asking if she's his mom. You've got to love the open concept bathroom layout. Who needs walls when you live in a bunker, right? Darum stares down at the solitary toilet sitting directly on the open floor in absolute disbelief. Getting down to business, Daram drops heavy news. The NCOC military high command is fractured into two warring factions, the Legion and the Committee. Over images of crumbling urban ruins, she reveals the dark reality. The elite Jeju Island evacuation plan completely abandons every single soldier fighting on the front lines. Outraged by the betrayal, heavy military tanks and armored columns from the Legion are currently marching straight towards Seoul, setting the stage for a full-scale civil war. Gyu looks at her in disbelief as Daram casually drops a bombshell. She's officially joining the armed rebellion. Commentary. The plot escalates from home decor critique to armed insurrection real fast. Even though she retired from active combat, Darum firmly states that she refuses to stand by while soldiers are treated as disposable tools. Flashback visuals remind us of the horrific reality. Injured soldiers abandoned to crawl through blood and rubble while top brass plan their escape. Gyu solemnly reflects on her words, acknowledging that she was once a core member of the elite squad led by the legendary professor. Looking at Gyu with soft eyes, Daram admits that seeing him again made her wonder if he was the only one who remained frozen in time while the rest of the world aged. She gently places her hands on his shoulders, noting that even a stubborn survivor like him shows the marks of time under the sunlight. Reaching out one last time, Darum bids him a heavy farewell, warning that this might be the very last time they ever see each other alive. The two old comrades stand face to face in the quiet, shadow-draped bunker under the single hanging light beam. Meanwhile, high above the devastated cityscape, a massive military transport helicopter descends through the heavy smog. The heavy blades spin wildly as the chopper touches down on a rooftop helipad, met by a woman waiting quietly in a crisp suit. Inside the cockpit, the pilot turns to report their arrival in Seoul, only to get brutally obliterated by a sudden blast of blue energy. A dangerous woman with a glowing blue cybernetic prosthetic arm casually complains about his terrible piloting skills, giving her motion sickness. A female scientist in a lab coat and glasses politely bows, offering to show the terrifying newcomer to her private quarters. Seated in the shadows, the mysterious woman reveals her full cyborg enhancements and cold gaze, demanding an immediate debrief instead. Commentary. Whoa, check out this villain entry. Cybernetic limb, blue plasma powers, and total zero-chill attitude. On the desk lies a classified file titled Tempest Group Monster Annihilation Plan, featuring a secret surveillance photo of Gyu himself, proving he's being hunted by a terrifying new enemy. Imagine surviving a full-blown post-apocalyptic nightmare only for your neighbor to shout your tactical codename right under the open sky. The sun shines brightly over the autumn trees as a familiar voice echoes through the air. Right on over, local kid Sue comes rolling up on her bicycle with a massive grin on her face, greeting Gyu like it's just another casual Tuesday afternoon.
Gyu casually waves back at her, acting all unbothered despite the ongoing chaos around them, keeping things chill as always. But wait till you see what's sitting inside her bicycle basket. Her mom literally sent her to deliver an actual Javelin missile launcher as a neighborhood gift. Talk about extreme suburban care packages. Sue explains that after hearing massive explosions echoing from the north, her mom thought he could use some explosive firepower. Gyu happily accepts and invites her in for a snack. Sue cheers in excitement as massive artillery blasts echo in the distant background, proving that even during total war, free snacks reign supreme. Moving back into the bunker, a heavy truth drops. Seoul has officially plunged into a brutal civil war exactly as predicted. Inside the bunker, Gyu asks Sue how her mom is holding up, keeping track of his remaining allies during this fallout. Passing over a tray of diced fruits, Gi makes sure the young girl is well fed while checking in on their survival situation. Sue proudly boasts that her mom has been teaching her how to shoot, leaving Giyu questioning if sniper training counts as standard early childhood education in a wasteland. Munching away happily, Sue feels like a total badass, while Gyu watches on with a rare, gentle expression on his face. A brief lore flashback reminds us how the National Committee for Overcoming the Crisis, NCOC, run by corrupt politicians and former hunters, originally ruled over the ruined country. Commentary. Ah yes, the classic corrupt elite ruling class hiding behind heavy military muscle. Some things never change even after society collapses. Looking over the desolate bridges and ruined skyscrapers of Seoul, the tension in the air is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Outraged by news that high-ranking officials plan to abandon Seoul and flee to Jeju Island, the frontline soldier faction known as the Legion mobilize heavy tanks and march straight toward the capital. Heavy automatic gunfire, brat-a-tat, erupts through the corridors as frontline military rebels clash violently with government guards in a bloody battle. Clack, clack! High heels click heavily against the bloodstained floors as a lethal woman with a high-tech cybernetic leg steps over the fallen soldiers. Man, the character designs in this manhwa are ridiculously slick. Flanked by heavily armed shock troops, the cyborg hunter walks directly into the NCOC facility, deployed by the committee to crush the military insurrection. Like pieces on a deadly chessboard, the two massive factions split Seoul right down the middle, plunging the entire city into total civil war. Commentary? The chess visual here is such a slick metaphor for two power-hungry factions treating human lives like disposable pawns. Diplomatic negotiations quickly broke down, leaving no room left for compromise, only total war. Back inside his bunker, Gyu snaps out of his deep thoughts and checks on Sue to see how she's liking the food. Patting her head affectionately, Gyu reminds Sue to report any unusual sightings near her house right away, since any local threat could quickly escalate into a danger for his bunker too. Pausing mid-bite, Sue tilts her head and wonders out loud what kind of strange things count as a real threat. She raises her hands in the air to measure something massive, instantly drawing Gyu's razor-sharp focus. Commentary. Gyu went from chill Big Brother mode to full tactical survival mode in a single millisecond. Sue asks if those tall, giant white cylinder structures she spotted stacked near the new city construction site count as threats. A terrifying visual flashback shows Sue scouting through binoculars alongside her mom, observing an endless, terrifying field of monster incubation capsules stacked across the horizon. Gyu's face pales as sheer horror hits him like a freight train, realization setting in under the eerie red alert lighting of his bunker. Staring directly at Sue, Gyu sternly warns her to tell her mother never, under any circumstances, to attack or mess with those giant structures. Looking dark and intense, Gyu grimly confirms that those monster capsules are catastrophically, lethally dangerous to everyone alive. Studying his tactical map marked with red X's, Gyu acknowledges that as an old-school hunter, he has to rely on pure intellect and strategy to survive this mess. Commentary, you've got to respect Gyu's grounded mindset. He knows he isn't some invincible anime god, so strategy is everything. In distant battlefields across the river, heavy blasts echo as Gyu mentally notes that trying to fight multiple high-tier monster threats alone is complete suicide. Looking out at the rising plumes of smoke over the ruined city, Gyu realizes he urgently needs the organized backing of a powerful faction. Speeding toward the heavily fortified NCOC headquarters, Gyu hopes the hunters inside will recognize the dire nature of the situation and lend him their support. Pulling up to the perimeter gate, Gyu is immediately halted by an armed sentry demanding proper clearance before entry. Without hesitation, Gyu flashes his official hunter ID pass, identifying himself as a retired veteran hunter seeking entry. The guards exchange subtle nods as Gyu urgently explains that he's here to report critical intelligence on massive monster capsule deployments. Gosh, walking down the sterile facility hallway, Gyu reflects on how much he hates asking higher-ups for help, but the scale of the disaster leaves him no choice. Brought before a duty officer, the official bluntly asks what brought a retired elite hunter straight to their door. Tap. Gyu slams down clear satellite photographic evidence and exact map coordinates of the monster capsule field right onto the desk. He warns them firmly that if this threat is ignored, the resulting casualties will be beyond anything the city has ever seen. The officer begins typing away at his computer terminal, agreeing to patch the emergency report through to the top commander. Click. Suddenly, heavy magnetic locks engage throughout the room as an eerie purple ambiance fills the chamber, catching Gyu completely off guard. Sensing danger, Gyu slowly turns his head, his tactical instincts instantly telling him that something has gone terribly wrong. Kerchak! Multiple armed soldiers surround Gyu from every angle, racking their assault rifle bolts and demanding his immediate surrender. Surprised by the sudden hostility, Gyu questions why they're pointing rifles at him when he literally just identified himself as an allied hunter. The guards reveal that high-ranking superiors issued direct orders to apprehend and detain him the moment he showed his face. Next thing you know, Gyu finds himself sitting handcuffed inside a cold, dimly lit interrogation room. Talk about zero gratitude for a public service announcement. Even while in cuffs, Gyu remains completely unfazed, figuring that once the top commanders double-check his legendary identity, they'll apologize and let him go. Clack, clack. Heavy metallic footsteps echo as a sleek prosthetic leg enters the room, with a voice commenting that they never expected Gyu to walk right into their trap willingly. The door swings open to reveal a stunning woman in an elegant red dress featuring cybernetic limbs, greeting Gyu Park with a dangerous smirk. Gyu's eyes widen in utter disbelief as he recognizes her face. It's Minhui Wu! What an insane cliffhanger to end on. Imagine walking right into a trap set by an ex-comrade, only for her to smirk and act like you just dropped by for a casual cup of tea. Sitting across from Gyu in the cold interrogation room, Minhui Wu tilts her head with a sly grin, pointing out how surprisingly well he seems to be doing for a guy sitting in handcuffs. Her glowing eye flares with a terrifying blue aura, dropping the friendly act in a fraction of a second. You can practically feel the temperature in the room plummeting to absolute zero right here. Turns out, Minhui isn't just some standard operative. She's one of the mythical Savior Tier Awakened, an elite rank above level 10 with fewer than 20 people alive across the entire planet. Talk about an absolute walking power plant. Unfazed by her overwhelming aura, Gyu keeps his cool, glaring straight through her as he bluntly asks if the higher-ups sent her down to handle him personally. Minhui casually leans back with her metallic fingers resting near her jawline, confirming that a big shot named Han Min gave her a specific job to carry out. Swish! She narrows her glowing eye with a wicked smirk, sarcastically remembering that she's not even supposed to mention his name around Gyu. Honestly, the petty mind games this woman plays are top-tier villain behavior. Ignoring her psychological games, Gyu slides a high-res photo across the cold metal table, revealing a massive colony of monster incubation capsules nestled deep within southeastern Gyeonggi province. Commentary: I love how Gyu treats an interrogation like a corporate board meeting. He just drops hard evidence on the table and lets the facts do the talking. Picking up the picture, Minhui's playful demeanor instantly vanishes as she studies the terrifying visual proof, grimly observing that if monster pods are spawning this far from the main fissure, Seoul's total collapse is practically on a countdown timer. Her sharp cybernetic claws scrape along the metal desk with a chilling sound, reminding Gyu that with full-scale civil war breaking out across the capital, deploying troops to handle a distant capsule threat isn't exactly high on their priority list. Sick of the bureaucratic excuses, Gyu looks her dead in the eyes and asks the obvious question. If the threat is that dire, why doesn't a top-tier powerhouse like her just go blow it up herself? Silence. Minhui just stares back at him in deadpan silence, letting the heavy, awkward atmosphere hang over the desk like a dark cloud. A slow, condescending smile creeps onto her lips as she chuckles, asking if Gyu seriously expects an elite S-rank asset to go out doing charity work for free? Commentary: yes, because when the apocalypse is threatening to erase humanity, you definitely want to make sure you get paid time and a half before saving the day. With a loud engine roar, a sleek car speeds down a deserted highway against the backdrop of a blazing golden sunset, leaving the committee facility far behind. In a brief memory of their negotiation, Minhui leans across the table to lay out her true terms. She offers to destroy the capsule field herself, provided Gyu agrees to handle a dirty favor for her team first. As she promises to contact him when everything is set, Gyu sits behind the wheel staring into the sunset, wondering if he's about to be dragged right back into another dangerous mercenary contract, just like the one with Dharam. Suddenly, an eerie turquoise glow pulses through the dense forest ahead, casting unnatural light through the dark tree trunks. Commentary. Pro tip for surviving the apocalypse: if the trees in the woods start glowing like a neon rave, you turn your car around immediately. Bringing his car to a screeching halt, Gyu steps out into the crisp evening air, recognizing that iconic luminous burst as the warning sign of an active monster summon ritual. Walking carefully into the woods, he observes the surrounding foliage, noticing a bizarre, unsettling red taint spreading across the vegetation. Examining a twisted, thorned branch rising from the dead dirt, Gyu notes that the soil and plant life are heavily corrupted, confirming that environmental erosion has been quietly seeping into the zone for weeks. Leaves crunch loudly under his heavy boots as he steps closer to the glowing epicenter, piecing together all the sinister clues laid out before him. Realizing a beast is manifesting right this second, Gyu draws his tactical axe with a metallic swish, moving stealthily through the dark tree line toward the crimson glow. Tensing his grip on the weapon, he peers around a massive boulder, prepared to deal a quick stealth kill before the beast can fully form. Commentary. Gyu heading into a boss fight with nothing but a hardware store axe is peak main character audacity, honestly. But as the massive incubation pod splits open, a towering nightmare creature covered in armored chitin oozes out into the open forest. Boom! A colossal, multi-legged insectoid monster bursts free with a terrifying thud, towering over the landscape like a walking war machine. Gyu's eyes widen in absolute horror as cold sweat drops down his neck, realizing this isn't some low-level monster he can easily hack apart. Fast forward to his underground bunker, the camera pans down from above as Gyu sits slumped over his coffee table in complete darkness, utterly exhausted. Sweating bullets, he agonizes over the sheer bad luck of encountering that specific beast type right near his home turf. Turns out, that monstrosity is a hard counter melee killer, a grim reaper creature that instantly shreds anything in close quarters with massive scythe claws. Charging at a creature like that with 2 hand axes isn't just risky, it's straight up suicidal. Realizing his current arsenal is completely useless, Gyu acknowledges he desperately needs specialized high-grade hunter equipment to even stand a chance. Looking at his tactical radio, he faces a brutal reality. The only faction hoarding heavy hunter gear right now is the committee. But with Minhui Wu running the show as their new PIC, Gyu would rather swallow broken glass than ask his terrifying ex-teammate for another favor. The dynamic between these two is so hilariously toxic. Ding! Right as he's stressing out with his hand over his face, a loud digital chime echoes through his quiet bunker from the laptop screen. A bold notification pops up on his encrypted screen, revealing an incoming message from a mystery user going by the handle 180 centimeters. The encrypted message bluntly reads, "Mr. Skelton, I'd like to meet with you." Meanwhile, cut to a mysterious shadow figure sitting in front of a massive wall of glowing monitors. Gyu's heart drops as he reads the sender's real signature, from John Nennan. An absolute ghost from his past just resurfaced out of nowhere. Talk about insane cliffhanger timing.